Hello and welcome to the third day of games in the HoN HoNiversary 2020 semifinals tournament. Yeah, that. I'm joined by Big Wave Dave as my co-caster. Dave, how are you doing?
I'm good, man. Good morning. Well, I guess it's evening time for you, so good evening
Yeah,
slash
indeed.
morning to all my West Coast fans out here in sunny California. I don't know how many there are, but it's got to be one or two.
Yeah, so how are you doing, Dave?
Good, man. I'm stoked for these matches. I'm excited to see this one because as we were chatting a little bit earlier, Team Yolandi had a slightly easier bracket than um, Zero Team CC15. So I think this is going to be their first real test of like competition in the bracket, like really hard competition versus some 2K players and whatnot. So I'm really excited to see this matchup and how they perform. What are your
Mm,
thoughts?
Yeah, for sure. They're, I'd say, the underdog for this series, but I'm really curious to see what they can actually provide in terms of competition for those guys on Zero Team 15cc.
Yeah,
As
I would.
we get into the game, though, we've got some bans going on as well as two heroes picked already. What do you think of this? The Monarch ban from Imbanuts.
It's a signature what you got hero. I mean, the ultimate's super annoying and it sets them up. You see the slither there highlighted. I know that they like to run a little bit of slither in their lineup. So Tabaka's is over there smiling somewhere, and we'll probably be rooting for Yolandi Gaming if they pick up the slither.
Yeah, and I mean, Electrician is already banned as well as the Monarch, so they don't really have that many purges available. Maybe a Pearl is still there as a purge option. What do you think?
Pearl's kind of weak right now. I don't think that's a hero that Rominsky's going to prioritize in a draft and put what you got on. I don't really know if what you got plays that hero too much, but I mean, you can see that the first pick from Zero Team CC15 is one of Sunk Bob's biggest comfort heroes is the Lodestone. What are your thoughts about that getting through the first round banning phase?
Well, I mean, you only have two bans, so you have to make sure to really like with Legion, he has first pick, right? So the Hellborn's objective is to either leave two first pick worthy heroes open, or to leave none of them open. And there's quite a lot of first pick heroes nowadays. So he let through the Andromeda as well as the Lodestone, and I think Andromeda is still an excellent hero as well for first pick. So Lodestone going through, it's not a surprise from a drafting point of view, but specifically against this team, I would have probably banned it simply because of Sunk Bob, because he seems to only play that hero. And
Good.
that's no flame or anything. That's just the reality, you know. They give it to him every time they can.
Absolutely, and it's one of Sunk Bob's probably most successful heroes. As you can see, we now have two people on their signature heroes. It looks like the Madman pickup as well coming through. That Madman's flexible, but it could be a Zanuki Madman. It could be a Ha 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 Madman. What are your thoughts about the Madman third pick?
Well, I think like it's his signature hero pretty much, so that's completely normal. Just give him that hero and watch him go wild. But there are ways to counter that hero. I think a Puppet Master is actually a pretty good option. We also saw a Polywog Priest doing quite well against it. But ultimately, I think there are quite some counters available, but people are scared to go out of their comfort zone because a Succubus is also a very possible counter to the Madman in the mid lane. Because what can Madman do against a Succubus? All he
Yep.
does is just put him to sleep, makes him miss last hits, and then he can't kill him. And then when he's level 6, sleep into Cursed Embrace, it's a kill.
We saw that yesterday actually with Team No Boots Gaming versus Team Farming. You had Dima on the Succubus. And gosh, I'm trying to remember who it was from Team No Boots who was mid. It might have been Anal
It was
Hunter who
fat
was
and
on.
sexy.
Yeah, Fat and Sexy was on the Madman, and the Succubus just dominated that lane. The Madman could not snowball, and it really put the Madman in a tough situation. So maybe that's something that Hellborn needs to consider.
Yeah, I will say that Madman is really known. I mean, Snooki is really known for his Madman, and I didn't really see that with Fan Sexy. What I know Fan Sexy for playing is stuff like Swiftblade or Bensington.
Yeah,
So I think he might have been on a bit of an uncomfortable hero, but regardless, it's a strong hero. but you need to when it's picked, make sure to counter it. And I really feel like the succubus is a great option for that.
Both teams Hellborn, look at the Deadwood Andromeda combo, the Aurora into Deadwood Grasp with Tree Toss with Uproot. What are your thoughts on that combo as well? Mixed in with a puppet in there, that could actually be pretty good against a Madman.
Yeah, at the moment they have a lot of single target, and I think Willowmaker, the ultimate ability by Deadwood, the punch, is not actually going to be that great versus a Madman because he's going to have a lot of armor. He already starts off with quite a high armor, base armor. So yes, the Andromeda and the Lex can definitely help, but it's not the greatest ability versus edgy heroes. Maybe early on, if you get a huge lead, then it can still, one shot people and just give you that advantage. But later on in the game, it's going to have a very limited impact.
No, I completely agree with you. And what are your thoughts on the bans here?
Yeah, so we got the Hellbringer, always a strong hero, even with the nerf. I think it's still pretty strong. And then we have Sir Bensington, Lord Sulforus, Oogie, and Bubbles and Moira. And you saw me picking it up yesterday, but the Moira did insane work that game. I don't know if you remember, but that hero is incredibly strong.
Oh my gosh, I was so happy when you guys picked that up. The thing is, that hero, as you mentioned, there's so many people who are first picking Electrician. Why not just pick the Moira right after? The hero has so much ganking ability. Has the W alone makes that hero makes Electrician basically useless because he's so mana dependent. And then, as you said, he has to purge himself to get the mana sunder off.
Hmm. So yeah, Moira is a great counter, but they kind of counter each other in that sense that if Moira ever uses the Mana Sunder on anybody else, it can get purged off quite easily. But yeah, right now Moira is just a strong support. I probably would not have picked it up. Actually, no, scratch that. Moira Aluna, it's hilarious because you have so much global presence with the snipe as well as the illusion.
And then
So it's
mix
a
it in
good
with the
bet.
Fade there.
Yeah, I think the Fade is now going to take the role of the second support, so
Yeah.
he's going to be roaming around a lot. I like that hero. And you see the Hellborn, they're actually going for quite a defensive route, both with the Andromeda and the Accursed. But I'm really just wondering, is the Accursed going to be enough to save the carry? Because Puppet Master is such an immobile hero, whereas the Legion already has a Fade who can, go into the woods with his ultimate. We have a Madman who's just going to be really quick, and a Luna who can teleport back with Deja Vu, and a Lodestone who's just tanky and has a rocket drill. So they're all very mobile, and Puppet Master might have some trouble, locking them down.
Fade's a great pick, especially versus Deadwood, because with the Fade reflection being able to go into trees,
Yeah.
you can catch the Deadwood while he's using clear cutting and trying to set up a kill. And we actually saw that a few times where you have the Deadwood kind of cutting through the trees, and the enemy team was predicting that movement and actually set up in the trees to try to find that. I think another example of that was with the Calamity
Hmm.
in your game last night, where the Calamity was actually going through the trees and they cut a little line in the trees for him to try to wrap around and make a sneaky play. And you guys predicted it. I was pretty shocked by that.
Wait, the Deadwood sneaking in, or wait,
Well, no, I'm making a comparison
yeah, yeah,
between one of the plays that a Calamity made last night. But wow, they have a puppet and a Hammerstorm now on Hellborn.
yeah. I think that might be a bit too greedy because I think Puppet Master, you need to not underestimate how much farm he actually needs. I mean,
Yep.
he's great in a tri lane, and they're probably going to run it as such with a Curse and Andromeda. But I mean, Hammerstorm is a really greedy hero, and you would really prefer free farm on him.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see where this goes. And then the Malakin picked up by Haha, which is also one of his signature heroes, and he loves going geometers on that hero. I personally find it a little much more situational, but he goes it basically every single game. What are your thoughts on geometers on Malakin?
I think Geometers on Malakin is a pretty good pickup. I mean, it gives you a lot of flexibility. It's some movement speed, attack speed, and all the things that Malakin pretty much needs, and it allows him to get rid of certain debuffs like the Puppeteer's Hold or the Aurora, stuff like that. But this game, I'm not sure Malakin is the greatest pick because Malakin, look how much armor he starts off with.
And he's a strength hero.
0.5, and he's a strength hero. So this Deadwood is really going to be looking for that Malakin. And where Malakin really excels is versus magic damage teams, because if I'm not mistaken, his possession gives him magic armor.
The Hellborn Zeal gives, hold on one second here.
Yeah,
Passively gains 0.5 attack speed and zero point 0.1 magic armor for every 1% health missing.
yeah. So the moment you lose 10% health, you already have one extra magic armor, and at 50%, that's gonna be five extra magic armor. So I think that's a great pickup versus magic teams, but the Hellborn team has very limited magic damage. Only the Puppet Master really has a high amount of magic damage with the ultimate. But other than like, I don't think a Malikan is even gonna survive that if the Puppet Master gets big enough.
Who do you think they should have picked instead?
Um, well, they could have picked up the Hammerstorm themselves because Hammerstorm naturally has quite some armor with Galvanize, and it's honestly not that bad of a pick to have another stun on it. Or they could have gone for something greedier and gone for a Master of Arms or something like that. A ranged hero would have been really nice.
Oh, I love MOA in this situation. MOA would have been fantastic because of the Deadwood and the Puppet, because you could ulti whoever gets initiated by them, especially the Madman, because that Puppet's probably going to be hunting down the Madman a majority of the game.
Or
So
at
an
least
MOA
attempting to.
attempting to, exactly. So if they do get lucky and get the catch, MOA would be able to use the ultimate ability on the Madman, save some time for the team to port in and save that Madman. Like you said, little confused by the Malikan pick, but I do kind of see the synergy behind it, because with the Lodestone being able to bring everyone's armor down, I mean, he's a follow up from a Malikan is just going to be a ton of damage.
It's
So
definitely not a bad pick, but I don't think it's the ideal carry, is what I'm trying to say, versus the team that they're facing.
exactly. So I'm also curious how they lane this. Do you think the puppet goes mid with an accursed, and then you have the hammer andro short lane together, and they do a
Um,
dual mid situation and kind of pretact the puppet from ganks and whatnot, and just get the Deadwood roaming around the map, and they give up bottom lane? What are your thoughts? How do they lane this?
I don't like the way their team is drafted in general because you need to look at it from the very start from a laning perspective. So Hammerstorm wants free farm. He's not going to get it in a 1v1 situation, but I think they're going to put him in that situation versus Lodestone top. So
Okay.
I think we're going to have two tri lanes in bottom with a Fade Luna being just a bit stronger than a Curse Andromeda because they both have stuns and they're both, you know, they have the opportunity for both damage and stunning, and it's just a bit stronger with a Malikan. Because Puppet Master, if he's in that tri lane, he only has the Puppeteer's Puppet Show, which is probably going to be level 1 or 2 most of the laning phase, and then it's a 2.5 second stun without any extra damage.
Yeah, I'm really interested in the Accurse in a tri lane without being with a hero like a Ra, for an example. I don't know if you've ever seen a Ra and a Curse lane together, but the Ra throws out the stun, does damage to himself, and the shield can
Explodes the
blow up.
shield. Yeah, the same thing could work with an Accursed and a Lodestone, for example.
Yep.
But
That is a pretty mean combo. I don't know if you've ever played against it before,
I've
but I've
played
done it.
it. I've done it myself, and I felt absolutely disgusting. I think I even did it today.
Hey,
I might
that's
have,
good to know.
but
And then
in an aggressive lane, you preferably want it with someone who has an escape, so that you can provide that the shield to get rid of the stun or the debuff or whatever, and then he can immediately escape. With a puppet master, he's just going to get shielded up, and sure, he's going to be able to move afterwards, but it's not like there's any explosive damage coming from the Hellborn after that. But it does look like Puppet Master's gonna go mid, so I already like this laning a lot better with Deadwood being top lane versus the Lodestone probably. I like this more because now they have a Hammerstorm, they have an extra stun, they have the Accursed. I mean, the shield is gonna do a bit more work here because they just have more damage.
absolutely. And something else I like with the Deadwood going and being dedicated some farm is how good Deadwood is against Malikan. Them getting that quick Lex and the PK on Deadwood, he can start hunting Malikan because there's really not that much save besides from the Fade scouting ability that can
Mhm.
actually protect Malikan if he gets initiated on. Typically, when you see a Malikan, you like to see an empath. You like to see someone who can actually go and add some value to the Malakin, given what you mentioned about his passive. Like every
Mhm.
time the hero starts getting weak, he starts getting stronger. So the more sustain he has, there's not really any sustain around the Malakin pick.
Yeah, exactly. There's no heal that's going to keep him up or anything like that. But I really think that Lodestone might have made a mistake with his initial item choice.
Oh no! In a 1v1, I saw this before. I think it was Imba on Behemoth. Imba thought that he was going to be against a tri lane of some sort, so he went boots first on Behemoth. He was actually in a 1v1 matchup versus the Deadwood, and the Deadwood destroyed him.
Yeah, I mean Deadwood is a ridiculous 1v1 hero with that uproot, and he just does not care about anything. And Lodestone is potentially a strong 1v1 hero, but then he needs to be given the tools for that. Anyway, in the bottom lane, where do you have them harassing the accursed a bit, so they're not even at the creep wave. They're both carries missing some last hits. But
Man, and
yeah,
Hellborn's getting boxed out here. Oh my!
Ham
Something. It looks like something had to have happened because Hammer looks like he's running back to base with full health, full mana, and didn't even use Hammer throw there.
yeah, that's an interesting situation. Yeah, he is going to disconnect, maybe having some lag issues or something. But
Oh, he's
look
at
at the
900. He's at 999 ping right now.
well,
So
he's disconnected. So
yeah, that- he might be having some ping issues.
yeah. But look at this in the mid lane. You see the harass already coming out from the madman. I don't know how this would ever happen, to be honest. How? Why would this ever happen?
The puppet getting so low.
Yeah, like I'm so unhappy that I missed that. But like, uh, yeah. And I would also prefer leveling, Puppet Show level 1, just to make the madman miss last hits.
Oh, Wig actually
Yeah.
had a conversation with me last night about the accidental macro into throw combination. So we had a pretty good chuckle about that. I guess he thought his macro was bound on a different number,
Yeah, it could be.
but no,
I just need to
I
be careful not to accidentally click my 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0, minus, and plus, because then stuff's gonna go down.
some here come the boom macros. But no, I agree with you completely. I believe Puppet Master getting the W first, the puppet show, and not allowing Madman to stock to last hit would have been much more value instead of Whiplash. Uh, but you can see from the harass perspective, they're pretty close in HP. But Puppet, I don't know, man. It's kind of the Puppet should try to be staying at 100% HP the entire time.
Yeah, because if Madman, smells blood, he's just gonna finish him off. It's
Oh,
so easy to make outplays and just be incredibly annoying and dangerous. So yeah, but now we have the Puppet Master. He's got the Whiplash. He's gonna get level 2 soon, and then he's gonna level the Puppet Show. So it's all gonna be fine. But we do see Snooky. He's not even getting a hatchet. He's got 3
he
minor
doesn't.
totems, and that's it.
He doesn't. He just likes to last hit with his Q in
Yeah.
lane and get a fast bottle for that sustain, which is not a bad thing. He's one of the
Yeah.
very few players who does that.
I do like the Puppet Master versus the Madman lane, but I would have still preferred something like a Succubus when you have a hard carry like a Hammerstorm.
Yeah, Succubus, the problem is the hero just doesn't farm very well as like a core centric hero.
Yeah.
So I think you have to have experience and experience in a team playing it for it to be useful, because it's
Mhm.
pretty easy to lose a game by having your mid only be 250 GPM at 30 minutes.
Yeah, for sure. In the bottom lane, they're getting a bit closer. Fade throwing out the stun on the Accursed, but here comes the Hammerstorm stun on the Malik, and that's not the guy you want to target, though. So he's going to shield up and run away, but Hellborn really needs to choose who to go on.
Yeah, I think that was a defensive hammer toss, to be honest, so that Malakin couldn't go in on the Accursed. But the Accursed was really out of position playing with fire there.
Yeah. And they're also 1 level down, so they just need to play a bit careful, till they get those levels, because Aurora is going to make a huge difference here.
Absolutely, and you can see them using the shield offensively here, which I don't know if it's the best at level 1 because it really doesn't do that much damage.
Yeah, no, it's 110 damage, so it's more than most abilities, but It doesn't matter for a Malikan because he's just gonna heal up using that Sword of the Damned.
Absolutely. So, and you can see another issue I have with this tri lane from Hellborn is they're not doing anything to defend the poles. So they're going to get out leveled, especially
Yeah.
when you're in this tri lane. I mean, Hammerstorm's level 1, the Accursed is level 2. Now he gets level 2, and Andrew's level 1. This is a huge issue.
Yeah,
Because Malikan's
Aluna,
already 3,
Malikan 3, both of
and
them.
the Aluna's level 3.
So look at this Andro level 1. They should just initiate here. That's a dead Andromeda.
Yep.
Or even Hammerstorm. He does have a power supply, but they're gonna go for it maybe. Rumensky getting a bit closer, but...
And look at top lane, the Lodestone being boxed out by the Deadwood. Kind of as expected with the items the Lodestone went. The Lodestone's also completely out of regen.
Yeah, at least he is getting some levels on the Lodestone. But that head smash does more damage to Lodestone than it does to Deadwood right now.
Oh my gosh.
You saw that as well, right?
He should not be using that ability to harass right now.
No,
he should actually
definitely
be
not.
focused on pulling the neutral creeps from Hellborn in the medium camp to try to get some bonus XP. Deadwood looks like he DC'd.
Yeah, it does look like that, and they're not communicating about it, I guess.
This is an interesting tactic. Maybe it's a scare tactic, because maybe the Deadwood was beating Sunk Bob so hard that...
I don't think they have any...
catch
Do
up
they have
for
any
it?
pauses left?
I don't think so.
No,
Oh,
there
there
you
it
go.
is.
The first pause was from Legion, so yeah. They
That's,
are able to pause for the Deadwood, but that's actually a huge issue because he was the top farmer from his team.
Yeah, and now a bottle coming out from Nabuti. I don't even... How do you say that?
Nabut.
Nab?
I don't know.
Nabuti? Is it
I don't know.
Nabuti? Nabuti. I don't know. I'm an American. I can't pronounce
Just call him
anything.
Thunk Dunk. That's a lot easier.
Thunk Dunk?
Yeah, he streams sometimes as well.
Thunk Dunk.
Sunk Dunk. Sunk
Sunk
Dunk.
Dunk. Oh, okay, Sunk Dunk.
Yeah.
I got it. Why? So what's the why Sunk Dunk? What are you allowed to talk about the meaning
I have
behind
no
that?
idea, man. Like, where does your name, Big Wave Dave, come from?
I like to surf big waves. My name's Dave.
I think that's a perfect name.
Self-explanatory, right?
Yeah. Yeah,
I mean,
it's amazing.
I mean, but there's a bunch of meme accounts out there about me. I mean, if you just search like Big Wave and then or Big something Dave, there's I think like 15 or 20 people made meme accounts of me.
I assume some profanities are in those meme accounts as well.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't pay attention to the haters, man. You got to put the blinders on.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, my name comes from a fantasy book. I'm the ultimate geek, so and not creative at all either. So there you have it.
I know, how rude of me to not ask you.
Yeah, I
where your
felt
name
really
came from.
out of place right there.
If we, or let alone, I don't read books either. I can't do it. I get too bored. There's a couple books. I love the Band of Brothers series. I love some other things, but it looks like we're starting, so we don't have to talk about nerdy books anymore.
But yeah, so Puppet Master also going for that bottle. I actually would have liked to see something like an Astrolabe on him, actually, to just go for more items like that. But Snooky playing with fire right there. Realizing that...
Bottom.
Oh, bottom lane, we have the Luna getting really low. The shield is on the Accursed, so he could choose to die on the Hammerstorm, and that is first blood. They realized that the Fade was gone, but Accursed is going to fall instead. And we have the Malik, and he does have a sword throw up, so they can choose to chase. He does quite some damage with that sword throw, but Hammerstorm choosing to man up with that Aurora. Look at that damage, and Hammerstorm with another stun, but shouldn't he have killed the Fade there, because now Fade is going to get another stun on him, and it might just be enough for the kill. He's running away. He's almost there. The sword throw coming in, and that is going to be the kill on the Andro. But the Andro might actually get oh, nice stun coming up from the Aluna, but here comes the shield. Aluna trying to last you with the Aurora, but it's not going to be enough. And he does have another Comet stun up, and in the meantime, nice rotation coming up from the Sunk Dunk on the Lodestone, killing that Puppet Master, diving behind the first tier tower.
Yeah, it's really smart by Sunk Dunk to decide to get the Striders, knowing that he's not going to win the lane anymore versus the Deadwood with the items, and just grab top rune, camp top rune, and gank any opportunity you can.
Yeah,
So,
for
'cause he is a
sure.
DD.
And bottom lane, we have them going in on the Andromeda, but they're turning on the Fade, but that E from the Fade gonna save him for now, and Andro does end up falling, but Hammerstorm choosing not to chase anymore. He does have the Galvanize available, so he says, oh wow, they just have too many stuns on the Legion side, and now you have the Hammerstorm as the sole survivor running away from this Malikan and this Luna. So yeah.
That's the level advantage coming in from Hellborn right there. They just all around are doing a lot more damage, and the Andro along with the Accursed. I mean, Accursed needs levels to be useful, and he's just getting caught out of position and dying instantly every single time.
Yeah, for sure. And the Legion, you can't underestimate this, but they have so much more harass potential. Malikan getting that chalice actually has the ability to just keep throwing his sword and dealing damage with it, and then just healing up from the chalice damage with his Sword of the Damned. And you actually
Yeah.
see them getting ready to go in again. You have Malikan. Okay, they're going to scout it out with Aurora. Maybe they're going to be a bit more careful, but I think Legion's tri-lane just makes more sense. They have more harass, they have more sustain, they have better stuns as well.
I would have liked to see them lane this a little bit differently and put the Deadwood maybe in a suicide role, given how poorly the situation was bottom. Do you think they could even top lane?
Yeah, top lane Lowzone actually getting the kill on that Deadwood. Deadwood didn't manage to use his Willow Keeper and just ends up falling to that Lowzone ulti.
Yeah, did you see
Oh,
the
look at Madman right here. Madman's going in for the bottom lane. Fade with the great two-man stun, and there you have the Madman getting stunned up by the Andromeda, as well as the Hammerstorm hitting too. So are they going to be able to get out? Snooki, he really wants a kill to fill up his Soul Trap. Comet Stun is off cooldown in 1 second, but the Power Throw is going to be there to help finish him off, and the Curse gonna get killed by the barrel roll. And here's the Deadwood. The rotation a bit too late, but he was dead, of course. And now Madman actually going back in on that Hammerstorm. He's got the Soul Trap, so he's just gonna wait for that to do damage, barrel roll, and that should be the kill. And there you have the Deadwood. He does have the punch available, but gets stunned by the Fade. Nice dodge on the stun from the Fade. Does he still end up dying? No, he gets out with 1 HP. Then you have Deadwood with the shield. He does use the punch on the Madman, but he's super tanky. The grasp is gonna be there, and they're finally gonna get the kill, and he tanks it. Oh, what a heal from the Accursed coming out, making sure that both him and Deadwood survive, and Puppet Master with the rotation finally might be in a bit of trouble because Lodestone's right there, head smash, and that is a dead Puppet Master.
Wow,
I'm running out of breath.
Deadwood and Accursed both leaving with less than 50 HP. I think at one point the Deadwood was at 10 HP, and same with the Accursed.
Yeah, for sure. They played that really well, but I mean, Snooki doesn't care. He's just getting fatter on that Madman. You still have 380 gold per minute on the Malikan. So the Hellborn, I think they need to change their strategy around because they need to get some farm on that Hammerstorm.
Yeah, the Hammerstorm has, how many creep kills here does he have? He has 29 creep kills versus Malikan having 42.
Yeah, the difference is just ridiculous.
So I think what needs to happen now is the Andro and the Hammer should rotate back to top lane and start stacking so the Hammer can try to recover. So
yeah,
you can see
exactly.
the Batman rotating top now.
Yeah, top lane, you have the Lodestone dealing some damage with that head smash. Here comes the Soul Trap. That damage is just stupid.
Now
And
bottom
that's a
lane
dead
is
Deadwood.
on Hammerstorm, but
He
they're going to fall
seems
back.
to be fine. Yeah, like they're defensive with that Accursed, but the Accursed is just, it's a bad hero here. It doesn't provide enough versus 2 AoE stuns as well as the slow for Malikan. There's too many abilities to, get rid of. Here comes the stun in on the Malikan though. They are going to try. They have some damage, but is it going to be enough? There comes the stun with the instant cancel from the Accursed, but that power throw hitting both the Hammerstorm and the Andromeda. They're both really low. You have the Lowstone coming in with the Striders. He's going to be in range. No, he ends up missing, but Luna just auto-attacking down that Andromeda and the head smash. Ooh, what a power throw coming in. But there's the punch from the Deadwood. He's going to turn on the Lodestone, but do they have the damage now? He's going to take less and less damage. Nice stun coming in from the Fade as well to stop the Curse from doing any damage. Here comes the stun from the Hammerstorm with the grasp, but it's going to end up missing. Wow, what a sequence of events again. The Legion just making sure that their rotations are on point. No one of the Legion team died there.
And no one on the Hellboard team is farming besides the puppet, who is really way behind the Madman at this point, and then it's had kind of very minimal impact so far in the game.
Yeah, he's gotten up to 300 GPM. He has died twice, but he needs to start doing work. So I would prefer it if he did not go for something like a he should not go for something like a shroud this game. He really needs to be active. So things like a portal key is just going to allow his team to actually initiate, because if he goes for the carry route as well, there's going to be so little farm for the Hammerstorm.
Yeah, maybe he should go Knuckles into PK. I just don't know where he's going to get the Knuckle charges at.
Yeah.
Because I guess if him and the Deadwood run together, but Madman going on Deadwood.
Yeah, there you have the Madman. He's slowing both the Accursed and the Deadwood. Accursed still has his shield up. He is going to instantly cancel the stun, so well played by Accursed on that timing. But here's the Puppet Show, as well as the Puppet ulti, and that is going to be enough to kill the Madman. So good rotation coming out, and this is exactly what they needed.
Yeah, Snooky's playing really aggressive
Top
right
lane,
now.
we have Lodestone actually going in on the Hammerstorm, and Hammerstorm does have his stun available. Lodestone, he does not have his Rocket Drill available, and that's an easy kill. And that's a lot of XP as well, by the way.
That's a lot of damage from the Aurora coming in with the hammer throw. And it was a great job by Hammerstorm not stacking the stun, knowing that the Lodestone still had Shatterstorm up. Because Shatterstorm, he would have been able to survive with the Rocket Drill.
Yeah, the Rocket Drill was on cooldown, but in the bottom lane we do have the Deadwood falling to the Malikan and the Fade. I think that was the first Fade ulti used. No, not even.
No.
All
Fade
right.
just got it. So I'd like to see the Fade now group up top with maybe the Madman and try to hunt down this Hammerstorm, given that he is at half HP.
Yeah, we just saw what the Puppet Master can do to the Madman, so make sure that the Madman
Loads on
dodges
ults.
the Puppet Master, right? Yeah. He's using it to farm, of course.
Exactly. I think he thought the Hammerstorm would get greedy.
Yeah.
Go rotate. But let's see. Are there any stacks? Yes. Okay. So the Andro is starting to stack the jungle, it looks like, which is a great idea.
There's actually a huge amount of stacks in the Hellborn Woods. The Ancients are tripled, but they're gonna, take a bit longer to be able to farm that.
Yeah. Let's see. I hope he's maxing Aurora. Okay, he is maxing Aurora.
Oh, look at this, though. There's a Rev Ward in the mid lane. Oh, it's Snooky's Rev Ward.
Yep.
He's
Oh,
waiting
is he
to try and get the
tower
last
side?
hit.
Oh,
Okay.
he doesn't. I thought he was maybe gonna get greedy and go for it.
Yeah.
Oh, he might be able to.
Oh.
No, he's not gonna be able to kill
Puppet
him.
Master gonna port to top lane. Fade is there with the Invis, so he's gonna scout that out.
And they have this cheeky Rev Ward right here, so if Fade goes anywhere in that area, that he will get puppet showed.
Yeah, and it does look like he's gonna go for a shroud on the Puppet Master, but
Oh, they scout out the stacks here, so maybe rotate the Malikan into their woods at one point.
yeah, for sure. But here you have the Madman and the Lodestone. They're setting up to maybe kill the Puppet Master, but instead they find the Andromeda, and the Fate Sun is there as well to finish him off. So that's a nice little kill. Not the one they were looking for, but great nonetheless. Yeah, I don't think they need Malikan to farm this, because Lodestone Head Smash is a great tool for these stacks. But Hammerstorm, realizing that something's happening, might actually be in some trouble. There's the Madman running away from the Puppet Master now. He whiffs the stun, but nice faking of throwing that stun. But here comes the Lodestone Shatterstorm. Puppet Master gonna force him to attack himself. And look at that damage! But is it gonna be enough? No, Puppet Master does end up falling. And in the meantime, you have Deadwood dying to the neutrals down in bottom. Hammerstorm now in a lot of trouble due to that stun. And Accursed actually killing himself, and Hammerstorm will end up falling. But Andromeda, what are you doing? You're running into death.
Yeah, given the stacks in Legion's jungle and where the vision was the stacks in Hellborn jungle, and given the vision, I'm still confused as to why Deadwood and Accursed were bottom. They should have rotated top knowing that there was a fight happening. Slightly confused by that, because it's not like they're going to be able to kill the Aluna or the Malikan.
Well, with the Deadwood Punch, they could get close, but ideally they'd want to do that with the Andromeda instead of the Accursed.
Yep. And they took the stack, and they rotated in and saw that the Ancients were tripled. So I would expect for the Malikan to possibly rotate up top lane and see what they can do to take some of those stacks.
Yeah, they did manage to take one triple hard camp, but the Ancients, like, Hammerstorm can't even farm that right now, and Madman's gonna run into the Andromeda and is just gonna get puppet showed, but kill the Andro quite quickly with that PK from Lodestone.
Yeah, Deadwood is no longer able to punch this Madman with the 14 armor. Oh
And
my
yeah,
gosh.
and he's not even popping the active ability from the armor boots, which would give him even more. But top lane, you have the Lodestone. He's setting up. He's got the Shadow Storm ready. He's going for it. PK is up, and he's going in on the Hammer Storm. And he's actually close to soloing him, but luckily Snooki is there to finish him off.
I still think he would have killed him.
I don't know. He could have maybe ran away with the Hammer Storm after that stun.
Nah, he's flaming Snooki for chaosing him.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, that's all Huge Soul does when Mex gets any kills anyways.
Oh, Puppet
Look
being
at the
caught
mid
out.
lane though. Puppet Master, yeah, he's in a lot of trouble. But that Puppet Show is going to hit the Fade. But, I mean, it's not even going to matter.
Wow.
And now they just go straight to Conquer. They've got the Abyssal for the lifesteal, so they are quite capable of taking this, actually.
I love the Abyssal pickup by the Madman right now. Given the situation, how this game's going, they know that they're just going to snowball at this point. So they can get team fight items, and the Madman can just go aura-based items and end up just taking over this game. I think this game's going to end here pretty soon.
Yeah, they have the stun in on the Accursed with the power, with the sword throw, and I mean, they didn't even know that they were taking their Kong. They had no idea that this was happening.
Yeah, what you got had the great cheeky ward up there on the cliff by Kong and was able to see that rotation, and then Ramensky placed another ward. So they put a lot of vision around prioritizing this Kongor.
Yeah, for sure. And now they just need to go over to the other one. And look at this. We have Malik, and he's got Thunderclaw now, so he's just farming stacks in his own woods.
Absolutely, and he can farm these two camps so fast, being able to sword throw both of them at the same time.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, look
Look at that damage coming in from that. Oh, that's fantastic. So he's gonna go rotate now. He can also farm the neutral stacks after taking this Kongor. So I don't know. I see no way for Hellborn to recover.
I think it just goes back to the draft, and that they need to not pick these greedy heroes when you've got a Madman against you. You need to pick safer heroes, ones that can actually deal with the Madman. Because yeah, Puppet Master can deal with the Madman, but he needs so much farm to be useful afterwards that it doesn't even matter.
Yep. I think if you see the Snooki Madman mid, you should probably dual mid him. Pick something around understanding. If you're going to give him the Madman, you need to pick around that.
Yeah, or you pick a 1v1 hero that doesn't need as much space as a Puppet Master.
That's where, I mean, to be honest, I would prefer having what you got playing Monarch instead of Snooki playing Madman all day.
Yeah, for sure. I wouldn't even bother banning the Monarch because I don't think it's a very good hero, but I mean, we've talked about that last time already, so...
Man, I'm telling you, it's such a boring hero to play, but his kit as a support is really well. You know, he does have that aggression with the Q, the immobilize, and then the heal. I don't think there's any spell in the game that's as strong as that as a defensive support.
Look at this, by the way. Fade is going to run into a Rev Ward, and they saw him, but they had no way of reacting to it. Still just running through the Rev Ward range, and now you have Malikan comfortably farming that stack, yeah.
Yeah, let's take a look at the GPM here. I mean, Malikan's 500 GPM. The next highest is Puppet Master at 329. And PK, and still no PK from the Deadwood, who easily won his lane top. I do not know how Lodestone was managed to get these items for the Deadwood.
Yeah, but I mean, there's 4 deaths on the Deadwood, and Lodestone also soloed him once, which was curious, to say the least. Interesting.
Do you think the DC that he had really kind of allowed Sunk Bob to recover in lane?
Yeah, I think so. And you have Shadow Storm being charged right now. He's actually looking for anything, finds nothing. And only him, Puppet Master's going to get stunned by it. But here you have the Accursed. He's straight up dying to this Madman, but pops his ulti to stay alive.
Amtro actually does a defensive swap instead of the aggressive swap on the Lodestone after the Lodestone stunned in.
But here's the Fade PK coming into play now, and Lodestone stunning afterwards, and wow, with that power throw, being able to finish off that Puppet Master so easily. And Malikan going in right now, he's going in on the Hammer Storm, he's gonna get stunned in tower range, but remember, he has that token.
Yeah, he's gonna go heal up off neutrals, and they're gonna probably push top lane now. Top lane's a little bit easier to push than mid lane. Do you know why that is? I always hear
Um,
people say that.
I think it's the
Sorry to put you on the
fact.
spot.
Yeah, I've long considered this in my infinite wisdom, but no. The uphill for your own side when you're pushing. So you see, oh, they're actually going in right now onto the Hammerstorm. He's gonna get shielded up by the Accursed, and here comes the Lodestone Shadowstorm being huge to kill the Hammerstorm there, and Malikan is still not there, and he's got the Lightning, and he's just diving base. But here you have the Puppet Master, he's finally back, so Deadwood just managing to survive barely, but here comes a nice grasp from the Deadwood onto both the Malikan and the Fade, and did they overstay their welcome? Maybe. Puppet Master is still alive, but Fade, he's gonna try and port away, but he just disappeared.
Wow. I guess
Yeah.
they're so far ahead they can throw and still be in an okay situation, but that was interesting doing that dive. I mean, I know Ha had 14 seconds left on his
On the token, yeah.
on the token, but being it there well doesn't exactly give you the best chance. Oh, Madman.
Oh, and the Madman right now, he is getting caught. Andromeda with that Aurora doing quite some damage, but he's also getting quite low. He doesn't have a Soul Trap available to try and kill this. Oh, but here's the Deadwood. He's quite fast after having run through those trees. He does have a Grasp available, but Madman's just going to man up. Oh, but here's the Grasp. Is it going to be enough? Yeah, that should be enough with the Puppet Show to secure the kill.
Snooki, Zero Team CC15. What are you guys doing?
Uh,
Are they trying to keep it interesting? What? What?
I mean,
Is he-
I guess so.
Oh my goodness. I mean, I like the balls that Snooki had to try to man up on the Deadwood. I think he would have been able to kill him on his own, knowing that Willowmaker was down. However, the puppet being in range and being able to puppet show and immobilize him just blew any chance of that out of the way. So definitely super greedy, because they have no vision up here. So that's another interesting concept. Is Snooki kind of fed that huge lead that he had to the puppet, given that they had no vision. Look at Hellborn's vision in their jungle right now.
Yeah, they're so scared of that Fade. I think that's why they have all those Rev Wards everywhere.
Which is
But yeah.
okay. That's understandable. So it looks like the hammers. Oh, Mock picked up by Snooki
Yeah,
now. That's huge.
I wanted to say he had like 5k gold when he died just now, and there's actually a codex being picked up by Sunk Dunk on the Lodestone. I like it. I find it fun. It's a fun item. But here you have Lodestone and Deadwood actually finding each other there, and Fade, he's scouting out the entire Hellborn team, but Andromeda, with that Rev Ward, does scout him out, so he's forced to back off for now.
Yeah, the Puppet Master.
Oh, Puppet Master finding that Fade. He is going to end up dying real quick, but so does the Fade. But then Malikan jumps in and instantly dies to the punch. So what are you doing, Legion? What's going on? Madman is here with that Mock. He's doing quite some damage, and there's no punch available, remember? So he's quite safe to do whatever he wants to right now.
Wait,
He's
the
the
swap?
Andro swap coming in, but I mean, it was too little too late.
Yeah, I mean, this entire time the hammer is farming as well, but you know, as you mentioned before, the Malikan blew up from Deadwood, and Deadwood is only level 12, and
Yeah.
the Malikan is level 15. Like, that shows how strong Willowmaker is, and the fact that maybe picking Malikan was not the best choice.
Yeah, Deadwood is a really good hero versus the Malikan. But, I mean, yeah, I think he was also affected by the Aurora, which is why he took so much damage from it in the first place, because he does have the Whispering Helm, which provides 5 extra armor, and there's no Lex Talionis on the Deadwood, so yeah. Look at this though, Fade going in on the Accursed over there, but he's being a bit too greedy and is going to end up falling to the Puppet Show. All right.
First game of the morning, I expect
Ooh, power throw.
I expect Zero Team CC15 to be kind of lightly rusty, but they're making these mistakes. Like, why? What's the point of going on the 112 GPM Accursed when you're 226 GPM? There's no value in doing that and being that close to the tier 3 tower, because Hellborn does have a decent amount of CC with the Puppet and the Andro.
And then on top of it all, you know, they do have a Hammerstorm. Not that I think, and a Puppet Master. They have two quite hard carries, but at the same time, you have a Madman and a Malikan
What's your
who are
thoughts
both
on
hard
picking up
carries.
the Insanitarius instead of the Twin Blades on the Hammerstorm right now?
I think he just wants to be as tanky as possible. And that's what he achieves with that Insanitarius. And he also boosts his damage by quite a lot using that. Especially because his ulti is based off of base damage, which is only from strength. So you get 25 strength from the Insanitarius, and so you get all that extra damage from it.
I personally like it, especially when you're a little bit behind on a strength hero, because as you mentioned, it gives you the added strength, it gives you the added health, and it gives you the added bonus. All great things that Hammerstorm needs to be successful. So you thinking next, he probably has to get a BKB.
Yeah, BKB or, well, yeah, BKB for sure, or even a portal key.
Yeah, because Hellborn does have pretty good kite. I think they can still kite him even if he buys the portal key, though. So I personally think we're going to see a BKB coming up from him next.
Yeah, Puppet Master is already going for that BKB. He's getting a bit closer. He just needs 1,000 gold till he has it.
Yeah, he didn't take your advice either by getting the shroud. Bottom lane, they catch the
Yeah,
hammer.
they are catching bottom lane Hammerstorm, and he just ends up falling to the Malikan. So nice catch coming out from the Fade, Lodestone, Malikan there on the hard carry from the Hellborn team.
Hammer overstayed his welcome a little bit. I think, given the situation that the accursed had left, because the accursed ported, correct?
Mm-hmm. Look at this though. Madman is scouting out the Puppet Master, but he needs to be careful because he could end up killing himself. So they have the dust coming out, and he's going to end up killing himself. Is it going to be enough though? Yes, it is.
Honey Badger don't care.
Oh man, a good reaction
Oh.
time from Nuts to do that, but really. Oh, anyway, the Accursed getting picked off now by the Fade and the Lodestone, and I think the Legion team is just going to choose to do the Congors again to get that buff to be able to take the Rax top lane.
Yeah, there's no way for Hellborn to be able to defend this right now, except Willowmaker.
They do have a
They
ward
do
up.
have vision. So they're going to see this entire thing. So maybe, the Deadwood's going to wait to see Malikan get kind of low and go in.
Yeah, he's going to go in right now. He's grasping, and that
dead.
punch, he just died. He's dead. That's a dead Malikan, and all these stuns being used on the Deadwood, they do nothing. Hammerstorm is here now, and he's doing quite some damage on the Lodestone. So Legion, are you trying to make it interesting, or?
They can talk now.
Yeah.
This is, I feel like Legion got so comfortable in the game and they just started disvaluing the heroes. But look at Rumensky, might make a sneaky play.
Yeah, but
here.
look at this. They do have a rev
Oh,
where
he
dust comes
dusted.
out. Portal
Okay,
key.
fast reaction time right there.
Yep.
Saw the dust and knew he had to get out of there, but they're not going to be able to protect this Conqueror. So there goes the token.
Yeah. Deadwood proving his worth against this Malikan, and Puppet Master proving his worth against the Madman.
Are we going to see an MSI comeback?
I mean, wouldn't the viewers and us love that? Then we have something more to talk about, because up until now, this game has been quite one-sided.
Yeah, it's just the over-aggression from Snooki and from HaHa has put the team in kind of an interesting predicament now, but they're still so far ahead in GPM. I think now what they can do is get they have the BKB on the Malikan. They can get a BKB, which they now have on Madman. Next fight's going to be a completely different thing.
Yeah, remember though, the BKB does not actually stop the Deadwood punch.
Yeah, Malikan's going to die either way.
Yeah.
The Deadwood's just going to hunt this Malikan.
That's his job. That's his job this game. And then you have the Puppet Master. If he can find the Madman and do what he did just now, but without dying, the Hellborn could very well take the fight. Because then you only have Lodestone, Fade, and the Luna. And the farm is really not focused on them, with Lodestone also getting a Codex level 2 now. I mean, it's a fun item, but it's not really that effective.
It's a good throwing item. I mean, we want an interesting game. I mean, if Hellborn's trying to make this a little bit more interesting, I completely agree with it. And you can see, this is what I was talking about. The Deadwood, what he's doing with the clear cutting. Fade, kind of, I think he's going to start trying to scout out right now. Yeah, it completely counters a clear cutting, but the Fade
Actually,
has
they're
really
gonna
been
run into
pushing.
each other right here. Dust being used by the Madman, not gonna find anything. But oh, what a reaction time from the Deadwood right there. But here you have
Dust.
Puppet Master. He is gonna get Puppet showed up, and no, don't use the Puppet on that.
You know, it's okay because it's going to delay the push because Fade is such an important hero in setting up the Lodestone ulti that I don't think they're going to be able to push without the Fade up. It wouldn't make
Yeah.
sense. So I guess it's okay. Puppet's ulti should be up
Oh, by
again
the
here.
way, the Hammerstorm might be in some trouble. No, they choose to just keep farming now. But the Deadwood Punch was a far better ability to use against that Fade in that situation because the Shadow Walk was on cooldown, so there's no way that he was going to dodge the punch in any way, and it's a shorter cooldown. I think the puppet voodoo puppet should only really be used on the Malikan.
The Malikan or the Madman, correct? Because I mean, both. This is the thing about a 2-core lineup. This Madman does a ton of damage. If you go and you look at the damage chart, Malikan's only 13% of the damage. Madman's 19% of the damage for the game. That shows how annoying and pesky that hero is.
Yeah, especially with the Mock now. I mean, he just needs to run around in fights, right? And just be as obnoxious and annoying as he can be.
Yeah, he reminds me of my wife when I'm trying to play HoN.
Oh no, Dave.
Oh, I'm sorry. I love you,
Anyway,
honey.
but with these couple pickoffs, the predicament of the game really hasn't changed that much because Legion is still 20k ahead.
Yeah, and we have the cooldown now on the voodoo puppets at 30 seconds. So it looks like they're going to be able to. That spell will be up in time for this push.
Yeah, somewhere I would still like Puppet Master to pick up a portal key so he can just jump in on the Madman whenever he shows himself for this next fight. To just apply both abilities, pop his Shrunken, and run away.
Yeah,
Because Madman
I
kills himself in that case.
I completely agree with you. I would have loved to see BKB coming in from the Hammer Storm, but I would have loved to see the puppet go the Knuckles PK BKB Hellflower build.
Yeah, he would have done great damage in anyways, and the Madman just kills himself.
Yeah, and Fade can even pick up a gem, an eye, and be able to scout out the puppet when he goes invis. So
Yeah.
that's another thing. Fade is just so good versus other invis heroes for that reason. You get an eye on him, and he's able to scout out all these rotations. You can see that Deadwood just playing really, really passive, just sitting in lanes, waiting to see if one of the supports or Malikan or someone will go step up into lane to farm.
Yeah, I would like to get him would like him to get a Shrunken as well.
Yes.
So he should focus some on the farming because if he doesn't get a Shrunken, then he's gonna, kind of suicide into the Malikan to kill him.
He's gonna go on the Fade right here.
Yeah, he will. He's gonna get the punch. Oh, does he even get the punch off? It doesn't look like it. And Fade manages to pop Shadow Walk just in time.
Yep.
When you have the Lodestone coming in, he whiffs the stun, unfortunately. But there you have the Codex doing work. But there's the PK from the Fade. Are they gonna? Oh, 2 power throws hitting that Deadwood. He does have Portal Key up in 1 second. He does not get it off. Nice stun coming out from Fade. I don't think that was. I think that was skill shot range.
Minsky just outplayed him so hard.
Yeah.
I don't think he should be using Deadwood ulti on the Fade. And you can see bottom Madman playing with fire down here.
Yeah, I don't think they've seen him. He's just scouting out what's happening. And look, he found the Andro and he doesn't care. Pops Shrunken, swaps the Hammerstorm in, but Andro still ends up dying.
Nemesis.
And that Andro death actually allows them to push top lane now. So they should be able to get top lane.
They still have to be careful though. Deadwood, does he have a buyback? He does not, so yeah, you're right. They shouldn't be careful. No buybacks available, and wow, a curse just ended up falling after using his ultimate there. Shrunken being used by the Malikan. He's just focusing down the racks with that double damage, but here you have the Puppet Master. He found what you got, but why what you got? Okay, Hammerstorm is going to end up falling as well to the combined wrath of Malikan, Lodestone, and Fade, but yeah, so that was an interesting play. I know he had a buyback, but now he doesn't have the Voodoo Puppet up either.
I think it goes back to the comment that you and I made. there's 2 targets he should be voodoo pupping.
Anywho, there's the fade
Great
going
line
in on the
stun.
Puppet Master as well as the Deadwood. Yeah, indeed. Great line stun. Andromeda maybe looking for that swap, but it's on cooldown for just another second. All right, so they're gonna get two sets of racks almost. The ranged rack still standing, but I mean, who really cares about that racks anyways?
No, Rock's useless.
Well, at
Not
least the
necessarily
ranged
useless.
racks.
It's worth money. So at the end of the day, money's important, but it's not worth your team dying, especially when you're in this much of a lead.
Yeah, and look at this. Basher now picked up on the Madman. I like
That's
that.
fun. That's a fun item. I like
Yeah.
this a lot now.
Oh wow. I hope you guys saw what we saw, but that was that was fun.
I hope chat saw that. The 3 of them grouped up in the
Oh, look at this. Deadwood going in on the Illuna. They really just want to kill what you got right here, it seems. And Deadwood gonna end up falling to the Malikan, but
That's a lot of hate for what you got.
yeah,
In the
second
past-
time
in the
now that
past
ult.
2 minutes. If I'm what you got, I'm laughing. If that's a TMM game. He's putting the question mark saying, why are you ulting me?
Yeah.
They accomplish nothing right there by killing the Illuna because they can just, I mean, there's no Willowmaker and the Deadwood's dead for 42 seconds. They can just keep pushing bottom.
Yeah.
But I don't think they will, not without the Madman. But Madman picks up the post haste now.
But I'm just really wondering, does the Hellborn really think that they can still win this?
Hey,
I
never give up,
mean-
never surrender.
Never surrender, but I mean, okay, they don't see that they're 28k gold behind, but they got to know something's up with all these items that keep popping up for both the supports as well as the carries on the Legion side.
Yeah, I was taught to never give up until the fat lady sings, and I have not seen a fat lady taunt yet.
Yeah, that's true, but here we have the Shadowstorm getting charged up with the Lowstone. He jumps in on the Accursed, but nice timing on the, what's that, Flame Consumption, so he's going to survive, but Andromeda, no response to the Madman Shrunken right there. Here comes a Grasp, and it's going to catch neither of them. And in the same time, you actually have Puppet Master finishing the Kongor and killing the Malikan right there, popping the Shrunken to try and stay alive, but I mean, the Madman just dealing too much damage right there.
Yeah, the Madman bashed him second hit, and you have the buyback coming up for the Malikan.
But what a snipe on Kongor. That's actually huge. Well played by Imbanuts, but I mean, without the buyback, Legion's confident to push right now. And there you have it.
Nothing can hurt me.
There's a Shadowstorm being channeled, but I mean, he did get stunned up by the Hammerstorm. He does go in, and he has no
BKB.
armor, but yeah,
That was an
BKB
interesting
popped.
BKB usage right there, to be honest.
Yeah, he was
He's-
afraid of the Lodestone, but look at this Malikan damage right now. That lightning just popping on everything.
That had to have been a misclick, right, on the BKB, because he used it without even fighting anyone. So there was about 4 seconds of BKB used where he didn't do anything.
Yeah, I think he was using it for the Shadowstorm that was being charged by the Lodestone, so that he wouldn't get stunned. But Hammerstorm did have a buyback, so he's back right now. Punch being used on the Malikan, and look at that damage. I mean, he's not going to be able to survive that. Ha ha ha, falls again.
Yeah, I don't know how they're going to defend versus Megas right now, as they call it concede. Is it going to pass?
But is he going to pass?
Looks like not. Looks like they want to actually defend this out.
Yep.
And this now becomes a PvE game, and Legion has no problem letting it become a PvE game.
Yep. And what are the true creep clearers here? They have the Hammerstorm and they have the Puppet Master, but you know, that's 2 heroes versus 3 lanes.
Yeah, Puppet's clear is not even that good necessarily, but
And they do end up calling the GG, so well played by the Legion there. Just a couple of throws, but didn't really matter in the end.
yeah, absolutely. There was definitely some misplays there by Hellborn. I would have liked to see the laning stage go a little bit a little bit differently for them. Nothing wrong with an Accursed pickup. I like it, but that needs to be used in more of a defensive type tri lane, not so much as going an aggressive tri lane.
Yeah, for sure. Or in an aggressive dual lane, it can be utilized quite well with the heroes that we said, like an Amun-Ra or a Lodestone. But I mean, an Amun-Ra is not really going to be picked up, of course. But maybe something like a Valkyrie, you know, one that has an escape, so he can just sit behind when the Valkyrie is just being annoying and just whittling down the carry on the other side, and then whenever they go on the Valkyrie, he just shields him. He's able to leap away. We've seen that strategy used before a long time ago by old Willowkeeper, or known as or BMG with Boxy playing that, but it just doesn't make any sense to have an accursed in an aggressive tri lane.
Nope. Completely agree.
So yeah,
So-
final thoughts, Dave?
I'm excited for round 2. I'm hoping we have a little bit more of a better laning phase from Team Yolandi. I would like to see that, so they zero team CC15 doesn't snowball as hard. But it was kind of fun to watch them throw a little bit. You have to admit, watching zero
Yeah.
team CC15, the man ups from Zuki, I loved it. However, at the same time, it was just like, dude, you just prolonged this game by like 15 minutes by doing that.
Yeah, and the codex was of course great, but I mean, did we really see it come into
Was
play?
that the first codex in this tournament? Did Sunk Bob really buy out the first codex? Do you know?
I
I
have
think from the
no
casted
idea.
games.
From the casted games, maybe, yeah, because I think that. Oh yeah, yeah. No, in my first game we had 3 codexes.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, so remember, guys, this was game 1 of a best of 3, so make sure to stay tuned, and we've got more action coming right up.
Captain's pick.
Hello and welcome back to the second game of this best of 3 series in the semifinals of the HoN OMG 2020 tournament. We have 0 Team 15, CC 15 versus Team Yolandi. I'm joined by Big Wave Dave and I'm Shorkan, and we've got some bans going on. Dave, what do you think?
They banned the Madman.
Yeah,
Good.
I
Okay,
saw that.
Much better. Thank
Much
you.
better.
Much better. I absolutely agree. Snooki's too good at that hero. The hero's too annoying.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. The
It's a very
Madman.
frustrating hero, right?
Magmus.
Yes! We get to see a
Magmus! Yes! I mean, Yeah, that's great. That's nice. That's fun. I like
Legion
Magnus.
wins.
Legion wins. But yeah, Kinesis also still being banned out. I think that's pretty good ban. Lodestone banned, and actually Andromeda and Moira are still both available, but neither team is interested. But come on, pick the Magnus Angie. I want to see people go boom.
Ooh, I love that combo too, but it requires a lot of communication. So I don't know if they don't play it. I don't see them picking it up because Inji is one of those heroes where if you don't play it all the time, it's you could completely fail with it.
Yeah, it's a difficult hero, but
Swiftblade.
it has a high skill ceiling. So they're picking the Swiftblade really early.
I don't like that at all,
I'm not
especially
a
with the
fan.
rally.
I mean, rally, yeah, it's decent just because it does physical damage. But really, it's about the fact that they can pick something that really doesn't care about a Swiftblade now, just something that can disable it through that magic community.
And what heroes are those?
Well, we have a Succubus, we have a Drunken Master, we have a Pandemonium, we have a Keeper of the Forest, we have a Prisoner, we have a Kraken, we have a Deadwood, we have a Malakin, we have a lot of heroes, a Gauntlet, we have Pharaoh, we have many heroes, Dave, that fill that role of disabling the Swiftblade. So Monarch is going to get through the bans, by the way. So What You Got gets his favorite hero.
I mean, you basically just point out by naming 10 heroes right off the bat, just kind of how poor picking a Swiftblade this early on is in the draft. But hey, they might have a strat that they've ran before that they're comfortable with, and they're like, okay, we don't care. Try to counter the Swiftblade. We're gonna, maybe the Swiftblade's gonna be mid. Maybe they want them to pick around thinking the Swiftblade's gonna be this position 1 core, and they're trying to just do a little bit of a bait here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, what I'm thinking of as well is that when you're gonna pick a carry, usually it's in the second picking phase. So it's when when there have been when all the bans have been out, and that is generally when you pick those types of heroes that you wanted to already ban the counters for. So I don't know. I only like it to pick carries third if you're Hellborn, because straight after you can ban any counters to it.
They pick up the Vindy. The Vindy Swiftblade combo in lane is incredibly defensive. So it's going to be really hard to kill that Swiftblade, especially with the Vindy. So, it goes back to what I said earlier. Good Vindys are going to keep themselves in this position.
Well, there you have
Hellbringer
it. Hellbringer being picked up, and I'm curious to see if that's going to be a core Hellbringer or whether it's going to be a second support Hellbringer. I have seen Dutch played as a core, and that's fun. That's a fun hero.
I think it's better to be mid than as a position 4 second support, because this is second support. You really want some good lockdown, some good stun, have a hero that's super mobile, that's reliant. And until Hellbringer is level 6, I mean, he just does a lot of damage in lane. He has no stun. I mean, he has that 1 second fear, but he can't really set up kills with that ability as a second support.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult, so he's going to need some setup. Luckily, he does have the Monarch. So we're just going to have to wait and see what they're going to do with it. And let's look at some of these bans. So there's Master of Arms, the Arachna. I really like the Arachna ban, by the way, because that hero beats anything 1v1, it feels like. And they have the Predator and the Lord Sulfuras. So these, I think, are pretty standard bans, except for the Sulfuras.
Yeah, I think
it's against the Hellbringer.
CC15 knows that Yolandi Gaming likes to pick Lord Sulfuras, because I believe in the quarterfinals they picked it.
Yeah, for sure. And Lord Sulfuras is also a great counter to that Hellbringer. And look at this, the Engineer being banned and then Flux being picked. I don't know if that was a mistake because he insta-picked that Flux. It could be that he wanted to do the Flux NG combo with the Mag NG.
I think if they were going to do the Flux NG combo, they would have picked up the Engineer a little bit sooner, and knowing that it's probably going to get banned since there is a Magnus.
I don't know. But
they already had the Vindy as well, so maybe they have
second support, right?
They might have the Magnus playing a second support role. and the Vindy playing hard support.
I really think that it could be that he did not realize that the engineer was being banned and that he just insta-picked the Flux and that he did not expect engineer to be banned.
I don't know, we're gonna have to ask him because typically you don't see that Flux unless there's some kind of other setup. So maybe they're gonna pick a Geomancer next. Because just a Flux and a Magnus, there's not that much synergy with the Flux right now. It's kind of like a wasted pick, it seems, in my mind, unless they have a plan for a really strong 5th pick.
Tempest. I'm calling it now. And by me saying that I'm calling it now is actually a joke because they're picking Balfagor.
Wow. Okay. Balfagor into Flux. I mean, it's not a combo I see that often, but
It could work.
it absolutely could work. I mean, they picked up Balfagor. One of the teams picked up I haven't seen Balfagor much this tournament. I saw it once in a game yesterday. But what are your thoughts on Balfagor right now and the changes to Staff of the Master?
It's sick. It's insane. It's really strong. It increases the radius to 1000, so it's a huge ultimate. It's almost as big as the Apex ultimate.
So maybe that's the plan there with the Flux and the Balfagor. Let's get a Balfagor and early staff, and let's use the Flux ulti along with the Magnus ulti. I mean, they have disgusting team fight with the Vindy as well. So
Yeah.
they're going to be very team fight centric here. Other question for you here, real quick. One of your teammates, Dutch, showed me this on stream. But Balfagor with Arcane Bomb. Have you heard of that before?
Balfagor with Arcane Bomb. What for?
Well, it blows up the volatile
The minions. Right. Yeah. Could be strong. I think it's kind of an expensive item if that's the reason for it. I mean, it does do 350 magic damage, so it's quite a lot, but
Wait,
I don't know.
Let's get it on.
did they not swap? That's a Snooki on Nymphora. And what
Yeah,
you got on Rally, they didn't swap.
Did they mean to, though? I think they might have meant to, but...
It
Aha,
was
there we
lag
go.
issues, didn't swap. Okay. So
All right, so we're gonna get a remake. But let's talk a bit about the draft. So we had a Balfagor as the last pick. We talked about that enough. And on the other side, we had the Nymphora being picked. Now, I'm a huge fan of Nymphora right now, but they're playing it with a Monarch, right? Yeah.
Yep.
And I'm not sure I like that very much.
very defensive. But however, they can go and clear stacks pretty easily.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember who was the carry for Ha that was picked up by Hellborn.
I'm having trouble reminding myself, but we're just gonna have to wait and see. But I'm really curious to see how the Balfagor actually works out.
Yeah, no, I agree as well. And one of the things I haven't seen this tournament either that I would have liked to see is a Tempest. There's so many heroes this tournament that I would have liked to see a little bit more of, like a Shell Shock, the Tempest, the Keeper. I mean, Keeper's so strong, and it's something that we haven't seen.
Yeah, because I mean, all that combination with that Flux. I mean, having any of those heroes picked up, like Tempest, could have definitely worked. Not against a Hellbringer, but it's just these heroes that are fun. I mean, they did have the Vindicator in combination with the potential Flux Tempest, but now they have the Flux Balfagor.
Yeah, I haven't seen that combo before, so I'm excited to see it. That Balfagor staff, I've seen it used a few times, and the damage is ridiculous.
Yeah, so we're just gonna have to wait and see, and we'll be back in a few minutes when the game is remade, hopefully in all picks, so we can get those picks through quickly.
Okay, and we're back.
Yes, we are back, and we do see the carry. It was Forsaken Archer. That was the carry that was picked up for Zero Team CC15.
Magmus.
Yeah, a little bit of a brain fart on my end, but I was actually thinking about this.
Swift blade.
Getting Shrunken Head on Hellborn, if any of the core heroes do, Legion's basically useless, minus Swiftblade Ultimate.
Yeah, so we're gonna have to wait and see what they actually do with that, because Swiftblade is a really good hero here for the Hellborn team. Like, really strong. They did not pick up any real counter to it, as I was mentioning earlier, that was possible. They don't have something like a Kronos who just uses a Chrono field, or something like a Drunken Master or a Prisoner or something like that just keeps him down. But maybe it won't be necessary.
There is a lack of stuns in CC on a Legion team. That's one of the few things that worries me, is you really only have the Magnus stun.
Yeah.
You have some slows from Vindicator book and Balfagor minions and from the Flux, but you don't really have any CC, where if you look on the Hellborn side with the Rally, the Monarch, the Nymphora, the Forsaken Archer, the Hellbringer, that is insane.
Yeah, all of them have catch, and I feel it's a lot easier to play drafts where the heroes are like the Forsaken Archer, the Hellbringer, like what the Hellborn has.
Yep.
It's a lot easier to pull those games off, because you only need to hit your stuns.
Do you
Whereas,
think this?
Mhm.
Do you think the Swiftblade has to pick up Shrunken Head this game?
I would of course prefer it that he not do that, but I feel he might need to anyways, because he's not able to activate his counterattack during his spin.
No, and the counterattack is going to be very clutch against the Forsaken Archer. Do you know if Split Shot actually procs counterattack?
I think it does. Because if that's the case, then Forsaken Archer is not actually that great a hero against Swiftblade, because he can just get 3 Doombringers and activate it.
That I would like to see that from Imbanuts, to be completely honest. So, what are your thoughts about the Magnus? Do you think it's going to be played as the second support, or are they going to have the Flux playing second support? Or I really don't know how they're going to lane this. The lanes seem a little interesting to me. The Balfagor should be mid, but what about the Flux and the Magnus? Do you think they dual lane that together?
I don't know. Like, I really think that the Magnus should be the one to play either a roaming role or the semi-support role, but it looks to me like the Flux is going to be that semi-support, because Magnus is the carry player from last game. He was the one who was playing the Hammerstorm.
Yeah, I would like to see in this situation the Swiftblade and the Flux rotate out, and the Magnus, Vindy, and Swiftblade go top lane. Because the Flux and Magnus should not get anything from this lane. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, Flux is in general not a very good dual laner, because he doesn't really provide a stun. He's
Yep.
very good when he... Oh, it looks like it is going to be a semi-support Magnus choosing to not go for Somas, though, with Flux getting a lot of HP. Like, he's already up to 740.
And what you got actually see these rotations as well. Might have even seen Fallen One placing the ward. So he could, let's see, someone's faring something. Wig actually has the counter ward.
Yeah, so does
I'm curious if he
Nymphora, though.
spotted that out. They both do. Did Nymphora just send that to himself? Because they
Yeah.
might actually prioritize that 150 gold on the Nymphora on Rominsky.
Yeah, of course. I mean, he did spend 100 gold for that Rev Ward, so they could have also just given the Rev Ward from what you got to that Nymphora, but then what you got's going to be really poor. And that's a sad position to be in. And Sunk Dunk again choosing to go for the boots. But, like, why? Vindicator's not that great a hero at boxing out, and any single time that they actually go on you, you can compel away from that spin.
Yep, I think in this situation, you should definitely rotate out the Flux and have that tri lane be top, knowing that Flux should be able to do really well against the Rally solo. That's just my opinion, but we'll have to wait and see how they play this, because Swiftblades should get free farm.
Yeah, but I really would have preferred Rally having a hatchet versus this Vindicator tome, or what's it called, the Glyph of Silence, because the hatchet is such a great tool to kill that glyph just a bit quicker.
And how how did Vindy actually skill? Let's see here. So yeah, he leveled the glyph first.
Yeah,
is the
which
right
I also don't really understand. I know it slows, but I mean, the Sage's lore actually does damage as well as disarming the other hero. It does 85 damage at level 1, which is quite a lot.
And you can spam it and prevent last hits from the rally. Because the rally is level 2 already, so they're not really boxing out the rally, which maybe the Vindy should have leveled the W to get some more harass, but
Yeah, either that or the Sage's incantation.
yeah.
Sage's lore. Wow, my bad. It's Master's incantation. Sage's lore, glyph of silence. Yeah, great ability names that I'm gonna remember from now on.
So what are your thoughts on this mid-line matchup, the Balfagor and the Hellbringer?
Well, this is one that Hellbringer should easily take, but I feel like if there's one rotation from the Magnus to middle, once he gets his boots up, I mean, that's a dead Hellbringer mid.
Yeah, Hellbringer is very similar in the aspect that it's like a puppet, where they're easily gankable mid.
Yeah.
That's one of the things about an Intiro mid with no escape, like a Hag, for example. Hag has an escape, and a Bubbles has an escape, so they're great mid heroes.
I do gotta say, though, he has 15 last hits on Snooki already, so I think he's only missed one so far.
That's insane. The dude is a beast.
Yeah, Balfagor is also really not able to contest this Hellbringer.
No, and the Vindy picks up the haste rune, so they were able to get both runes.
Actually, they might go on him here. Snooki might be in a bit of trouble as the silence comes in on him. He quickly kills the Glyph of Silence, but here come the minions of the Balfagor. They're slowing as well, but he does have his Q available. Now he uses it, and Hellbringer, he's dead.
Wow, great rotation by the Vindy, getting that haste rune. I'm actually confused.
Oh, we see a bit of trash talk coming out.
Oh, I love it.
Anyway, we have top lane. Flux might be in a bit of trouble as you have both the Nymphora and the Monarch there. Nice line stun from the Magnus. It's not going to matter though, as that kill is there.
Yeah, they can't do that. They can't go fight into into that side of the Hellborn jungle right now, given how much CC Nymph in the Monarch and the FA. They can't. They have to stay in lane and kind of stay on the left-hand side and play very passive.
Yep. So yeah, Balfagor did get some reprieve from that gank from Vindicator, but he's actually up to now 360 gold per minute, so we're gonna have to wait and see what he does with that. If he gets a staff with that Flux, I just really want to see it, to be honest. Top lane, we do have the Flux getting gone on by the Monarch, as well as the Forsaken crippling volley, but Magma's waiting a bit too long with that stun. But Nymphora now in trouble when he does end up dying, so nice turn kill coming up from the Legion side versus that tri-lane.
Yeah, the issue is the Flux is dying, and the Flux is the core on that, so the Flux needs to stay alive.
Yeah, look at the mid lane though. We have a rally coming into the Balfagor, and that is going to be an easy kill for them as well. So good rotation from Sunkdunk, again getting the Striders. But, oh man, it's hurting me so much. Like when I play second support rally, I'm like, yeah, I get the Striders because they're a cheap mobility option and I'm roaming a lot. But as an off lane, you're a core. You want to get tanky. You want to be annoying, you know?
Yep. Maybe it's just they knew the Hellbringer was easily gankable, and the Magnus was going to be rotating a lot, and Sung said, hey, I'm going to have to be a little bit more active this game because I have two supports that their entire job is going to be protecting that FA, stacking the jungle. They're going to solely rely on this FA being 800 GPM and carrying the game. Based off the picks, that's what I see, is they're putting this entire game, and you see mid lane, the Magnus setting up.
Yeah, we do see Magnus. He does only have level 1 stun, and he does not actually have any boots right now. Nymphora is there as well, so there is a Hellbringer ulti. Wow, nice dodge coming off the Magnus. They seem to have vision on him now, though. He's gonna stun away, but is the Hellbringer gonna pop the ulti? In the bottom lane, we do have Sunkdunk picking off the Vindicator, but Magnus could still be in a bit of trouble. Malphus being used right here. He's gonna try and deny himself to the Ancients, but it's not gonna happen. But here's the Balfagor with the creeps. Look at that damage coming in on the Hellbringer, and here you have the Balfagor. Now he's chasing the Nymphora. He does not care. He's got his creeps on him. He's getting a bit of slow, but Oh, what timing from the mana on Romensky right there to boost himself away from those creeps.
Yeah, and I know you're watching the fight in the jungle with the Balfgor and the Magnus, but bottom lane, Rally was actually able to get the pick off on the Vindicator and escape. He
Yeah.
outplayed and juked the Swiftblade like a boss. That was really nice from Dunk, using direct pathing, getting in the trees in a position where the Swiftblade couldn't find him.
Look at this though, Balfagor is going to run into the Hellbringer. There is no Malphus available, but here's Dunk to help him out. Seismic Slam is available, so that should be an easy kill, and he doesn't even need to use it.
Yeah, but you don't all tap, guys. It's karma, man.
Yeah. But sorry for my robotic co-caster right there, but I'm sure his internet's gonna fix itself in a second. But yeah, karma is everything right there, right? But yeah, so we do have Balfagor actually picking up a sacrificial stone, which is quite nice with his self-heal on the minions.
Yeah, sorry about that. Little bit of a connection issue. Do I sound a little bit?
Oh, there you have it though. The Hellbringer is going to get slowed up by the Balfagor. He's not going to pop the ultimate for Magnus to get in range, but I love the aggression coming out from the Legion right now. But is it going to be enough? Because look at this, the Forsaken Archer up to 400 GPM. Snooki is still up at 380 gold per minute. And only the Balfagor, and well, they're quite even actually, except that the supporting cast of the Hellborn just has a lot more gold.
Yeah, the rally is the difference. I think this is where top lane.
Yeah, top lane, we have the Monarch actually getting caught out by the Magnus there, as well as the Vindicator, so they're getting that kill, but here comes the Forsaken Archer ulti, but Forsaken Archer actually needs to run away. So well played by the Legion team getting that pick off, but it's ideally not the one they want. Bottom lane, you do have the Swiftblade getting the Seismic Slam on his head, and he is going to fall. So Dunk getting another pick off, 202 right now. He's been 4 in 4 of the 7 kills.
Yeah, Sunk Bob's playing really well. It almost makes you think that maybe he gets the boots first, for the reasons I mentioned, to be a little bit more active, because he has been setting up kills mid. He's been really active this game. So I mean, with the points in battle experience, because if you notice, he has 3 points in battle experience.
Yeah,
he's not
doing
putting
a
any
lot of
points.
damage.
He doesn't need items to deal right click damage because of that passive ability. So maybe that's his plan.
In the mid lane, we do have the Malphus being popped by Hellbringer, but in the meantime, Balfagor just says, I'm going to push your tower. Man, this pick, I love it. It's doing so much. And look at this, Hellbringer's in trouble. Here comes the Balfagor ulti as well, and he's going to just explode. Snooki was not expecting that at all. And in the bottom lane, you do have Dunk falling to the swift slashes from Swiftblade.
Yeah, I was watching bottom lane that entire time, and Rally tried to make little cheeky escape.
Yeah, but it didn't end up working out for him. So Swiftblade doing a great job right now, up to 440 GPM, actually highest farmer in the game, along with his buddy Balfagor. In the top lane, the Flux and the Magnus are still sticking around, but I'm really curious to see what this Flux is actually going to do this game. He's actually up to 270 gold per minute now as well, kind of matching the rally. So yeah, now look at this mid lane. We have Hellbringer coming up. Nice stun from the Nymphora to set it up. And here comes the Compel into the Seismic Slam. But he's healing so much, and he's got an Astrolabe on top of that, so he can still pop it if he wants to. There you have it. Sackstone is still available, and no one is porting in from the Legion side. He's going to pop the minions and silence the rally, but it's a Flux that's porting in, and he is going to get the slow on both the Rally and the Nymphora and the Hellbringer, but Nymphora's is going to fall. Vindicator is here to join the party, but Snooki does get healed up now by the Volatile Pod from that Nymphora. But man, this Balfagor is creating space. In the top lane, we do have the Magnus falling prey. Wow, he gets out. But Monarch and Forsaken Archer are going to chase. He's going to try and juke into the trees, and they seem to know where he is. But are they going to find him? What did you... Oh, okay, and then they found him at the last second. But yeah, Swiftblade going to finish that bot tower in the meantime.
Yeah, it would have been great if the Balfagor had ultimate right there, right when Flux ulted. Because they were all like 300 HP, and the rotations were just a little slow. I would have liked to see maybe the Vindy rotate a little bit sooner.
Yeah, for sure. But I think that the Legion is doing an absolutely fantastic job right now with their draft. Look, Swiftblade is up to 500 gold per minute. He's getting closer to that cleaver, and there's already some stacks in the woods as well.
You know what's interesting to me is the FA is not farming the stacks. The Nymphora has been following around the Hellbringer, taking these stacks.
Yeah, I think Hellbringer is one of those heroes that can also carry a game quite well when he gets that Staff of the Master, when he gets that Restless Zone, and FA is quite content farming top lane for now.
So here's another interesting thing for you: the Sacrificial Stone coming out on Balfagor. It's an item you don't see very much. However, with the Astrolabe and the passive plus 10% healing done, what are your thoughts on that item?
I love it on Balfagor because look at the minions. The heal of that also improves for himself when he walks over corpses. And you know, whenever he uses Regurgitate, he's going to spit out 6 corpses. So that's a really great thing for him. But here you have the Rally going to get silenced. What a stun coming out from the Magnus. Hitting 2, but here's the Compel. Flux ulti was a bit too late, and the Balfagor still standing strong. Here comes the Seismic Slam. It's not going to be off though, and Balfagor still surviving all this damage right now. They are going to run into the Hellbringer. Is there a slow on him? Yes, there is. Vindicator is there with the auto attacks. Gonna put the book down on 2 of them, but Balfagor in a bit of trouble now. Gonna need to get away for now. He's trying to get the deny off with that Flux, and he's gonna get hit by that wave, but he's healing himself up with those corpses. Is it gonna be enough though? He has just a few more HP, and in the end he does get denied by the Vindicator. And the Flux does end up falling as well.
I think he was gonna live. What are your thoughts? Do you think I thought he was possibly going to live because he also had 3 charges up on his Sackstone?
He did end up using the Sackstone. Oh, no, he didn't. Yeah, he could have survived that, for sure.
That is a huge miscommunication between the Vindicator and the Balfagor.
Yeah, and also the fact that the Flux also started auto-attacking, and actually Magma's now getting found in the same spot as just now, and suddenly the game is looking a lot better for the Hellborn team. So what are your thoughts on the draft now from both teams?
Man, I love the Balfagor pick. I think Balfagor's fantastic, but the Flux has been a little lackluster. You know, being 1-3-3, being only involved in 3 kills at this time. You know, I really would have liked to see another hero with a little bit more CC. You know, maybe that Geomancer. The Engineer would have been fantastic if they would have just picked up the Engineer sooner. Their combo would have been, they would have done fantastic. The Magnus Engie combo would have done well even against that dual lane of the Nymph and the Monarch. Yeah, because that combo is a little bit more defensive, they would have been able to harass the FA a little bit. Also, instead of the Swiftblade, I would have liked to see a Benzington, I think.
Yeah, but I think for him farming now, Swiftblade is a harder carry than the Benzington, and I feel that there's not much on the Hellborn side that actually stops the Swiftblade. So he's got that cleaver now, so he's farming really well. And look at this, he's going in onto the Hellbringer. Nice Demon Strike coming out from Snooki to keep himself alive, but if that Swift Slashes were to hit him, he'd be dead. I would have almost liked to see a Vindicator ulti being used there, just to kill the Hellbringer.
Legion wants to take over this top part of the map now, it looks like.
Yep. Swiftblade does have a port available, and I really think he should join for this fight right now, because when he wasn't there, we saw what happened. The Hellborn team did end up falling. I mean, the Legion team did end up falling.
Yeah, now that he has his cleaver, I think it's okay, but he actually uses his port to go bottom.
And doesn't even deny the tower.
No. So now what's happened is they've fully just committed. I think Hellborn's going to see this, and they're going to push this top lane. And it's going to be really difficult for Legion to defend this tier 2.
What do you think about Ramensky on that Nymphora not leveling his teleport?
I don't really think they need it right now. I don't think that they need that.
Look at this though, the Monarch is going to get silenced up by the Balfagor, but Balfagor choosing instead to not go too far. He realized he might have been a bit in too deep. But yeah, so Legion team is not really able to fight without their Swiftblade right now, but he's just doing a great job farming with that Rune Cleaver. So yeah, Flux did just pick up a portal key, so that's gonna be his first item. And I've always said that Flux can do a great job at carrying a game if he gets the items, because he's just a really tanky ranged hero with extra auto attacks through that magnetic surge, and it's so difficult to get away from him once he has that portal key.
Yeah, the portal key's huge from the Flux now.
But look at this, they're going in on the Balfagor. Remember, he's really tanky, but here comes the Hellbringer ulti on top of it. Are they going to have the disables? Yes, they are. Rally also porting in with his own portal key, and Flux is going to get caught here, and it's going to be another kill in the for the side of the Legion.
Yeah,
so maybe overseeing their welcome a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. And taking Archer is going to be that much more difficult to deal with once he gets the geometers. But, you know, the Swiftblade hasn't been part of any team fights whatsoever.
Yeah, and I think that's a mistake, because you see that the Hellborn, when they fight, it's only when they have the Hellbringer ultimate, and then they immediately win the fight.
And now they're taking Kongor.
Yeah, I mean, Malphus is such a great tool at both pushing as well as just tanking Kongor for a bit. I mean, look at this. It's falling super quick.
Oh, they have a great team for taking Kongor.
But Balfagor is actually running into them right now, so this might be a mistake from the Hellborn side, because look how low Rally is, and here you have the Flux into the Balfagor ulti, and two people fall straight away, and FA, he wants to finish that Kongor, but in the end, wow, the Flux ends up killing the Kongor, and this was a mistake from the Hellborn side. Swiftblade still isn't here, but who cares? I mean, they're taking this fight 4v5, and they're winning, because here's the Magnus. He's going to be able to get the stun on the Monarch if he wants to. He's looking for more. Swift Slash is in, so Swiftblade did end up joining, and the entire Hellborn side just fell.
Yeah. A little bit of an oversight. I mean, it was altogether, that was a risky play to do that. Very risky, high risk, high reward, I guess, and it didn't pay off, and it gave Legion the opportunity they needed. I mean, look at the gold change now from that fight.
Yeah, that was ridiculous, and especially the experience, because of that tri-lane that they've had this entire time with that Amphora, Monarch and Amphora are only level 8.
Wow, this Balfagor is doing work. I'm excited to see the staff pick up, though. I don't think they're gonna go do Kongor here. I think they're gonna rotate and just keep farming. What's next for the Swiftblade? What do you think the Swiftblade needs to do to get a little bit more impactful in these team fights? Because he's still only involved in 2 kills out of 14.
I would like to see him pick up something for more or extra mobility. So he needs something like a Shroud, something like a Portal Key, or even just go for that Frostburn. Look at the top lane though. Flux is going to get caught out by the Rally, and it's going to be enough to kill him. And they are going to deny that first tier tower. But yeah, Legion is in a really good position, because it seems to me like they really kind of have the late game here.
Niv port on Magnus.
Yeah, Magnus is in trouble. He did get the compel off, but he does have the stun available. He does get 2 with the line stun, does not get the deny. It was very close, but Balfagor in the meantime is just split pushing bottom lane, and he's getting that damage done. Hellbringer does pick up the staff now though, as well as the Geometer's Bane on Forsaken Archer.
Yeah, that's some really good damage. I kind of like what they did there. They saw that they committed to the mid tower, and Balfagor was like, okay, I'm going to go do some chip damage to the tier 3.
I mean, that wasn't even chip damage, Dave. The tower lost like 1500 HP.
Oh, you're 100% correct, man. I'm just trying to look at the benefits of that for Legion, which, you know, they get the tier 1 tower, they kill the Magnus, but I don't see that really benefiting him anyway. The gold, the GPM is still exactly where it was.
Yeah. I mean, Hellbringer does have his Staff of the Master now, so he's going to be quite formidable, but I mean, they gave Kong freely to the Legion team there, and Balfagor is one of those heroes that can walk headfirst into 5 heroes and really not be that scared.
And look up the pickup from Vindy, Arcane Bomb. That's something I'd expect to see from maybe Hellborn, not so much needed. But why do you think he has the Arcane Bomb?
It's for Malphus.
For Malphus and the Geos on FA?
Yeah. So the Arcane Bomb does do extra damage to summons, but I mean, or 500 true damage or 50% of the target's max health, whichever is higher. So on a Malphus, that means that the that the hero that the Malphuses, I don't know, plural of Malphus, they are gonna get reduced down to half life immediately, but they're gonna need to have 2 of those items if they want to kill the Hellbringer Malphite immediately.
Yeah, I would have liked to see maybe a Storm Spirit or something because of the rally or a push book as a pause comes out. I mean, push book, especially versus the Hellbringer, I feel like they need some kind of utility. Sorry,
Yeah,
the tablet.
yeah, exactly. And I mean, not only that, but a restoration stone, right? On a Vindicator, that seems kind of like a no-brainer.
Because the hero has no mobility. That's one of the Vindy's biggest weaknesses is the fact that it has no mobility. So having a tablet of command, having a storm spirit adds some utility to a hero that has horrible movement. So
Yeah.
because that ultimate, if he gets picked off by the rally, they're not going to be able to fight. So Vindy, essentially, what a lot of people, and I think this was actually recommended to me before in a TMM game, they said, Dave, you're on Vindy, just sit in the well.
I think we talked about that last time as well, that if you're playing a Cersei or a Vindicator, just, sit in the base.
Yeah,
You're
because
safe there.
the arcane bomb forces the Vindicator to actually put himself in a position to use it on the Hellbringer ultimates, on the Malphis, however you want to say it, or the geometers from the Forsaken Archer.
To be fair, though, it does have 1200 range, which is intense. That is quite some range, and it does provide some good stats. 4 strength, 4 agility, and 14 intelligence. And in the end, it's kind of like a build-up item because it's a very cheap item. It's only 1650 gold, and it does affect the Malphuses quite well, but it's just not the full counter.
Yeah, I mean, it allows him to farm a little bit as well, using the Q, and then the arcane bomb does a little bit more damage and flash farm a little bit. But I haven't seen him do that with it yet. That's something I typically, if I have to pick up the arcane bomb as a Vindy, I'm using it to kind of help me farm a little bit. You want to utilize the item.
hmm You can use it, like, I like it on a hero like a Myrmidon as well, because then with your weed field, if you ever have this like huge number of archers, just the lane creeps coming to you, you can weed field them and then use the arcane bomb to instantly kill them.
Yep, absolutely. And something else I wanted to mention to you, I almost like PK more than Shroud on the Swiftblade because after Flux ults, he can PK in as well and use the ultimate.
Yeah, I like the PK, especially because they're just against the Hellbringer, because he just doesn't want to get stunned up. Even when he's spinning, he's gonna get stunned. So he needs to have some item that just allows him to get into the fight effectively. Because a Shroud, unless he's coming from behind, he's gonna get stunned up by all the AoE stuns from the Hellborn.
Yep, here comes that strong push from Hellborn.
Yeah, and there is the barrier pickup on the Balthagor, which is just the logical, it's just the greatest item for him right now.
Yep.
Reducing debuffs by 20% is often overlooked part of that barrier, but I feel like this fight is kind of a risk for them because this Magnus still doesn't have a portal key.
No, the Magnus, I almost think they back here. And look at the cheeky.
Yeah, look at the Hellbringer. He's actually behind with the rally, and they're gonna catch the Vindicator. Silence does come in, but Balthagor is just out in the front with the Flux, and the Flux ulti is not being used. He's silenced. Here comes the Balthagor ulti though, and they both explode. But actually, it was just enough to survive for now.
Yeah, that was a huge Nymphora stun. I don't know if you saw that, but the Flux blinked into the Nymphora Zeal, and he couldn't cast his ultimate. And then Balthagor had no mana, so he had to Chalice, and it brought him down to even lower HP, and he blew up. There was no follow-up. The Magnus didn't cast one ability other than the stun, but he stun out, and he has that PK now.
Yeah, so it's great that Magnus has the PK, but Swiftblade uses Swift Slashes on the rally, I think, as well as the Hellbringer, so it's not even that bad of a fight for the Legion. It's just, come on, get some vision up if you're gonna be pushing top lane.
Yeah, they have no vision whatsoever. I mean, both teams kind of lacking vision a little bit. You have Raminsky placing that ward. So you have Raminsky placing that ward a little bit deeper on the cliff by that Hellborn bottom tower. Legion has no offensive wards. Not one offensive ward. Given where they're at in the situation, this is actually a quote that I got from another support player was, as soon as you start placing defensive
Look
wards...
at mid lane though, you have the rally going in on the Balthagor, but Magnus now showing off his PK. They are going to get stunned up. Flux ulti into the Balthagor ulti, and that explosion is intense. Hellbringer is going to get really low. There's the Magnus ulti kind of missing everything, but it doesn't even matter. Hellbringer ends up falling anyways, and there you have the Nymphora port cancelled by the Magnus. He was like 1 millisecond off, and Magnus is now going to try and sidestep. Successfully does so, but Swiftblade is diving the base with the Flux. And the Hellborn team, they might have just bit off more than they could chew right there. They're trying to go on a Balthagor who's just so tanky, and Ramensky does end up buying back, but...
The two, Ramensky and Haha both buy back. So it looks like they're pushing mid lane right now.
Yeah, and he's just going to spin up, and all they need to do now is wait for another spin and then auto-attack the tower. I would like to actually have seen them just go straight bottom with Balthagor's minions, because they did about the same damage to the towers now.
Absolutely. Kind of a little bit of a stall there. But yeah, Magnus showing off the PK at the right time. I'm assuming that maybe they thought he was a little bit further away from the PK than originally thought, since he didn't have it in the fight at top lane. So when Sunk Bob initiated in with the ultimate and then got canceled, he was probably like, okay, Magnus has PK now. We need to play a little bit safer.
Yep. And this Swiftblade is doing a great job going on the backline with that Shroud.
And it looks like the Nymphora is going a very tanky build, going the Shamans as well as the Astrolabe. What are your thoughts on the Shamans coming up from the Nymphora?
It's good versus the Balthagor, and someone on their team needs to get it, but I mean, in the end, a Shrunken is going to be enough, but here we have the Swiftblade going in on that Nymphora, and without any mobility, is he going to be able to get away? I mean, Swiftblade is just going to auto-attack. Yep.
Well, there's the fat lady I was talking about.
Yeah, there you have it.
Man, I'm going to say this. Frostburn has done a great job with the taunts and having taunts in the game. It's fantastic.
Flux bought a Shrunken Head and then decided to use it immediately in the base. It happens. No. It happens to the best of us.
Well, Forsaken Archer also buys a Shrunken Head, so that's a very key pickup for the Shrunken Archer. Or the Shrunken
Archer, indeed. No, but it's not even going to matter against the Swiftblade.
Nope. It's much more brutal for Hellborn to have to buy the Shrunken Heads, but they have to. Balthagor Ultimate is so much damage, and the Shrunken Head does mitigate all of that damage from Balthagor, correct? It's not. It's not.
Yeah, it's not superior magic. But I maybe would have liked to see a Nullstone on maybe the Hellbringer, so that the Hellbringer does not get caught by that pull from the Flux, because the pull always does go through Shrunken. So if FA gets into a bad position and just gets auto-attacked down by the Swiftblade, it's not going to matter that he doesn't take any damage from Balthagor.
You know, I just noticed this game's been 26 minutes long. Why does it feel it's been so much longer?
It really does feel like it's been quite a long game, probably because Swiftblade is already level 20. I mean, he's got 800 XPM.
He's been farming so well as they group up and push mid. Can they stop this, especially with the illusion on the Balthagor?
I mean, Swiftblade, all he needs to do right now is spin and auto-attack the tower and then run away.
He's doing it.
Yep. And then run away. Yes, good. So now Balthagor is actually in the front line. He does get hit by the Nymphora stun, but the Hellborn doesn't want to initiate. Oh, Rally getting caught by the Magnus, and what the ultis again. We have Flux and the Balthagor, the spin coming in from the Swiftblade, and he's just auto-attacking the Forsaken Archer down. Hellbringer in the meantime is going down in the backline as well. Nice stun coming out from the Nymphora to stop the Swiftblade. Buyback from the Rally. Is Swift going to fall? He's going to lifesteal for now. He's going to take too much damage though and going to end up falling. Hellbringer does fall in the backline, but Balthagor maybe overstayed his welcome on top of that, but oh, here comes support actually from the Nymphora with the Monarch and the Rally. They're gonna go straight to top lane and try and push that out, but well played from the Hellborn, making sure that they had those buybacks available, and Forsaken Archer just surviving by the skin of his teeth.
Yeah, I was slightly confused because the Magnus and the Flux. Oh, initiation going in on the Nymph.
Yeah,
But the Magnus and the Flux, the Hellbringer swooped around down here bottom by where this Rev Ward is, mid, and they chased him around after he casted his ultimate, after he casted all of his spells, and Swiftblade kept diving base and fighting. I almost think that once he noticed the Magnus and the Flux weren't with him, he had to back.
yeah, he had no choice in the matter really, because the Nymphora stun is really long. It's a 2.6 second stun when you hit both.
Yeah.
Both on the way there and on the way back. It's 1.3, so that's quite a long stun, especially when the Forsaken Archer can just turn around. I would like to see some lifesteal coming up from this Forsaken Archer though, because he's going to have to man up on the Swiftblade at some point in this game.
And the Balfagor has barbed armor, so what's your thought on the barbed armor pickup? And something else I want to point out here, Balfagor is not level 16 yet.
Yeah, that is definitely impactful. If he had been level 16 there, they would have fallen way quicker, and Rally might be in a bit of trouble. And Magnus does end up missing the stun, but Swiftblade, they're still chasing. They don't see him here. Those are the Hellborn creeps. And Rally is going to port to safety. And yeah, about the barbed, I just really want to see the staff on the Balfagor.
I do as well. He needs that level 16 though. I think that they need to give him a little bit of space so he can get that level 16. It looks like he's pretty close to getting it though.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
I mean,
he's
the
a creep
staff,
away.
it silences everyone
Yep.
for 2 seconds. And with the Flux, if everybody gets pulled into that ulti, it's also 800 damage instead of 600.
Yep, and plus with a Vindicator, being able to have that AoE silence from the Balfagor ulti along with the gosh, what's this spell called? The final chapter? I mean, the enemy team can be silenced for quite a bit of time. And
Yeah.
only one hero has an ability to be, I mean, the Sand Scepter comes out from what you got, so he should be able to purge
Yeah,
the silence.
well-
So maybe that's something else he's considering.
Yeah, the cleansing wind does have the ability to get rid of the silence, but if Monarch is silenced twice, once by the Vindicator and once by the Balfagor, again they're just gonna go straight down mid. But that's a DD rune actually on the Forsaken Archer, and he actually picks up a Nullfire Blade, and I do really like that. But in the backline, you do have the Rally getting caught right now. The Swiftblade is there with the spin, and both the Rally and the Hellbringer actually end up falling. They need to kill the Malphuses though. Swiftblade, attack the Malphuses. They do more than you expect. Like, this Balfagor is now getting harassed down by him, but they're going to go straight in. Magnus with the 2-man line stun. Swiftblade is out of mana immediately from those illusions, and Balfagor, he is going to end up ulting. The Shrunken is down from the Forsaken Archer now, but he gets Sand Sceptered, so he runs away for now. There's a slow, and he's going to get healed, but Swiftblade overstaying is welcome as well. Forsaken Archer does end up falling, and there's the Magnus ulti. It helps hit everyone, but it's too little too late, as the Hellborn team are just going to turn around and man up. Hellbringer did buy back for this fight. But Vindicator with the damage, he's carrying this. He's killing the Monarch, he's killing the Nymphora. He's killing everything with that added true damage. Look at this. Vindicator with a hat trick. Wow. Okay. So now he's going to solo the Rex. That's what we're going to see, Dave.
Wow, that Vindicator. That was insane. We even had some all chats coming out from everyone there just based off how manly that Vindicator played. Oh my gosh. The Sage's lore preventing all 3 heroes from being able to auto attack him from the disarm. And then because how many stacks does he have right now on it? 16 stacks on Master's Incantation. That's a lot of damage.
Okay, so from this point on, Flux is support. He's got his Shrunken, he's got his Portal Key, everything on the Vindicator right now. Go, 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 go. He's going to carry this game. Get him a Hellflower, get him a Shrunken. He's going to murder that Forsaken Archer.
No, I want to see Vindicator get a staff. I want Vindicator
I mean,
staff, and then he can staff the Balfagor.
The
Or
Balfagor
Balfagor
staffs
staff
him.
Vindicator.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh! Because what do you want to read off what a staff does on the Vindicator? Because I don't think too many people ever see it picked up.
Yeah, so it increases the true damage to 66% of your intelligence, and that's just always, and then increases the true damage multiplier against silenced targets to 2 times instead of 1.5 times, right?
Think about Balfagor ulti with that.
as well as 80 attack speed passively on the Vindicator.
Oh, do you think we could see in the future maybe a next HoN OMG tournament like a core Vindicator with a Balfagor?
I mean, I would love it.
Is your
But-
team going to do it now?
Probably not next series, but we're. I'm definitely excited about this hero. I'm gonna run it in TMM as a carry. I mean, it's gonna be fun.
Oh my gosh, yeah, because I don't see too many people picking up the staff on the Vindicator these days. And you know, something that's interesting about a Vindicator mid, it is really good against any melee heroes because you can just disarm when they go into last hit. Like someone picks Kraken, every time the Kraken goes into last hit and uses its splash, you just press Q.
Yeah, it's similar to a Chi, but then in AoE.
Exactly. And the disarm lasts, I mean, the disarm's for a decent amount of time. It's for 1.6 seconds.
Yeah,
And then
it's
at level
just
1,
enough
it's
to
0.7.
interrupt an auto attack, you know?
So we have this push mid.
And I mean, there they are again, just auto attacking. I really love the Nullfire pickup, by the way. What are your thoughts on that?
It makes it so difficult for Balfagor to push uphill now, because he's not going to have enough mana to ulti if he gets focused by the Forsaken Archer. Because
And
dude,
the Barg
Forsaken
armor.
Yep. Do the Call of Damned, the passive, the archers from FA, do those also proc the attack modifier from Nullfire?
No, they don't. But I would really like to see him level it up right now because it actually does 50% of your attack damage. And he's got 200 attack damage. That means he has a 15% chance to do on every single attack of his multi-shot to deal that extra damage.
Yeah. And something else on a point here that's kind of making, I feel like Hellborn putting them in a situation to less likely to succeed pushing uphill is the lack of vision they have on the Hellborn side of the map.
Yeah. Look at this though. Balfagor is just gonna stay here right now. He's just knocking on the Hellborn's racks pretty much. But we have Swiftblade actually shrouding in on an invis Forsaken Archer, and he's gonna scout him out now. This might be a dead Forsaken Archer. He's gonna use all the Geometer's Vein into the woods, into the Shrunken TP, and that's gonna be enough for him to get out. And this is actually really good for the Hellborn because everybody on the Legion ported back, and he used the Swift Slashes, which is a 90-second cooldown, and that's longer than the Shrunken Head cooldown, of course.
Guess what was just picked up by Balfagor?
Did he pick up the staff? Please tell
He
me he
picked
did.
up the staff.
Oh, thank God that he did that. I just want to see it in action, to be honest.
I want to get some hypes in the chat going right now.
The Magma's stunning in on the Forsaken Archer, but he is going to get instantly countered onto by the Rally. And here you have the Flux ulti, but the Balfagor was not there! And now the Hellbringer is turning with the ulti, and Balfagor does not know what to do. He's got the barrier up. Use something. But wow, there's the Rally with a great compel in on the Flux, but Shrunken now Swiftblade, and what an ultimate coming off from Balfagor, doing absolutely huge damage, and Shrunken Head is still not up from the Forsaken Archer, so scratch that. This was a really good thing for the Legion side that he used his Shrunken Head, but Swiftblade, why are you diving the base? Don't do it! He gets the compel on him, and Seismic Slam finishes off the Swiftblade, and I have the Vindicator. There's not going to be a part 2 to the Vindicator carry, so he's going to end up falling.
And there,
Wow, this
HoN
game.
used his last buyback as well. So, Forsaken Archers out of buyback. They're going to import top, try to push that and force the buybacks, which they have buyback on the Vindy, the Swiftblade. I do not believe Magnus has a buyback, but I do believe the Flux does, and the Flux buys back.
Yeah, the Flux really should pick up a Staff the Master as well, though, because then he can pull in a global range and everything. So Swiftblade does have a buyback, and he is going to use it immediately. Are they going to be able to catch him? There's the farm, man! Magnus ulti, and they just exploded! What was that?
Holy crap!
What?
That's so sick!
Okay,
Oh my god!
that's 350 damage in an AoE of like all of them times 4, so that's 350 damage times 4, that's 1200, that's wow. That's 1400 damage in AoE on top of the other damage coming out from the Magnus and the Balfagor and everything. Wow. Okay.
Well, that was sick.
That was sick.
Oh my, everyone just melted, and it looks like Legion is putting themselves in a great situation to win this game with no buyback on the FA, and the FA is dead for 30 more seconds.
Yo, that was truly hell on New Earth, though.
Oh my, are we gonna see that in as a HoN OMG top 10 play or top 5 play?
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And I mean, they're just pushing both top and bottom racks. They don't care. That's a
And there
GG
goes
call.
out the GGs.
Oh my
Oh
god.
my gosh. I would.
What?
Wow.
Okay.
My.
Well played by Legion. I mean, wow. Their draft, it ended up being insane. They might have only had the one Magma stun, but it was all they needed in that last fight.
I have to go back and see that again. That setup from the Magnus ultimate, the Flux ultimate, and the Balfagor ultimate. That was insane. It happened so simultaneously and so fast that Forsaken Archer, no one could use their shrunken heads. The
Yeah.
shrunken head. FA just, he blew up. He couldn't do anything.
Yeah, and I mean, it was Sage's lore from the Nymphora. I mean, not the Nymphora, the Vindicator, that ended up blowing up all those minions. So it was just absolutely perfect.
Oh my gosh. I have to see that again. That was Craig Asper. That was
So Dave, in the realm of wombo combos, was that a wombo combo?
that was a wombo combo. It's safe to say Balfagor's staff really strong.
Yeah, maybe you should have picked it up earlier. Who'd have thought that it would, do that much?
So yeah,
Anyway,
well, I'm excited for we're first game 3 that we get to see.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we're getting a game 3, and it's promising to be a good one. So we'll be right back. right, so we're back to the HoN OMG 2020 tournament, where we have Zero Team CC15 playing against Yolandi, and Yolandi just came back with a huge wombo combo. It's game number 3, first we've had at the tournament. So welcome back, Dave. Thank you for being here with me. We have the bands going in. What do you think?
I'm so pumped up and energized from that last game, and there's something I wanted to chat about before we get into this round 3 game, and that's a word that I love a lot, which is momentum. And I feel like right now, after that huge game-winning play, that Yolandi Gaming has a ton of momentum going into this game 3, and momentum is something that might be able to separate them from a Zero Team CC15.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. And they pick up the Vindicator again now, actually thinking that it's a first pick material. They have the Lodestone Magnus, Madman, and Kinesis bands. So, I mean, last time they had one other band. Only I don't quite recall which one that was in the first 4 bands. They had the Electrician band. That was
Yep.
it.
The Magnus isn't going to sneak by this time. So, Shorkin, if Legion wants to win this, I think they have to pick the Balfagor again.
Yeah, in the first
really
3
want to
picks.
see them pick. I think they pick the Balfagor right here, and they just focus on getting that staff ability on the Balfagor again and picking great team fight to go around that Balfagor ultimate, because I don't think Zero Team CC15 has a lot of experience playing against it.
Yeah, it really looked like they were out of their element when that Balfagor ulti came off, because it just did so much damage every single time. And I gotta say, it was Mandigrato. I don't really know how you say that probably, but he did an absolutely fantastic job, not only at placing correct ultimates, but also at pushing the waves constantly, just being that annoying pressure, getting those objectives. I mean, that's how you win games of Heroes of New Earth. It's that simple. Get objectives. I mean, I remember Swindle Melons from a long time ago for Stay Green saying that objective gaming was the name of the game. Right?
Well, that's
and
why
there you have
power.
it. There you have it. Yeah. Okay. We got another Balfagor.
I'm pumped. I'm really interested to see how Remensky and what you got, who are the 2 people who kind of decide the drafting for Zero Team CC15. I'm curious what they're gonna pick to try to counter the Balfagor. Off the top of your head, as another person who drafts, what are your thoughts on heroes that can counter this?
You need good wave clear, because the strength of the hero isn't only in the ultimate, it's also in what I just mentioned before with the constant push. So wave clear heroes like Bubbles, Bombardier, Pyromancer, Aluna, stuff like that is really effective versus heroes. And they're just gonna they're just gonna do it again. I apologize for my profanity there, but
We're too pumped. It's understandable.
Yeah.
We're excited that words are going to slip, but we get to see the Flux Balfagor combo again. And the Engineer has not been banned. I want to see them pick the Engineer. I'm sure they're going to ban it.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's really in their best interest to actually get an Engineer this game, though, because then they're really banking it all on that team fight, and they need something that's a little bit more secure. So last time they had the Magnus stun, so I'm thinking of maybe something like a Meraxis, or maybe even a Pharaoh, Cthulhu Font, heroes that are just great at getting many people in that stun. And I'm really liking the idea of a Meraxis, personally.
What about a Geomancer?
Geomancer works as well, but he's not as tanky. But
True.
It's not that it's necessary, it's just that Meraxis' stun is very secure. Geomancer stun is a slightly smaller AoE and a smaller duration as well. Because I'm just really banking on Meraxis right now because he's great versus Monarch as well. Is pretty much my point.
Well, I think they're going to have the Flux be core again. So what they have left to draft is their carry hero and then their second support. So I don't know if a Meraxis would be a really greedy second support unless they move the Flux to the second support, but they're prioritizing that early PK again on the Flux. because the
Yeah,
setup is just so strong. So I don't know. I'm trying to think of other heroes that mesh well with the Flux in lane because they're probably going to dual lane it. So maybe that Geomancer. I don't know. There's a couple
Fade,
different Fade as well. Fade's line stun's fantastic. But what about a
Myrmidon.
Behemoth?
I think Behemoth needs a PK as well, and that's the
Yeah,
issue. Magnus doesn't need a PK as badly as a Behemoth because his range of
true.
his stun is quite long. So what you were mentioning with the Geomancer, that's a really good pickup. I like Myrmidon as well because he's got a line stun, as well as the Magikarp that just does a sick amount of damage, especially when they're all pulled in by the Flux. Or you can go more in the route of a Midas. I know it's not the typical hero that you see as a second support, but it can work out, especially when he's level 4 and he's great in the lane because he's quite slippery from level 1 with that elemental warp.
hmm I'm telling you, I'm really excited that we have a team in this tournament that has like a hero that's kind of unique,
Hmm.
that no one else is really picking, that they are picking a draft around and trying to make other teams feel uncomfortable. Because I was telling you this before, Yolandi Gaming is considered an underdog in this situation. And the real way and opportunity they're going to get to beat Zero Team CC15 is by putting them in an uncomfortable situation, making them play against things they're not used to playing against.
Yeah, you mentioned it last game, by the way, but I mean, the Bensington here, I see it happening. It's really good with them.
It is. I would like to see it too, but I don't know. I mean, Hammerstorm is also not that bad as of a pickup versus with the Flux and the Balfagor as well because of the CC from the Hammer Toss from Hammer Throw. But
Yeah,
no, I Bensington with the global ability, fantastic hero.
or Malikan. Malikan could also work quite well, and they go for the Geomancer as you were mentioning. So, uh,
Geomancer Flux is just such a strong lane.
yeah, it's going to be really annoying to face this dual ranged lane, and oh man, they really have their work cut out for them on the Hellborn side. They need something to counter it because what I see right now is not gonna. It's not gonna cut it. It's not gonna cut it, Dave. Their heroes are not gonna cut it.
No, the Monarch is somewhat of one of those heroes which they have so much burst damage. Like you even saw when the Monarch was using the Crystallis, the hero it delayed the damage for a little bit, but the damage was still so much from the abilities of Legion last game that they ended up dying anyway. So
Yeah,
I don't know. What else do you think they need to pick up from Zero Team CC15 to be able to help
yeah.
with
So
this huge team fight?
I was mentioning wave clear. So a Midas is still available. I actually would really like to see them play something more like this because Hellbringer, against the tankiness of a Balfagor, just wasn't working. It really wasn't. I mean, they got a couple of pickoffs on him, but every single time that they won a team fight in the early game, it was due to that Hellbringer. But with that large cooldown, you can't always take a fight.
There's the
So
Aluna.
they are going to take an Luna, and I do like it versus the Balfagor creeps. But once a barrier is picked up, they can't do anything on the Hellborn. Then they only have the power throws.
Yep.
So they need something more.
I would love to see the Bensington here, to be completely honest with you. I would love to see that hero picked up.
It's the best hero here, without a doubt.
I'm trying to
Without a
think
doubt for the Legion side.
of something else. Nomad.
It's too greedy, man. I'm
I
afraid.
feel like they're gonna play it similar to how they played the Swiftblade last game. It's just you don't get a free shrunken head with this hero. I mean, yes, you kind of get. It just depends on how comfortable. Nomad is one of those heroes that you have to be very skilled at playing the hero to understand how to use the abilities. Because if you use the abilities wrong and put yourself in a situation, the hero's so squishy that he's just gonna die.
Yeah, it's such a high risk, high reward type of hero.
But that's what their draft is, correct? It's
Well, the
high risk, high
Balfagor,
reward.
uh, it's.
Pebbles.
I don't like it.
I
It's
don't like
it's
Pebbles
not,
either. How's
it's
the
not going to
Pebbles?
beat a Balfagor mid unless they dual mid, but it's not going to win versus a Balfagor.
They're going to dual mid. I have a feeling they're going to dual mid. They're going to send Raminsky mid with the Pebbles. They're going to have the Swiftblade Monarch and then the Rally Suicide.
Yeah,
Because Monarch Swiftblade should do well against a Flux Geomancer.
yeah. So now they do have the Swiftblade who can use a spin when they get gone on, but I mean, the Flux Balfagor, they're still going to get silenced by the Vindicator if they're not careful. But man, I really wanted to see the Wombo combo with a Bensington on top of it all.
Absolutely. Maybe it's a hero they're not comfortable with. Maybe they don't like the Bensington against the Swiftblade because of the new counterattack ability. Because once you cast your abilities with Bensington, you're stuck there auto attacking. And can you actually counterattack the Bensington W? I forget the name of the spell.
I think you still take the magic damage,
You take the
but
magic damage.
yeah, and I'm sure. Wait, do you still take the damage at all to deal your attack damage? It's just simply that you auto attack the person attacking you.
Yep.
Yeah, but you do block all incoming auto attacks for 1.5 seconds. So if you actually activate it, then it does block the auto attack from the Bensington.
I still see a lot of people not getting points in counterattack. And I feel like a lot of people are so set in their ways in HoN because we have been playing it so long. And this most recent patch changed things up a lot. I mean, you have the Grave Locket nerf. I personally don't think Grave Locket's worth picking up anymore early. You have a lot of people who do like picking up that item. And you have a lot of people who don't like skilling counterattack still. And I think it's because it's been so embedded in their mind to get stats. And then not even level counterattack until level 21.
I actually think that a Swiftblade can be played very similarly to a Madman, but you need to go for a portal key in that case, and maybe go for something like a Mock, so that you can just
Mhm.
PK in on someone, Ghost Marcher after them with spin, and then do as much damage as you can, and then try and get out afterwards.
Yep. So
I've seen that be effective in other games as well.
yep. And here we go. It looks like we're about ready to start, and we're off.
Yeah. Oh man, I want to see the explosion
Let's
again.
get it
They realized that
on.
this hero is just too strong. I might have even just like banned the Balfagor against them because it's the one hero that does this, and I still do not like how Hellborn built up their draft.
I don't like the Pebbles versus the Balfagor. I think you need to pick. And actually, look at what they're doing with the Balfagor this time. They're
Yeah,
sending the Balfagor solo, or they're going to do a dual lane mid with the Vindy and the Nomad. I'm curious to see what Hellborn's going to react to when they see the Balfagor down here.
I mean honestly, this is not how I would have ran it. I would have ran the Flux solo bottom with the Balfagor farming top because you want to secure farm on that Balfagor. They're
I think the Balfagor is not going to get as much farm um, with the aggressive tri lane coming out bottom.
But is it an
And
aggressive tri lane? Because they've got a Luna and Rally running back to the top lane with Pebbles
actually, never mind
mid.
the rally. I saw the rally with Striders. He sold him. He has the hatchet, the tangos, and the iron buckler now, or the blightstones. So I'm slightly confused at the lane because Balfagor, he should do okay versus Swiftblade and a Monarch.
Yeah, but he is pretty
Not the
slow.
best.
Yeah, I think
True.
Balfagor is still going to suffer. But if you had a Flux here, for example, Flux
Yep.
can push the Swiftblade through the spin. So he can
Yep.
push him away if he would want to. And I think Flux is just has got an easier time getting last hits
Yep.
with Magnetic Surge. So I really would have liked to see them swap it up and have the Balfagor go top with Geomancer, and then they could have pushed the tower early and forced rotations from the Hellborn side.
And Balf's gonna lose lane control kind of early here.
Also, Nomad Vindicator is going to lose this lane versus Pebbles and Aluna.
They are. I think they should have kept having the Balfagor mid.
Yeah, Balfagor would have probably done a little bit better in this lane, but then again, Nomad Vindicator versus Swiftblade. Actually, Nomad does fine there. I think,
Versus
yeah, they do fine against that dual lane because they have that extra pull camp available.
Agreed. They're not going to be able to stop the Pebbles from farming. As I mentioned, Vindicator is not very good in an aggressive situation.
Yeah. And he again levels the silence instead of the Q, which, I mean, I don't like it. What's the
Because what
point of it?
happens? The Aluna stuns, takes the attack speed from both the Vindicator and the Nomad, or the single hero that he stuns. Vindicator can then disarm them. So essentially, it's kind of like a trade for a spell, if that makes sense. Now
Yeah.
putting the book down, you're really not doing anything other than using like giving the enemy gold, because you do get gold for killing book, and then a slight slow.
Yeah, I'm 100% in agreement with you.
And then top lane, I mean, Flux is going to get whatever he wants out of this lane, and same with the Geomancer. But they're not going to be able to stop the rally from farming. The rally is still going to get decent last hits. I'm really worried about the Balfagor and how the Balfagor is going to do against this lane.
Yeah, the one beacon of hope for the Legion team is that they can rotate the Geomancer quite early on to the mid lane, and then they have 3 heroes versus 2, and Luna's not going to be able to survive anything like that.
No, not at all. I don't know if you remember the game yesterday when the Aluna actually had to level the Deja
Deja
Vu.
vu, yeah, that
And
don't remind me, man. That was
Let's
painful.
get it
But
on.
I mean, the Hellborn also has no idea that if the Geomancer goes behind them, they can't see it. They have no wards for it. Maybe Aluna is going to place that ward in his inventory at some point, but they really need to prioritize that.
yep, Swiftblade throwing his hatchet to last hit one of the Balfagor minions.
Yep. I mean, I
I,
really want to see them just go in on him. Just use the mana on the Swiftblade. It doesn't. There's no point in saving mana in a lane like this.
nope, not at all. You have so much harass with the
In the mid lane, we do have the Sun coming in on the Vindicator as well as the tossback. So well played by the Hellborn side right there. And this is exactly what we said would happen.
yep, the Vindicators. They're getting out. They didn't get out drafted. They're getting out positioned. They're getting out laned. They should have stuck with their gut, kept the Balfagor in a 1v1 situation.
Or in a
and
1v2 situation.
or in a
right?
1v2 situation, that's not the Monarch and the Swiftblade.
Yeah.
See the rotation. The Geomancer actually picks up an Invis rune. This and Raminsky just finds that out and puts a Rev word mid.
Yeah, he saw him taking the Invis, so they know something's up.
Yep.
So it's good that they do this. And come on, like, just go in on them with your spin. Like, there's no point in not doing it. Even if it
And
is
he's
to
pushing
get-
the wave.
Yeah, it's like, just make sure that you push the tower quickly as well, because there's only one hero against you who can't really defend the tower alone.
They want the way you counter the Balfagor is getting your towers early.
Yeah,
Did
you
we
need
miss
to get
something?
objectives just as quickly as they do. Every time you see a Balfagor in one lane, your heroes are in the other lane trying to kill the other towers as quickly as possible to just make sure that the damage they do is mitigated by the fact that you do the same damage.
Balfagor is now rotating. Are they switching lanes? Or
Or
is
is
the
he just going
Balfagor
to
just
the
going to go
woods?
jungle?
He can woods easily.
Yeah,
But if
I
he
don't.
does this, then they
It's gonna
really
slow him
need to
down.
press the issue. No, I think it's fine. I think he's going to get more last hits here than he was ever going to get in bottom. But
Yeah,
he
but now the
doesn't have
Swiftblade.
mana sustain.
The Swiftblade now is uncontested though, and it's not like the Nomad's gonna get very much farm considering they've already lost this dual lane mid.
Yeah, and Geomancer is bottom now to leech XP because Flux versus Rally 1v1. I mean, Flux should take that, but what is Flux saving up for? Why does he have 1400 gold? Buy items, just make sure that you win the lane.
So I'm gonna say this: last time I saw Yolandi Gaming play,
Yeah,
I'm pretty
know,
sure
he
new
saved for a
2020
PK.
got PK.
Nomad actually in trouble here right now. He did get the DD rune, so good on him, but he's taking a lot of damage for it. But yeah, continue your thought.
Yeah, that's something he did last time he played. Was I think he was
He
trying
was
to remember the hero.
Lodestone. In the
Stun
mid lane,
coming in,
actually, we got a
toss.
toss back on the Aluna.
Great
Actually, so
disarm.
nice double damage from the Nomad and the disarm from the Vindicator. So, rune control, boys, wins your lanes.
Very much so. I think they should have seen that Nomad had the DD rune. It was probably not the best idea to initiate there. But no, going back to it, I believe it was the Pebbles. He had Pebbles, he rushed the PK,
Oh yeah, yep,
and
you're right.
he had no mana to do combo.
Yeah, he does have a Steam Boots now, so I really like this. With Steam Boots, he has a free lane versus his rally. He should just press the advantage, use that magnetic surge into a mana boots with the release, and then you just do a lot of damage, and he can't go in on you for fear that he's gonna just die.
I do like the Astrolabe on Flux as well, so maybe he'll go Astro into PK after that. But
Yeah,
the
it
Balfour's
might
actually
be,
rotated back into lane.
Yep. He just decided to have a slight intermission in the woods. But I think the Legion, this is kind of similar how it went last time. They had a disadvantage at the start simply because the supporting cast from the Hellborn was doing a bit better. Now it's almost a similar situation, but now we can see what the combo can do.
Absolutely. In mid lane, they let mid recover a little bit. The Pebbles is still level 5. The Nomad only level 4.
Oh, there's the stun in on the Nomad. Is he going to get the toss back? The nice silence coming out from the book. Here's the toss on himself with the disarm, and Nomad is going to be fine.
Yep. That's what I mean by Vindy being a very defensive hero, in the aspect that they can go on the Nomad and
Top lane Rally with that illusion rune is going to do some damage to the Flux, and Flux is just forced to back.
yeah.
In the mid lane, what? Power throw
Oh.
actually killing Imba Nuts right there. Well sniped.
Very well sniped.
Here's the Rally going in on the Flux again, just doing some damage. And this is what I said that the Flux should actually do, and Rally's turned it around on me.
Yeah, Flux isn't using abilities to harass whatsoever, and I think that's one of the key things about Flux. And he might not be too familiar with 1v1 matchups. Is using your W to harass and last hit with creeps, because the mana cost is so low.
Yeah.
Because look, he's just hiding in his trees right now, knowing that the Rally can kill him.
Mm-hmm. It's all about priorities in this sense. That like,
Is he gonna go for it?
oh, in the mid lane we do have the Nomad getting stunned up by the Pebbles, and he does have the toss back. The disarm gonna save him for now, and he's gonna regen up. But here's the stun from the Aluna. Is it gonna be enough damage? Can he turn it around? Actually, here comes the auto attack and the power throw to finish off Imba Nuts. I don't know what he was doing, but something was going wrong. There's a chuck in on the Vindicator as well, but Vindy is gonna be fine.
Slight misplay there by the Nomad going in. He should have backed. That was really greedy.
Yeah, Hell on Neworth used by Bafko, by the way, and Snooki getting a kill onto the Vindicator, so a bit out of position. So,
And Rally was able to solo the Flux, by the way, top lane, while everything was happening.
yeah, but that was just, I think I saw that for a quick second. It was just that he was in range of the Compel, wasn't it?
Yep, he was in range of the Compel, and he was able to land the seismic slam down. The Flux got a little greedy by not backing. with
Yeah, I mean, he was
300
low
HP.
already. Yeah.
So some slight, I mentioned momentum earlier. It looks like Hellborn wasn't phased by that loss, because they're playing really well right now in the laning phase of this game.
Look at this, though. Monarch might be in a bit of trouble. He places that ward. Scouting out the Balfagor. Is it going to be enough for the kill? There comes the crippling pollen. Then the swift slashes, and here comes the power throw. And that is a dead Balfagor.
Yep.
So nice dead play from Aluna as well.
Unfortunately, the laning phase is not going very well for Legion this game.
Yeah, and look at this, though. Flux and Rally, they're kind of duking it out. They're both kind of tanky, so they're really not killing each other. And he's actually going to use the ultimate. That was interesting. In the mid lane, we do have the sun coming in on the Nomad. The book there to save him again. So, Vindicator, you're right. It's very defensive, but I still don't agree with the choice of the lanes. Nomad is still just farming in the mid lane instead of getting a location of better farm. And in top lane, they're just duking it out again. And Flux, he does have the magnetic surge, and here's the Balfagor. He has Hell on Neworth. He should probably use it, but chooses not to do it with that Invis rune from the Rally. And oh, Flux is going back in. This might just be a dead Flux right here.
No,
Nope.
the Rally is going to back off. Mid lane. Are they
Yeah,
diving?
in the mid lane, they're diving again, but Nomad now actually turning on the Aluna, and he's got quite some damage with the almost Ghost Marchers, but the power throw just keeps dealing huge amount of damage. And here's
They see the Rally.
They do see the Rally, but they place the Rev Ward, but it's just out of sight of that ward by Ramensky, because remember, Rev Wards have actually been changed a bit, that they don't immediately spot out wards.
No, so what needs to happen is the Vindy needs to walk uphill to be able to see that. And this is what I don't like. You're losing your lane, and you pick up the Grave Locket. It's
It's greedy.
It's super greedy. If you're not getting last hits on the Nomad, you're not reaping any benefits from that. If anything, he should. Oh, bottom lane, they're
Yeah,
diving.
bottom lane, they're actually diving the Geomancer, and he's trying his best to juke and jive, but he's already used the dig, so he's going to be in trouble because Vindicator Science isn't going to do anything. And now Nomad actually did TP in, but the Flux ulti is available. Is he going to pull them in? Balfagor's TPing as well. Here comes the pull in on what you got, and he's gonna fall, but Flux ulti and Balfgor ulti still available. So Hellborn's side thinking, I don't want to fight this, but Flux might actually be chasing the Swiftblade right now. But see, these
It's not-
rotations are great, right?
Yeah, this is not a bad opportunity now for Hellborn now that they just sent every hero down here to group up with the Balfagor and get this tier 1 tower.
Yeah.
Oh, the Q misses from the Flux.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. It might have been a kill on the Swiftblade. But here's the
Swiftblade
Geomancer as well. So yeah, now they're just going to focus on this tower. And there's the Q from the Flux, and just look how much damage that does.
They're going to defend this. Hellborn's going to defend this.
Yeah, there's Hell on Neworth available though on the Balfagor, so they really need to be careful on the Legion side that they don't get overconfident. Here's the Compel hit on the Geomancer. Geomancer's going to fall immediately before the fight, but here's the Power Throw hitting 2 of them, and Nomad is getting quite low, and Pebbles there with the Steam Boots is going to be quite difficult to take down.
What you got has vision of them with the words here, so they can dive.
Yeah, but if they dive, that might be really dangerous versus a Flux Balfagor. They're going to choose not to and instead just push the tower because it is already quite low. Balfagor is still sticking around, but this might be a bit too greedy because there's no TP on him either, so he has no way of getting out here right now.
Yeah, he has no port. He just needs to hope that they back out of here, but I don't think so. I think they're going to group up and farm Hellborn jungle and rotate to mid. Or
Yeah,
farm
so,
jungle, rotate mid.
So Zero Team CC15 doing a better job of pressing the issue this game. Geomancer is going to run into it in Luna, but it does not seem like they want to bother each other right there.
Yeah, it's a shame the way that they lane this. I really would have liked to see the Balfagor not.
Balfagor actually going in on the Swiftblade right now with the Hell on Neworth as well. With the creep dying, the Swiftblade getting quite low is able to spin away for now.
Yeah, slight miscommunication there. I think they thought the Flux was a little bit closer. They can't fight right now until the Flux gets that PK, and he's about 1,200 gold off of it.
Yeah, so Swiftblade actually searching for the Balfagor right now. They have the spin available, and this damage might just be enough to kill the Balfagor. He is going to pop his Regurgitate, but it's not going to heat him up enough. So yeah, Swiftblade is also a better hero than a Forsaken Archer versus this combo, simply because of the spin.
If you look, this is completely different to what we saw last game. And Pebbles has that PK now. He actually has PK and DD.
Yeah, he's looking for this Nomad, and Nomad knows that something's up.
And the worst part about this is Nomad actually doesn't have a port, so he's just gonna sit here as there's really nothing he can do. The Nomad can't split and farm anywhere now because the Pebbles got that PK so fast.
But they are catching the Swiftblade. They're gonna use the ultimate from Swiftblade, and look at this damage coming out from the Nomad. Is he gonna be able to finish him? Not right now, but he does have the ulti. He does cancel cast. What you got? What a guy! Nice play, forcing out the Nomad ultimate.
There's really not that much catch up right now that Nomad's going to be able to do. That's where I really would have liked to see the Benzington pick. I mean, given the laning and how everything could have gone, I think Benzington Vindy actually does a little bit better versus Pebbles Luna. Pebbles Luna is still going to win that lane, but Balfagor should have just gone mid.
Oh, Geomancer might be in a bit of trouble here. They don't seem to scout him out right now. Pebbles is really just hunting with that portal key, so in the sense that this Pebbles can, you know, snowball with the farm that he got in the mid lane, yeah, Geomancer's just gonna fall. There's nothing he can do there, but Pebbles is a great pick for the fact that he can now snowball. Oh, they're gonna run into the Balfagor right now, but he's quite tanky, remember? He has the Mystic Vestments.
Yep.
Alright,
Great
so...
pick with investments. The Vindy's still no.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is completely different from last game. Last game, the Balfagor was able to start pushing towers early because he was mid lane, and the Hellbringer couldn't necessarily box out the Balf and reduce his farm. So Hellborn definitely picked much better this time, and the dual lane mid threw him off. I think at the end of the day, that's kind of what hurt them the most.
Yeah, and I did like that Balfagor actually went top lane and pushed that tower, but he needs to make space in the other lanes, so he needs to play a bit more unpredictably. And in the bottom lane, we do have Imbonuts getting caught now by the Pebbles PK finally, and Geomancer trying to save his carry, ends up falling to the Swiftblade. So yeah.
It's 533 GPM, the Pebbles is 416, the next highest on Legion is Flux at 300.
Yeah, so Flux does end up picking an Astrolabe instead of a
It's
PK.
too
So
late. It's too
yeah,
late
like
for the
it
Astrolabe.
was a PK game now. But Pebbles, look at this. He's getting ready to set up as well. But here's the Vindicator with the silence. What a combo coming out from the Pebbles right there, and then the Compel on top with the power throw, and that is an unfortunate turn of events for the Legion side.
Great toss into stun by the Pebbles right there, and it would have been nice to be able to see the rally ultimate there, but the Balfagor was able to get the demonic
Silence
power.
off, yeah. So now we have the Nomad going in on the Luna in the mid lane. Geomancer still hasn't used his stun, so nice stun on that Geomancer, preventing him from using it. There's a power throw, and Geomancer's gonna fall without ever using Dig. And then you have Nomad now unlucky with the ultimate because Snooky did not actually toss the Nomad, proccing that ultimate right there.
Yep. He didn't. He tossed the creep instead to do the damage, and then he auto attacked and was able to kill the Nomad.
Yep. So yeah, Legion needs to reevaluate what they want to do in this game because Hellborn has full control of their woods. So maybe it's even an idea to send their carry into the enemy woods. So if he goes into the Hellborn woods, he's gonna have a better time farming, but
Yep.
he needs to be really sneaky for that because of course they don't know where all the vision is of the Hellborn side.
They need to take their jungle over. They need to figure out something. It's just they can't fight right now. Hellborn has too many items. You have the cleaver and then the quick
Mid
blade.
lane, Balfagor gonna get caught by the Monarch Crippling Pollen. Then you have the Swift Blade on it, the Compel on top of it. So yeah, that is a staff on Rally as well, by the way, choosing to forgo the Portal King in this game. In top lane, we do have the Pebbles going in on the Nomad, and he is gonna proc the ultimate this time. Geomancer there with the great stun as well as the ultimate. Is it gonna be enough to kill the Pebbles? Yes, it is. So some reprieve for the Nomad, but oh man, I just can't help. Oh, he goes Alchemist Bones. Dave, tell me about this. Why is this a bad idea?
Oh, there's many reasons. The biggest is how's he gonna farm? I mean, great. He's gonna have the Alchemist Bones, and what he's gonna go Alchemist Bones into Cleaver. That's the greediest thing that you could possibly do. He's put himself to not have Cleaver by maybe even 28 minutes at this point.
If he
And by
even
then, the
chooses
game
to go
could be over.
Cleaver.
He I don't know is he gonna go Twin Blades into PK now? The hero needs a Cleaver to be able to farm.
Yeah.
The hero does not farm fast, even with Alch Bones. He has no farming ability. That's why he should have gone bottom instead of mid, given seeing the Pebbles and a Luna mid that he wasn't going to get anything, because that hero has to have a Cleaver.
Yeah, it's a snowball type of hero. For sure.
Geo stock, they might try to pick something up here and
Yeah, Rally and PK are actually not in the neighborhood right here, and we have the Balfagor using the Hello New Earth, but it's not really going to do anything now. Balfagor just getting stunned up by the Aluna. Here's the Vindicator ulti as well, stopping the Pebbles combo, so that's going to be him safe for a bit, but there you have the Pebbles stun, but they're not going to choose to run into the Glyph for silence.
yeah, when you're using Flux ulti defensively, you know you're in a tough situation.
Yeah. It's just that the Legion Woods is really not safe for the Legion right now.
No, they've lost complete map control. They have a team where they need to control the map the entire time. So, I'm going to go back to saying this again. The way Ravinsky, Swift taking some unnecessary damage there, but the way Ravinsky set up the lanes, brilliant. And I think that's kind of one of the things that separates them from Team Yolandi, was being able to react to the picks.
Look at this though, Swiftblade gonna get initiated on, but nice stun coming up from the Aluna, getting two right there. The ulti is gonna whiff again from the Nomad. Here come the Swift slashes on the Geomancer, but he is gonna get stunned up and take quite some damage, but the Chrysalis is there for the Monarch to save him from any further damage. So this game has quickly gone out of control for the Legion side now. With
Shroud
a 21k gold lead. Yep.
Shroud picked up by this. I don't see how they come back. Alch Bones is not the comeback, and it looks like he's getting a Shroud.
Yeah, if anything, he should have gone for a Shroud as first item if he wanted to try and fight early on with a Shrunken and a PK, something like that, but
Yep.
even that would have probably not been enough, but who knows, we might see some great Flux and Balfagor ultis, because look at this, Flux is getting nearer to that PK, just needs 100 gold till he has it. And there you go.
It's just Balfagor is so far behind. He's at 230 GPM. Last game he was at close to at 400, or hovering around that 400 mark at this point. It's going to be very difficult for Balfagor to get the items he needs to survive against the massive amount of physical damage, as well as the magic damage.
Yeah, so Balfagor ideally, I think, should pick up a portal key as well.
Yep.
Simply because he needs to get into a position where he can follow up the Lux ulti immediately.
They
They,
stack pebbles.
oh, that's big.
Yeah.
Like, Noxious Cloud, or I mean, Cleansing Wind from Monarch is funny as a staff effect. I don't know if you've ever seen it, but there's a second wave that comes after 3 seconds. And
Ooh,
the
shrunken
AoE
head
becomes
picked up
huge.
by the pebbles.
Yep.
That shrunken head is going to be huge because Pebbles is going to be able to initiate, pop the shrunken head, and then either walk out or keep fighting.
Yeah, and if he gets a good combo now, if he sees that 2 people are stacked up, if he then tosses even more... Oh, Rally's TP actually being cancelled by the Flux right there. Geomancer is not there with a follow-up.
Geostun misses.
And Rally...
Keep running at him here.
Yeah, here comes the Pebbles. The dust is there for the Geomancer, and they're just going to get the toss-up, and Geomancer falls.
Did he... That was a weird... It sounded almost like the Rally used like a pot and not dust on my end. I heard like this weird popping sound.
Yeah,
Did
who
he-
knows? Maybe that's
Yeah,
just the sound
no
of
idea what that
Geomancer
was.
getting popped.
I'm seeing a lot less all chats right now from Legion team as well.
I think they were as surprised as we were when the Balfagor Flex ended up working out.
No, I think they had a feeling it was going to work. I just think this time they laned a little bit incorrectly. And look at this actually. This ward coming in from Myth MP Meow actually blocking his own heart key.
Yeah, he just wants the vision, and it's... I get it. I mean, they haven't had control of their own woods for quite a while, and nobody's going to think to counter there.
Well, what you got did, he put a ward down. However, it barely, I don't know, it's like on borderline of seeing that ward. Let's see if it actually shows.
Yeah, but even if it was in range, it really wouldn't have mattered, because they wouldn't have been able to see it unless they had some type of clear vision above that rock.
Rominsky countering the counter ward there, and Twin Blades is actually picked up by the Nomad.
Yeah, I wonder if he
interesting.
already has it, or that he just has the recipe, because there's still
Combo
the
miss by-
Arcana part. Yeah, combo miss in the bottom lane. Pebbles jumping in with that haste rune, getting healed up by the Chrysalis. He's gonna just be able to go again, because he still has his Shrunken up.
Wait for the creeps to come back here. And this is another issue. They do not have wave clear on Hellborn or on Legion. So I don't know how they're going to defend against this.
Yeah, they have the Pebbles going in. He did use the Shrunken, so he's just able to toss people back. What a stun though from the Geomancer. The Flux is there as well, but the Balfagor ulti was nowhere to be found. There you have it. Swiftblade is dropping low, but he does have the token. Rally ulti does kind of whiff, but here you have the Geomancer stunning in on that Luna, and you have the toss coming in and just finishing off the Legion side. So
That's GG.
yeah.
The Nomad misplayed his ultimate as well. And that's what I'm going back to saying. Nomad is such a high-skilled hero that if you don't use the ultimate ability correctly, you're putting yourself in a situation just to die.
And how many times have we seen him with the ulti?
I want to be respectful here, but every time.
Yeah, I mean, it's also that Hellborn team is very aware of when this Nomad chooses to use the ultimate, because he almost is required to if he doesn't want to die.
So it looks like we're going to potentially have our first finalists here.
It looks like it. What you got? Nabute, Ramensky, Ha, and Snooky taking this series in with what was an inch. Okay, it's not over yet. They haven't conceded yet, of course. So
No,
let's not
they
get
haven't
ahead of
conceded
ourselves.
whatsoever, but they do have a 34k gold lead,
Yeah.
and it's going to take a lot for them to throw this game away with how far ahead they are. But you know, going back to last game, I don't know why, but the laning phase just went so poorly.
Yeah, look at this though. Swiftblade is going to ulti in on the Nomad, and that's going to cancel the ultimate. So are they going to try and turn on the Swiftblade? He doesn't have his Conjuro ready, so he might be in some danger, but Nomad actually dying right there. Hell on New Earth on top of it as well, so Swiftblade in no trouble at all because he ends up surviving. And then you have the Flux in the background. There's the Geomancer ulti. He does end up stunning both of them, so nice ulti coming out from the Geomancer. And they have the Balfagor chasing down the Pebbles, so Pebbles does end up dying, but Rally was nowhere near in that fight. And I feel like they're suffering a bit from the same syndrome that they had in the first game, where they're getting a bit overconfident.
Yeah, slightly overconfident. I mean, not having, and that's the thing. You have the PK up on Sunk Dunk right now. I think they needed him
Look at
there
this
mid.
though, they're jumping in on the Swift Blade just to do some harass damage. But yeah, so PK up on the rally indeed.
Wow, this Monarch's really farmed. The Monarch's at 355 GPM. The Monarch's actually a higher GPM than the Nomad is.
Yeah, you know the game is grim when you see something like that. But it's also due to them having all the objectives almost.
But that's objective gaming. We chatted about it earlier. One of the most important things in HoN that's overlooked is getting objectives versus farming.
Yeah.
Because every time you get a tower, whether you give it to your carry, one of your core heroes, or you divide it out to the team, you're putting yourself at a little bit more of an advantage than the enemy team. Every time you get a tower.
Yeah. Swiftblade just gonna spin away. Flux does try to do some chip damage, but with the heals coming out from the Monarch, it's really not gonna matter. Yeah, like what you're saying, objective gaming is important, but it's also just the fact that in this game, Legion had a plan, and their plan was just a bit off because we can just see what the potential is of the Flux Balfagor. Except the one game they had a Magmus, and this game they have a Geomancer. I am under the impression that a Magmus stun is a far more effective tool than that dig.
However, the Geomancer pick could have been much better if they laned it properly. Because
Yeah.
the Geo has had very little impact in the laning phase besides die. I mean, he's 1-8 and 2. It shows that the way that they laned the hero was not really intended. They could have put the Flux and the Geomancer bottom, and a Swiftblade Monarch's not going to be able to kill them. And the Swiftblade actually gets a pick off here on the Nomad.
Yeah, this time the ulti coming in to play, and Snooki right there with the combo, now tossing them all on the Balfagor and getting another pick off. But yeah, it was also the fact that they could have easily tri-lane bottom with the Nomad Vindicator and Geomancer, and then they probably would have taken that lane easily.
Yep, they would have. The Luna would have had to rotate.
Yeah, you have to jump in by the Pebbles onto the Balfagor. That is not the target they want, though. Balfagor, is he going to be able to get his HoN North off? No, he is not. Rally ulti hitting 2, and all of Legion is dead now. We have a Gnome's Wisdom on Balfagor, but it really doesn't do that much here. And there you have it, Balfagor getting tossed back again, stunned up. He's not even going to be able to get HoN North off. Matt and the Flux also buying back, but...
Wow.
Yeah.
That's CC though. I knew when I saw Hellborn's draft that they were very CC centric, and they could actually lock down the Balfagor. Oh, the Nomad ulti. Just a little cheeky Nomad ulti, not hitting anyone.
Yeah, so Flux does get the pick off on the Pebbles, but that auto attack damage from the Nomad. There you have the ultimate coming off from the Vindicator as well as the disarm, but Rally is now diving the base, taking quite some damage from those fountain hits, but in the end, Flux trying to finish it off, not happening, but there's the Pebbles combo, and game over. Wow. GG, well played. What a series coming out from both teams. Really well played to Zero Teams CC15 having their draft a bit more together this time than last time.
Yep, the laning phase went absolutely perfect for Hellborn. I would have liked, as you mentioned, to seen some of those rotations come out from Legion. Said, hey, these aren't the ideal laning situations we need. Let's rotate.
Yeah, for sure. So, final thoughts on the whole series, Dave?
I was pumped. I was excited. I love seeing the Balfagor pick. I wish they would have kind of prioritized more farm on the Balfagor that last round. But I think everyone in the tournament, everyone who is watching, saw the power of Balfagor, and I hope we see the hero more.
Yeah, for sure. And for the rest of the 2 games where the Hellborn did, or where Zero Team CC15 did get the upper hand, they just played it very organized. They made sure to win the laning phase. They had some good pickoffs as well as good rotations. So well played to them. We have our first finalists. And,
hey, and more importantly, good luck to you and your round coming up versus farming you. I'm really excited to watch that. I'm excited to see your draft, and I wish you the best of luck, man.
Well, thank you very much. And with what you got, being in the finals right now, who knows? If we end up beating farming you, then you're not. Then there's gonna be no casters tomorrow.
It's gonna be me and John. So yeah, I consider myself a caster. So, oh,
Yeah,
that's
so
okay.
we're gonna have to wait and see, what happens. But I'm
I
excited
like.
for the next series because I'm playing in it. It's gonna be great. But thank you very much for casting with me, Dave. It was a pleasure.
Love you, man. Have a good one.
Yeah, have a good one. So remember, there's another series coming up. Stay tuned.
Good job, man.
captain's pick.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to HoN OMGTour Season 2 tournament. We have the semifinals coming at you. We got the second series between Farming You and Big Ego Crew. I am going to be your shoutcaster, What You Got, and I am going to be joined by my co-caster, Easy Full Clan. Welcome, John.
Hey, good to be here. And Wig, let me be the first to you can't hear me? Oh, excuse me. Yeah, sorry about that. Let me be the first to congratulate you, is what I was going to say, for winning the previous series and being a HoN Oh My God 2020 finalist. How do you feel?
Thanks, man. Honestly, it was a long series. We went to 3 games. Yolanda gave us a nice series, and I'm really proud of my team. Actually, they played really well today. Before I left to come cast, I made sure to tell them that everyone played really well. And yeah, happy to be playing in the finals tomorrow. But I don't want to talk about last series. I want to talk about the
Yeah.
series we got here. I mean, we got a really good match here. Farming
Yeah, this
You
is
on
gonna
the
be great.
Legion side, going to be going up against Big Ego Crew on the Hellborn side. We saw both these teams play yesterday, and they both looked phenomenal. I'm expecting a really strong best of 3. Wouldn't be surprised at all if we see 3 matches just like we did in the first semifinals match. So I'm just gonna jump right into it. We got a rally and a Moira band coming out from the Legion side, followed up by an electrician and a kinesis band from the Hellborn side. And we're already actually into the picks. We got Lodestone into Magnus, Andromeda into Chipper. What what do you see so far from the 2 drafts, John?
I see it looked like the first series of bands looked like a couple of respect bands to me. You know, Farming You knows that Big Ego Crew is competent to run both Rally and Moira, and on the flip side, Big Ego Crew bans out Electrician, kind of a staple Embapoy solo laner hero, and of course the always strong Kinesis, which you can understand why they banned it, because they do pick up the Magmus following the Lodestone pick on the other side. These look like pretty standard picks to me. Very, very strong heroes. Excellent team fight potential, gank potential. Just strong disables going through laning phase. I think the only hero that kind of jumps out at me as kind of an unusual pick is this Chipper pick. Where are they running this Chipper? Is this a mid domination Chipper we're about to see?
Yeah, we saw Chipper actually, I think, played in 1 match yesterday, and that was ran by, I believe it was No Boots Gaming, played by Gemini. Was their
Okay.
mid player for the second match, and he played at mid. He actually played a really solid Chipper. Now, I don't necessarily know if we're going to see a mid Chipper in this game, but we do see both a Magnus and an Engineer picked up. Um, we
I
have
think
seen in the
Chipper.
past Engineer played as a mid by Puppet Mechs, so I think it's not out of the question that we could see a core Engineer. But I think we'll need to see the rest of the draft and how it shapes up to see where
Yeah, you're
Chipper and
absolutely
Engineer
right.
go.
They are liable to run Chipper in the mid lane, and I actually kind of like Chipper here against this Legion lineup so far. They got some pretty heavy magic damage bursts between the Lodestone and the Puppet, and well-timed focus buffer could really mean the difference between a dead core or a living one. So I'm kind of looking forward to seeing if we can see some big Chipper saves as
Yeah, and
if it is a support.
I will say I think Chipper is a good hero, but when he's paired with a Magnus, I think he becomes an even better hero. The fact that Magnus allows Chipper to get a 2-second setup for his chainsaws and all his rockets, I think the combination of Magnus and Chipper together can kill pretty much any hero in the game, early game. And even if that target gets swapped out by the Andromeda, I feel like they've done the damage because they'll put the tar toss on the target and then the rockets will burn him down. So unless that swap comes out before the rockets impact the hero, I feel like the swap might even be too late, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. It makes perfect sense, because I was actually thinking with a strong setup stun like Magnus, Chipper is going to land the max slow tar toss on his target as well, prior to the rockets firing. So Yeah, it is something they need to watch out for. Um, as we kind of look at the bans, what do you have to say about these bans? I see Hammerstorm, Master of Arms, and Benzington
Valkyrie.
banned out by farming you, and on the flip side, Big Eagle Crew bans out Kraken, Deadwood, and Tundra. So looks like they're kind of taking Big Eagle Crew taking away some of these big strength initiators. And then alternatively, we've got just a bunch of carry bans. Kind of makes sense given the fact that it looks like Legion has picked their
Nexus.
position 1 farmer in a Puppet Master. And
Yeah, the bans make a lot of sense to me. Just some really powerful options for both teams.
yeah, I agree completely. And I think Benzington makes a whole lot of sense, because I think with that lineup that Hellborn is showing, Puppet Master is going to be would have been a target for something like a Sir Benzington. So I think
I
the other
agree.
two heroes, Hammerstorm and Master, that they ban out are really really strong carries in their own right. But Benzington, as we've seen, just kind of he can really help his team set the pace of the game if they even have just the slightest advantage. So
Yeah, and I think they also took away a lot of the strong tri-laning carries because a lot of those heroes are really, really good with two lane partners. They deal lots of damage, and then they can either take
Succubus.
stacks in the jungle or, just continue their aggression and disrupt the
Malkin.
enemy's plan. So
yeah,
we
that's
see.
absolutely true. I didn't even think about the laning setup and trying to thwart the potential tri-lane comp.
So we see a Valkyrie picked up, followed up by a Succubus. To round off Legion's lineup. I know they sometimes like to run Valkyrie as a position 4, like a roaming, set up kills on the lanes with lots of lockdown, which they've drafted
Let's get it
lots of setup
on.
for that Valkyrie arrow. Looks like we're going to see a mid Succubus. This is something Farming You likes to do. And then they have heroes that can easily rotate once she hits level 6 with that Cursed Embrace to set up
Mhm.
kills on the enemy mid laner. Um, the Hellborn team finished it off with a Maraxus as their 4th pick. So another initiator to follow up the Magnus once he does get that portal key. And then they finish it off with a Malikan as their carry. So what do you think about the two lineups overall?
Well, I mean, it's there's kind of just a stark difference between the two styles of play we're going to see here. Legion is very PK dependent. Excuse me, Hellborn is. Hellborn is very
Hellborn, yep.
PK dependent, whereas Legion not so much. Obviously, PKs are going to be a fantastic luxury on heroes like Bloodstone and Succubus, but they aren't necessarily needed, especially with the Valkyrie Prism. Really close the gap and get some surprise ganks going on some of these Hellborn heroes. But I think the biggest difference is that this is a really gank heavy lineup from the Legion side in comparison to this really just beefy team fighting lineup from Hellborn. So I think that the game is going to be, from Legion's perspective, they want to win lane phase, as you always do with and then
Mm.
in mid game, kind of just this gank and avoid strategy. Let Puppet get huge, and then I think it's going to be up to Hellborn to try and sniff out and avoid the ganks that are coming their way and just take some objectives while Malikan is able to, get big. I think Malikan is actually a fantastic carry against against Puppet Master, but at the same time, he needs to be aware that he can just get blown up by Lodestone, and the Cursed Embrace coming out from Succubus is going to be really, really difficult for Malikan to deal with if his team isn't able to respond properly. As there are several interrupts for that ultimate, thankfully, but like I said, it's going to be up to them to watch out for the ganks. They certainly have the team fight advantage.
So something that I noticed while we were just sitting here in the pause is who's playing what heroes. The support player for Hellborn is actually playing Chipper. So I think we're actually going to see a position 5 Chipper here. Now, this is something that I don't think we've seen yet in a tournament setting. But what I do know about support Chipper is that they like to use the rockets to stack the jungle camps. I think you can stack like 4 and even 5 camps at a time if you do it correctly. And seeing as how they have the Malakin picked up, I think that's gonna be part of their game plan. They're gonna look to try to get a lot of stacks going in the early game for Malakin, assuming that there's not too much aggression coming out from the Legion side, and then look to send him into the jungle and do the stacks very early on. And then Engineer, who actually just terminated, we're probably gonna have to do a remake here
Yeah.
and get that sorted out. But Engineer was the fifth hero for Hellborn. He is actually played by their mid player, which is Puppet Mex. And we saw Engineer played, I believe you were casting with me. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
I might be wrong. It might have been Dave, but we saw Engineer played in the mid lane, and he was very impactful. He played that Engineer very strong, and he had a lot of impact for his team. And I'm actually very excited to see another mid Engineer if they do decide to do that.
Yeah, I think they will, and it's going to be. We have to get into the next lobby here.
Yeah, so we're gonna have a quick remake, but we can keep talking about the draft meanwhile, while we
Yeah, I
do
mean, I
get
think it's just
back
going to
into a
be
new
up to
lobby.
Hellborn to help. So, with exactly with what you're saying, Chipper is the stacking machine because of the 2K range rockets can just hit so many camps simultaneously. It's going to be up to
Mm.
them to just secure that region of the map and not allow the Succubus and Lodestone to wander in there alongside maybe Valkyrie or whatnot. But it's going to be it's going to take a large investment from Chipper, which obviously, as a team-oriented player, I'm sure he's willing to sacrifice all for plenty of rev wards. But
Yeah.
we'll see if Legion is able to get into the Legion jungle and prevent this Malakin from exploding on farm because he is a fantastic stat clearing hero. Even if he doesn't get his core, I don't even want to call it a core farming item in Thunderclaw, which is typically what you want on Malakin to farm a little bit faster. I mean, the sword throw just does so much work, being able to hit like 2 camps pretty
More
reliably every
coins!
cast, and just
More
like damage the most both mobs.
coins!
So,
Yeah,
and then
so
not even to mention the ulti.
so to talk about the Chipper as a position 5, so it's safe to say he's more of a greedier support. He does do a lot of damage though if he's able to get the levels up in the early game, which I think is going to be the main thing. Is will he be able to get the XP that he's looking for? And if he does, that's where I think he'll start to shine. If he gets
Hmm.
the XP up, gets to fast level 6, and then he can just go around with the Magnus and not focus too much on sitting with Malakin while he farms, but more so setting up the kills with the rockets,
Yeah,
because
that makes me wonder where is he
he
going
will
to
have a
get
lot of
that.
impact.
Where is
Yeah.
he going to get that XP? Because I already anticipate farming playing the Andro Valkyrie puppet tri lane. They are they're a tri lane heavy team. Every time that I've even seen them in a scrim or in a match, they are always running Dimaha mid, their solo long or short is Imbaboy, and then
Elena
Testy
in the other lane.
Testy, Bilbo, and Sarah are running as a trio. In this case, it's going to be Rosaru on Puppet Master instead of
So
Testy. But so
yeah,
I think that in order to deal with that, what do they do to deal with this tri lane? Do they counter tri lane? And if so, like with what you're saying, Chipper is a little bit of a greedy hero, throws out some damage, but doesn't really provide the disable, right? It just it has the mini stun and the magic damage from the rocket. So if he
uh,
does fall into some sort of tri lane with what was it? Uh,
so
say
I feel
yeah.
like if you're confident enough that your tri lane can compete, then you want to fight. But if you're not so confident and you feel like your lanes are not equivalent, then you want to try to match up your lanes to get the most out of them. So you want to put,
Hmm.
either like a solo against that lane, just let it get the farm, and then you get farm in the other 2 lanes if you can. You try to set up yourself to get the gold if you want, or if in this case they might just want the experience on their heroes. They might just want the levels on both like the Magnus and the Chipper, and then once they reach uh, like once they get sort of out of that early game stage where they kind of lack the damage to deal with heroes, but they start to pick up the XP. Then just by having their spells, they readily do lots of burst. I think it really comes down to how they feel they want to execute. But yeah, Puppet Master tri-lanes are very strong, so they might not want to fight it. But again, it's entirely up to whether they feel like they're confident enough to tri-lane versus
Yeah,
tri-lane.
just to that token, I'm worried about if they go tri lane v tri lane. Obviously, they can compete, but you know, on paper, things on paper are always different than how things are executed in the game.
Right.
Things can go wrong, and if they lose that tri lane, I'm seriously worried about Chipper's effectiveness coming back into the game as a position 5, right? Because being the lowest level, he's not going to have the damage output that you want. He's not going to have the levels and focus buffer that you want. The ulti is a nice little damage output, but he offers virtually no control. And so if he's not outputting damage alongside you, he's kind of, I don't want to call him a useless hero because he can obviously, you know, play support role and do other things like we already talked about the stacking potential. But in terms of offering team fight presence, he if he's under leveled in comparison to the rest of the heroes, he's not going to show up, in my opinion.
So something that I was thinking about is, so how do you scale a support chipper? Do you focus more into focus buffer, and then that way you're not using so much mana between the rockets and the Tartos? You can protect teammates, and if they use spells on the guy with the shield, you get mana back for more rockets. Or do you focus purely on the aggression with rockets and Tartos? What do you think
I think
chippers should do in this
in
game
my
specifically?
eyes, so I haven't. Bear in mind, I don't play this hero as support. I have played it mid a
Hmm.
handful of times. I understand its mechanics and everything, but I think that it does depend on the pace of the game. But I think that you max the rockets.
Yeah,
I think
I
you
agree
actually
with that.
do not go Tartos.
Okay. So they have
I think
enough
that you go
crowd
rockets and
control.
buffer. Yeah,
Yeah, that's what I was leaning towards as well, because since you're not going to be high level, whereas like a solo mid shipper would get the experience, you're going to be able to do more by putting magic shield on teammates or yourself when they initiate on you.
exactly.
Yeah,
And it offers you because you're going to have minimal items, right? So it's going to
right.
offer you a bit of mana sustain if you put your buffer on the right target. And so, yeah, I think it is you max the rockets for the max damage potential because having a 2K range spell like that with strong setup stuns, it's amazing. Your positioning, you can have a safer positioning, but still offer 2 to 300 magic damage on a whim to a target that's caught out. And then with the focus buffer, obviously you can save the right target at the right time. Tartos, it's a little extra damage, but I just don't think it's nearly as impactful as those two other spells. And so it just takes a seat on the back burner until you can maybe get around like I don't know, you might start putting points into it around like level 9 or so.
You know what
Um,
I really like is the fact that they have a support shipper who has, let's just say he has 4 rockets, and Succubus is going to be locking people down, right? And
mhm.
Chipper has, what did we call it, a 2000 range interrupt, where he can easily just spend a very little portion of his mana to cancel the Succubus hold if he's nearby in the team fight who Succubus initiates on.
Mhm.
And a lot of the times, what happens is Succubus will sleep one player and then ultimate the other, and then you've either already used your stuns and you don't have an interrupt for him, or he's locked everybody down who could potentially cancel him. But if Chipper's sitting really far back in team fights and he's not crowd controlled, he's got a lot of tools to work with to cancel that, and that's a big deal, I think, because the Succubus hold is going to be a very key spell for them in team fights, locking down either the Malakin with a shrunken head, or or even maybe someone like the engineer who's going to try to control team fights with the energy field, as we're going to see, uh, as the game progresses. So I feel like that's something that we shouldn't overlook as well. We'll have to keep an
Mhm.
eye on Chipper in the team fights if he's able to get those interrupts off, or whether his teammates do position well to hold one of their interrupts for him.
Yeah, I think Chipper is a fantastic hero for that purpose because I think it's only a I want to say it's like a 3-second recharge on the rockets.
And also,
So
they picked the chipper really early in the draft. It was the second pick, and the succubus pick I think came out either fourth or fifth. So
mhm.
that was like, uh, I don't want to say it's a mistake by Legion because obviously succubus is a great laner. We've seen succubus have monstrous starts in other series where she's given the farm and she's able to wreak havoc with. I think they even bought a post haste on him first item in one of the games, and he was just TPing around and being really annoying, setting up kills on the side lanes. So we could see something like a post haste succubus this game as well. But
I'm
I
actually
personally
having
love the
trouble
chipper pick.
recalling the full Hellborn draft. So we've got
Yeah, it's
Magnus
always hard when it's
NG,
not in front of you.
right? Magnus NG, Chipper, Malakin, and
And
you.
engineer? Did we say engineer?
Yeah,
Oh,
NG Magnus, Chipper, Malakin. I'm blanking on
oh,
the fifth hero.
Moraxis was the fourth pick.
Moraxis.
Yep,
Okay,
I just
okay, thank
remembered.
you. So, you know, they only have one superior interrupt that goes through BKB. So, do you expect to see a BKB succubus? I think a PK BKB succubus would just has huge potential this game to just jump straight
Yeah,
onto Malakin or catch him in the midst of a team fight and lock him down for 5 seconds.
yeah.
I
So
think
that's
that's
definitely, I
seriously
think, what
dangerous.
the Legion's going to be looking to go for is to try to get that timing where they can't get the hold interrupted anymore. And then by that point, the Hellborn side is probably going to need Storm Spirits because the only other way would be, I believe, either a Savage Mace proc or a Basher, which I don't
Mm,
think those items will be very common for this game anyway. I don't think we'll see Basher on anyone on the Hellborn side. Brutalizer, excuse me, as it's called. And Savage Mace will be more of a reactive item for Malikan. It's not something he really wants to build into, but he's also going to be the guy getting locked down.
exactly.
So it's going to really come down to if Succubus gets the Shrunken Head, they're going to need Storm Spirits to delay the whole duration.
They definitely are going to be picking up Storm Spirits. I mean, Storm Spirits are fantastic item counters to heroes like Succubus, heroes like
Lodestone.
Lodestone, as well
Yep.
as Puppet Master.
Yeah, so
Um,
even seeing like two this game, I think would be great if Hellborn could find
mhm.
a
And it
pair of
makes me
storms.
wonder. I wonder if Malakin. So, okay, BKB. Obviously, if like that's a pretty staple Malakin item as
Is
like
this the
a
argument of skip
second.
going versus not going BKB?
Yeah, I
Shrunken Head?
almost think that Shrunken Head might be a detriment to Malakin's kit this game because if he gets Shrunken Head and Succubus has one as well alongside a PK and he pops that Shrunken, she jumps in and locks him down, he can't be saved,
Right.
right? So I almost wonder, do you think Malakin potentially skips Shrunken Head or is it just too good of a tool against Lodestone and Puppet Master?
I think I think you always need the Shrunken Head, and the reason for that is there's so much crowd control. There's lots of magic. There's lots of holds from the Puppet Master where Shrunken Head doesn't. Where Shrunken Head saves him there, as well as things like the Valkyrie arrow, which could stun him for up to 5 seconds, just like a Succubus hold, and then they
Right.
can't really stop him if he's stunned
So
anyway
there's
from
too
that.
many
So
there's too many
I
minor spells, right, that
I
he needs
think
to worry
there's
about.
there's too many things that stop him from attacking. And when you think about Malakin, your main goal is you need to be attacking. That's how you sustain yourself in fights with the green sword. Uh, you're splashing with that ulti form, dealing tons of damage, but simultaneously healing up as you get lower and lower in fights. So I feel like you always need the shrunken, but it's more like how when you time the shrunken, you know, do you use it after you get initiated on and the hold gets canceled? That to me is like the ideal time. Or if your team can prevent succubus from holding you and you can go in with the shrunken head, you can do so much damage.
Yeah, I
Because
think
that's
that's
that's going to
actually
be the
going
main tool that Legion has to work with to control Malakin in team fights so
absolutely.
far.
Yeah, I think that you're absolutely right. The goal for Hellborn here is to get the intel on Succubus's positioning. Don't let her
Hmm.
hold your carry. If she can hold, because Malakin's auto attacks are going to be far more impactful than Puppet Masters, in my opinion. given equal farm.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
um,
Oh, I think I DC'd. I think I'm gonna need to get reinvited to the match. I'm gonna leave real quick and get reinvited. Thank you.
a second.
I had this issue another time. Sometimes I get a mini DC, I think. Okay, I'm in.
Oh, there, I got it.
Okay, so we got that settled away.
I don't know. I just tried to set a spec.
I think we're good. John's set to ref and I'm in spec. Should be okay. Mm. There we go. As long as as long as we do get in the game, that should be it should be all set as long as that happens. Um, yeah, where did we leave off, John? Sorry.
Okay, no, it's okay. I kind of got my train of thought interrupted, but we are underway. We are in the pick screen here.
Yep. So the players are
Heroes.
just gonna go ahead and quickly choose their heroes that were drafted, and we will be shortly starting game number
Yeah.
1. But
Looks like everybody is selecting the same heroes. So
so how do we think both teams are gonna lane
I was
with
just
their
thinking
heroes?
about that, right? I was just thinking about going. I think that Hellborn has a stronger tri lane and from the Magnus Chipper Malakin.
Really?
Um,
Okay.
well, damage wise, I'll say that,
Damage
but
wise,
the
okay.
the lockdown is slightly in favor of Legion, right? Legion will have a triple stun level 1, right, between
Right.
Comet, uh, Javelin, and
and
Puppet Show,
puppet
I
hold.
guess.
Yep, puppet show.
But the damage is certainly favors Hellborn. And so, but I'm almost thinking that they don't contest the tri lane. I'm almost thinking that they do exactly as you say, kind of send a solo hero against the tri lane and kind of win the other lanes, especially because you've got a succubus in the mid lane, right? Versus this
Mm.
NG who is a really, really powerhouse damage dealer. So some maybe not necessarily just sitting a dual lane, but just some proper not committing yourself to going 3v3 in this tri lane and just popping up, rotating on the succubus and lodestone, doing a little work in the jungle with either some stacks or some pulls, whatever. um I think that that can go a long way. And if you win, I think it kind of goes back to what we were saying, right? In terms of how strong the succubus can be to work against this Malakin, especially if he gets a BKB. If you give the succubus a bad game, I think that you have a really, really good chance of your Malakin out carrying this puppet,
Yeah,
provided Malakin can
I
get
definitely
a
agree. I think,
fair amount of equivalent farm.
and we have seen puppet masters carry very hard in the past, but I feel like it's usually when they're given a good start and then they either get an advantage over the other carry or they hit that timing where they get the level 16, so they have the level 3 voodoo puppet. And we know time and time again the voodoo puppet can just you can kill pretty much anyone, in a matter of your disables before they can
Definitely.
either get their shrunken head off or the team support can come in time. An arrow is actually going to be thrown in the top lane. I think that spotted out the Malikan. I don't know
It
if it
did,
saw the
yeah.
Chipper, but we also saw a very early TP from Chipper in the top lane. He places down a very aggressive ward of sight, so they want to see what the Legion team is doing with their lanes, and vice versa with the arrow being thrown by the Legion side to kind of scout out, what's going on thus far.
Hmm.
Um, I really like this ward placed by Shorecan here by the Ancients. That ward is actually it should spot out any rotations that either happen toward mid or back towards the top lane, which is going to be kind of the focus for Legion side. So I feel like that's a great ward of sight this game.
Yeah, that
And
is.
also, we do see Legion putting a rune ward in the bottom ancient area. I do believe that does spot out the rune, so that'll see if there are any rotations between the engineer and the
Yeah,
Noraxis.
because something they're going to have to be. I like that. Just if I can comment about that ward as well, they are going to have to be worried about the succubus throwing arrows mid. If
Oh
the
right, yeah.
succubus can get They're not in the same lane, obviously, but if Succubus can get a couple of points into Mesmerize so that it lasts 4 or 5 seconds,
Yeah.
Engineer might be a sitting duck for some of these arrows, and it might make it really, really difficult for him to lane against Succubus, as if Succubus wasn't bad enough.
Yeah, that's a great point that you bring up. The Javelin has 7,000 range at every level, I believe. So that's the distance, I believe, pretty close to between the top and the mid lane. I think he just has to move a little bit down the river, and then it reaches. But that's always something we got to keep an eye on.
And it looks like he's planning on being fairly mobile, as he's got only red boots in his inventory. But how do you feel about the, as there's not a whole lot of action going on in our tri lane right now, how do you feel about the Lodestone versus Meraxis matchup?
I feel like Lodestone has a lot of early lane harassment due to the fact that Head Smash is kind of free to harass as long as he brings himself regen, which we see him even ferry out a health potion now that he knows he's in a 1 versus 1. Once he hits the level 3 mark, he'll get level 2 in the Head Smash and probably just continue to apply pressure to Meraxis. And Meraxis, he's going to need to pick up something like a bottle.
Master gets jumped on by
top lane, we have some action here, but actually they kind of just fall back from each other. There is a large creep wave on the side of Hellborn, so Legion probably got deterred by the amount of creeps that were pushing into their tower there. Didn't want to take a unnecessary engagement. But yeah, I feel like Lodestone does really well in the early stages. Oh wow! We see a kill in the mid lane. Engineer actually kills the Succubus, I believe. Did he plant some mines there?
Yep, it definitely went to the mine on top of his.
That's really well played. I hope the camera crew caught that one because I completely missed it. But heads up play by Engineer, and we talked about how this is going to be a pretty difficult matchup for him, but he's already off to a great start. Now he's sitting at 480 gold per minute. He even picks up the haste rune. That's a very powerful 2-minute rune to kind of control the pace of how this mid lane is going to go. And
if I can just take us back to Meraxis, I kind of like Meraxis against Lodestone a little bit. I think that the more axes, as he's able to get to around like level 5, he can have a pretty good time against Lodestone, because Lodestone's a very high HP hero. And I think, if he's got 3 charges on more axes, he's actually going to be dealing quite a bit of damage. As Magnus
initiation top lane, we get a nice 2-man line stun onto the Andromeda and the Valkyrie. Valkyrie's actually going to leap offensively. Now they're going for the Andromeda. Valkyrie does die in the background. Kill credit goes to Chipper, but Magnus, he has a power supply into another Lava Surge, but they aren't going to need it as they have the damage from both the Malikan and the Chipper before the second Lava Surge comes out. So that's 2 kills the way of Hellborn, and they're off to a quick 3-0 start. The supporting cast does TP back up here into the tri lane after those respawns come up. But yeah, great start for Hellborn so far.
Well done. So Magnus is actually starting to sees those 2 ports come from Andromeda and Valkyrie into the top lane, so he immediately starts to head over to Succubus in the mid lane, knowing that there's no potential for ports from teammates.
Yep. So he doesn't have the boots picked up yet, but a nice keg stun is going to hit him backwards, and Magnus is going to be in range for the Lava Surge. The mine is going to bring him down as well with that extra damage. Haste rune. A nice keg stun from Engineer. That's not always the easiest spell to land without a setup, but he makes it look very easy there.
Ooh, that was a nice, I don't know if camera caught that, but Meraxis and Lodestone kind of skirmishing down here a little bit. Lodestone had got the better of it, but popped a health pot and it got immediately canceled by Meraxis, so that's a nice little bonus, I guess, that might help him end up winning the lane in the long term.
Yeah, so as you were talking about, the Moraxes actually do damage based
on the Engineer in the mid lane.
Yep,
and
mid lane Engineer is going to go down here. Too much damage between the Heartache and the Arrow. So that was actually a much needed rotation, I feel like.
Yeah, it was an Invis rune pickup from Valkyrie at the top rune, and so she was just able to position perfectly.
Magnus is in a very offensive position here. He's going to scout out this rotation from Valkyrie back to the top lane. But we might have an engagement here. Magnus starting off with the auto attacks. He's going to use the Lava Surge into the Sword Throw, into the Chipper Rockets. Actually, Chipper does get kill credit there. So Valkyrie getting caught a little bit out of position from her teammates. But yeah, very aggressive position from Magnus. He picks up the starters now. They're even going to find the Andromeda here. Do they have the catch? Lava Surge does come out into the Chipper Rockets. Body blocks maybe going to happen from Magnus. No, they don't have the follow-up damage. Succubus, though, he's level 6 and he's here. He has mana with the power supply. A nice 5-second arrow going to follow up that Mesmerize. And Succubus is not going to need to use any spells. Just the auto attacks will bring down the Chipper. So they at least get the return kill there on the Chipper.
Yeah, so some
in
good
the top lane.
rotations. You know, bringing one back for farming you here.
Mhm. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about the Moraxes. The axes actually do percentage of the target's max health. So yeah, you were talking about how Lodestone is a strength hero. That just means every time he lands an axe, it's gonna do, you know, like a large chunk of his health pool in damage. So even better against tankier heroes, one could argue.
Yeah, he's got a point in the lodestone plates, which obviously gives a little bit of damage reduction from direct damage sources. But you know, more axes has so many charges that it doesn't really work if Moraxis
Mid
doesn't.
lane, we have a keg stun onto the Succubus here. Magnus already used his Lava Surge. Now they're looking to turn it around with the Cursed Embrace, but Magnus doing a nice job of tanking that arrow. It was only a 2-second arrow. They might look to turn it around. Lava Surge goes in onto Valkyrie, but Puppet Master is here now with that port, and they turn it around with the Puppet Hold and the Puppet Show. Engineer, he's trying to get a return kill. No, he cannot. Succubus has the Heartache up just in the nick of time, and that's 2 kills the way of farming you as a nice teleport comes in the mid lane from the Puppet Master.
Yep. But Malakin's getting a little bit of time to free farm here. That was a very, very aggressive Magnus stun. I'm not sure if they had vision of the Magnus porting in. It happened, or excuse me, not the Magnus, the
Puppet Master.
Yeah, yep. Puppet Master porting in. Because it happened around the same time. But Magnus is actually kind of wandering down here towards the bot room now. Kind of wondering if they're planning on setting up something on Lodestone, but they are going to run into 4 heroes here. Magnus is totally surrounded.
Shatterstorm is procced here by the Lodestone. Here comes the Puppet Hole from Puppet Master. Do they have the damage to bring down Moraxis? He gets the Matrax off. Can he make the escape? I believe his Arcane Shield actually procced the... No, the Comp Stone actually wasn't used there.
I think it was...
procced the Arcane Shield, and that gave him the movement speed to survive.
I think it was one of Puppet's spells. I'm not 100% sure. Could have been Head Smash as well.
Okay. Yep.
But yeah, the important thing is he got it off. It was a nice escape from Magnus, by the way. Just the way that he got, he ran into Succubus and Andromeda.
Yep, and he was able to avoid getting slept into stunned. Very nice job from the Magnus there. He's made his way bottom. Now, Moraxis doesn't have the Matrax up, but they might look to try to set up a kill here. Actually, perhaps not thinking it's worth it, seeing both the Puppet and the Andromeda rotating now into the bottom lane. And that means Lodestone is now up here in the top lane with the Valkyrie. He's actually has an invisibility rune for about 50 seconds here. They're going to try to set something up on the Malakin. Try to catch him out of position perhaps. But in the mid lane, we have an engagement as the Magma Stun into the Engineer Keg is going to be too much with the assistance of Chipper with those rockets. So Succubus goes down again. That's her 3rd death, but you know, she's still doing not too bad for the 3 deaths. She's sitting at 325 gold per minute.
Yeah, it's pretty even. I mean, there's a slight gold advantage on the 3 Hellborn cores in comparison to the Legion cores, but it's still pretty close. You know, that 2.8k gold lead is pretty spread out across all 5 heroes. So it's actually only minor increases, or only minor deficits across all 5 heroes in comparison.
So we see 3 heroes here in the bottom lane for the Hellborn side. Succubus does have the Cursed Embrace ready to go if they catch Moraxis, but something tips him off. He does eventually get hit with an Aurora. So perhaps the fact that no one's in the mid lane is a bit of a tale that Succubus is lurking around. She's trying to get in range, but not going to find it. Moraxis playing very, very passively here, and rightfully so.
Yeah, that was just a good read of the map. Nice.
Not get initiated on.
A nice communication. You know, they have both sides have wards in the mid lane, so they saw just nobody was sitting on top of the Legion
Chipper does not have the boots here, so they're trying to set something up on him, but he's going to do a nice job of avoiding any follow-up. Another haste. That's the 3rd haste turn in 10 minutes that I've seen spawn so far. This one actually going to go to the side of Legion, as the first 2 did go to both Engineer. But Lowstone has a haste rune for another minute and 45 seconds to work with. See if
We'll
he
just
can
say
look to
it's a
set something up.
very fast-paced game.
Well, it's, yep. Sleep comes out onto Engineer in the mid lane. 5-second arrow going to follow it up, but Magnus is here as well as Chipper. Magnus is going to get hit with a Cursed Embrace from Succubus. He's going to get immediately canceled by the Chipper. A nice shot, but here comes Lowstone with the Shadow Storm. He's going to get stunned. They keg him away from the energy field, which actually stalls some of the damage. Now Hellborn is looking to try to turn it around. The Valkyrie Prism is used, but both teams are forced to fall back respectively. So when it's all said and done, nobody ends up dying.
Yeah, that was a pretty good two-man ulti from Lodestone, but you know you got to hand it to Puppet Max over here on Engineer. That energy field was just perfectly placed to deter any sort of follow-up from the Legion side.
Follow-up from the team fight. I agree. That was very well placed, and I think we're starting to see why Big Ego Crew loves to run this Engineer. They know how to utilize this hero very, very well.
Absolutely. So now we see Malikan, you know, look at the difference in the tri-lane cores here. Now Malikan is level 9 versus the level 6 Puppet Master, and Malikan just has such a fantastic kit, like we were talking about, for taking out these stacks with no items, as Puppet had, or not Puppet, Chipper had prepared for him.
Yeah, he's already rotated into the jungle, which we had anticipated. He's the top farmer in the game now at 440 gold per minute, but I think that's going to slowly start to rise as he's now kind of gotten to his or he's getting towards his core item, which I believe is going to be the Thunderclaw. I think it could still be the Insanitarius, seeing as how he has picked up a glove of the Swift. But yeah, what would you actually like to see Malikan go for this game? Is Thunderclaw or Insanitarius particularly one better than the other?
You know, I mean, I really like Thunderclaw because it really just synergizes so well with Hellborn Seal on low. As Meraxis actually gets 5 second arrow. And...
Yep, bottom lane we have a Voodoo Puppet coming out on Meraxis, but he does get the Matrix off. Shadow Storm is applied here on the Lowstone. Can he get in range for the Shadow Storm? I believe it actually missed, just barely. It was very close to landing there. And the follow-up to the Puppet Master, Voodoo Puppet, just wasn't there. Meraxis just a little bit too tanky with those Steam Boots investments. Middle lane, we have an energy field coming out on the Lodestone teleport, and Lodestone going to be taken down very low, but not enough for a kill. Now Succubus is here. He's going to throw out a Kexlan. It's going to miss, unfortunately. TVs are coming in. Here comes the Valkyrie with the arrow. It's a 2.5 second Javelin, and the follow-up from the Heartache and the Call of the Valkyrie is there to bring him down. They even get the deny on the tower. So Engineer perhaps overstaying his boundaries just a little bit there in the mid lane.
Yeah, that was a much needed kill, but they still got to worry about this Malikan here. He's got, he did end up going to Thunderclaw, which I agree with. You know, I had to take a step away from that conversation because of the action. As Meraxis needs a puppet show.
TP is coming into the bottom lane as we see an engagement now. The tower is denied by Meraxis. A nice job there. Valkyrie is going to leap over the cliff and she is going to get to safety, so they don't find any kills. Malikan actually cancels his port, so that was probably, I would say that was a good decision that he chooses not to land the TP.
Meraxis still getting gone on here though.
Yep, the arrow is going to be avoided here. Arcane Shield is applied, going to stop the Comet Stun from landing. Actually, there was no mana up on the Andromeda after the Aurora was used, so...
Okay, I've seen it too many times this game, by the way, and I just have to talk about it now. Meraxis is just such an awesome pick this game. Look how many single target spells there are for him to eat with Arcane Shield. The only AoE stun that they have is the Lodestone Rocket Drill. Yep, this Arcane Shield, that's precisely the reason they were not able to kill him right there. He was totally outnumbered, he was disabled by Puppet, but the 3 seconds of Arcane Shield just gave him spell immunity, more or less, because they knew they couldn't proc him, or he'd just run away.
Deny in the top lane, so I think we've seen 3 towers tonight in a row. But yeah, I mean, we see Meraxis at a score of 0-0-0, but one could definitely argue that he has done exactly his job this game. He has, you know, he's sitting at 350 gold per minute. He's well on his way toward his portal key in the near future. He's contested very well in his lane.
They're totally setting up on him with
Valkyrie Prism here, and the Shadow Storm is applied from Lodestone. I think they have too much damage this time for him to escape, so that was actually a pretty important kill, I would say. Mirax
It
is getting
was,
really
but,
close
you
to
know,
his blink.
he might be 0-1-0, but it goes back to exactly what you were just saying. You know, he's done his job. He has drawn the attention to himself away from his carry player for a good like 5 minutes now.
Yeah.
Just being
And,
this
and he's
offlane
only died
Miraxis, who's
once in
still
15 minutes, so that's
yeah,
pretty
he's
good.
still destined to get a BK as well.
Oh, mid lane, we see a mine trap landing onto Valkyrie there. Just really well played with the mines by Engineer. That's actually not a place that I was expecting him to have them. It was in the trees there in the Legion's mid lane.
To the bottom right of where the tower would be.
Yes.
Okay, 'cause I
Yeah,
missed it.
like to the right. Yeah, exactly, to the right of the tower. Yep, so Engineer nets himself a kill there.
So, okay, so look at Succubus's items. Total prediction on my part, if I can
Portal key
toot it
into
for a
straight
second.
shrunken head.
Yep, exactly. So, and look at Puppet Master. He's got the broadsword now. That is certainly going to become a shroud. Do you think shroud first is the item to go for Puppet this game, or does he need a little bit more? I don't know. I'm just
Survivability.
gonna answer. Yeah, well, I was almost gonna say like maybe whispering, maybe even straight shrunken. But if he goes straight shrunken, he's got no damage. So I think shroud. If I can just
I think
answer the
Shroud is
question.
just a pretty staple item for Puppet. It allows him to kind of go in and out uh, with a lot of ease to do what he does, which is catch you off guard. Shatterstorm bottom lane, by the way. We have a portal key picked up on Lodestone. Is it going to connect onto Miraxis? He does a nice job of avoiding the rocket drill. Even gets the Matrix off just to be certain he does not go down.
That's
So
another Shatterstorm that was dumped onto Moraxis here.
Yeah,
And he's
and
just doing
you've
so
talked
much
about it.
work.
Miraxis just taking a lot of the focus this game away from Malakin, which is, oh my god, he just right-clicked Hyper Crown. That's a very early Hyper Crown picked up by Malakin.
Yep, and he's going to take it over here to these triple ancients.
Yep, this is going to get him pretty much at about 500 gold per minute once he completes these. But we see an engagement in the bottom lane. Magnus and Chipper catch out the Valkyrie. Now they're trying to return it with the Succubus hold onto Magnus, but the Chipper Rock is interrupting the hold, which we talked about back at the draft. And Chipper has had just as much impact, I feel like, as the Miraxis this game. He's been in the right places at the right time to cancel those holds.
It's that recharge time I was talking about. It's only I can't see it on my tooltip.
The lane, we're gonna have a Magnus initiation here onto the Succubus, and they even drop the energy field as well. You know, I'm not too sure if they necessarily needed it, but you know, it's one of those things where if the follow up was there, there was not going to be follow up. We'll just say that.
I think it's not a mistake because Succubus is one of the most farmed heroes, and she's actually in some ways the most important hero for them to keep down, just because of how strong a BKB can be on her. So I think blowing it all is not a mistake. But Shroud was just finished on to Puppet Master here. Lodestone is spending a lot of time here in the top lane, just kind of sitting next to this top creep wave in the tree line, and he actually picks up a post haste. So he is looking to have that low cooldown Shatterstorm ultimate.
Bottom lane, we have a portal key picked up on Miraxis, but the smokes are here from the Hellborn side. They were baiting it all along. Succubus gets baited, but now comes Lodestone with the Shatterstorm. He's going to connect it onto Chipper and Magnus, but Chipper is going to take the brunt of that as he goes down. Malakin is now joined the party with that Hyper Crown picked up. He pops the ultimate, and he's dealing tons and tons of right-click damage. Andromeda's going to go down. Puppet Master's going to go down. They are turning their attention onto Valkyrie. Lodestone is getting the heck on out of here as he gets toward the river, and it's a 4-for-1 exchange. Hellborn will gladly take that team fight as they only lose their support Chipper when it's all said and done.
Yeah,
what a bait encounter from the Hellborn side.
Those smokes didn't work because they had Legion side did have the lane ward here, so they thought that Firaxis was kind of all alone there in the lane. And,
and look at this, Malakin even going to steal the stacked Ancients here in the Legion jungle, so going to deny them quite a lot of resources there as well.
It almost makes me wonder why was it even stacked. I mean, you don't have a hero that can actually just take that for quite some time.
Yeah, definitely. One could argue, if we can't take them, why are we stacking them? I agree with you. Middle
always
lane,
kinda
we
see
do
it,
have
right?
an initiation here. Shatterstorm is going to connect, and down goes the Engineer. Lowstone is going to pay for it with his life, but now Chipper with Moraxis and Magnus are looking for return kills. Succubus is going to get the hold off just in time. Can she stay alive? No, she cannot. The Rockets do bring her down. Malikan is now here with the possession, and Andromeda is going to be turned on with those right clicks from Malikan. Arrow does unfortunately miss. Puppet Master is now in a lot of trouble as he doesn't have a shot coming up for one more second. They have the Rev Ward there in the mid lane. They see him. Can they get the Lava Surge up? It's up. Do they have the vision though? The Rockets are connecting. Steambat is going to bring him down. A heads up play from Magnus to use that Steambat there to do the final damage, bringing down the Puppet
Yeah,
Master. Only Valkyrie survives.
because the Rev Ward actually despawned like right as at the perfect moment for him. So Steam Bath just wonderful,
Yep.
finishing him off.
So they lose their Moraxis and their engineer who got initiated on in the fight, but a great turn coming out from the Hellborn side. They now take a 12,000 gold and 14,000 experience lead, and that's only going to continue as Malikan does yet again another stacked Ancient Camp. He has been on top of those stacks this game. He is now level 16, sitting at 567 gold per minute. What does Legion do to stop this Malikan now? He's
I don't
just,
even
he's
know.
slowly getting out of hand.
Because he's got his steam boots on agility right now, but whenever he's got him on strength, he's got a pretty much 2k HP. That's a
No.
lot of HP for them to burn through, especially because they are very magic damage heavy. So the Hellborn Zeal is certainly going to be doing a lot of work in regards to
Ooh, we
that.
got some
It's got
veiled
to
rods
be
here. Sorry to interrupt you, but
no problem.
Engineer and Magnus are hunting the Legion players here. They're gonna spot off Valkyrie with the dust. Do they have the follow up though? Meraxis does not get in range for the Quake Stun, but Magnus sets it up with the Lava Surge, and that's a very quick pick off onto that support Valkyrie. So they do find somebody in the end.
The only way they're bringing down this Malikan is like a picture perfect ulti sequence between, say, something like a Shatterstorm into a Voodoo Puppet.
Mhm.
But even then, like, how can you get those ducks in a row whenever you've got just this awesome supporting cast around this Malikan
Yeah.
that are really just on top of it with their spells? You know, you've got PKs on both Meraxis and Magnus. You've got these long range chipper rockets that are potentially going to stop anything.
Initiation here onto the Lodestone. Stormshare comes out into the Kegstone. Energy Field was put down as well to stop any counterplay. Moraxis is going to be there with the assistance of his Quake Stun, and that's going to be a quick kill onto the Lodestone. Now, the TPs did come in for Legion. Will they look to try to take a fight here? Moraxis is going to run right into Puppet Master. Voodoo Puppet is applied, but Magnus gets a nice 2-minute Lava Surge, and Malikan is here now pounding in the right clicks. He brings down the Puppet Master and the Succubus. It's disastrous for the Legion side. GG's are called. CC vote comes out, and game number 1 is going to go to Big Ego Crew. Well, I got to say, what a performance coming out from Big Ego Crew. They looked very solid
Definitely.
here in game number 1.
Yeah, I like it a lot. That was very impressive. I want to say that the drafts they were totally two different styles of drafts, right? Um, you know, you had the gank heavy lineup from Legion, you had the team fight heavy lineup from Hellborn. But man, Hellborn just had some awesome rotations and just some excellent execution, right? I mean, because we
Yeah,
were
I gotta
expecting
agree with you.
Succubus in this mid lane to just like be a total nuisance, kind of shut down the engineer unless he got rotated on. And what do you
Right.
know? Engineer is the guy that gets bloodlust, right?
Yeah.
With just some awesome mind placement, awesome play. Didn't exactly see how it went down. But then there were also rotations from Magnus
And
onto the
Chipper.
Succubus mid. Yeah, and Chipper as well. And then just like we were discussing, you know, how awesome Chipper is as a Succubus counter with just having on demand interrupts from long range, like at virtually any point, right?
Yep.
And we saw that a couple of times. So I want to say that it was just on both fronts, out drafted and out executed.
I really
That's my
like both
opinion.
teams' drafts. I feel like you touched upon it. I feel like rotations this game, Hellborn did an excellent job. They kind of knew where to be, like right place, right time, setting up those ganks on, the top and the mid lane. They made great impact with their supports. And I feel like Puppet Master didn't really kind of get his job done this game. He kind of struggled to find his farm, and the Shroud maybe just perhaps came a little bit too late. They weren't able to find the pickoffs, and I want to go back to the Moraxis. I think Moraxis played fantastic this game. He did a
Oh
great
yeah,
job in bottom lane, and he got he made a lot of attention toward himself, but while doing that, also getting the PK at a great timing.
yeah. I mean, well, this is why I say kind of outdrafted, right? Because Meraxas was their, I can't remember if it was their fourth or their fifth pick.
Fourth pick, I believe.
A fourth pick. So, and I think who had first pick that game? I think it was Legion, right?
Sorry, say
Or
again.
who had first pick that game? Was it Legion?
Legion always gets first
Oh,
pick.
okay. I
Yep,
wasn't aware, but yeah. So
that's fine.
four heroes were showing on the Legion side, right? And so
Right.
that was just a great pick from the Meraxas because that was just correctly analyzed. That they had Lodestone, but then they showed three other heroes. I think at the time it was Valkyrie, Andro, Puppet, right? And so they just see these like three single target heroes and they're just like, oh, Meraxas is going to perform wonderfully this game, and that he did.
I agree with you
So
completely.
it was
That
just an
was a great
excellent
pick.
draft.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think, but I do think both teams had a well drafted lineup. I just feel like execution was definitely well done by Hellborn. So I got to give
Yeah,
credit to Big Ego crew there in game number one with a very solid performance. We'll see if Farming You can bring it back as we're getting the lobby up for game number two. We're going to be starting very shortly.
I
Um,
just want to say something. When I say something like outdrafted, I
yep.
don't necessarily mean to say that one team's draft was bad
Right,
by
right.
any
No, I
means,
don't
right?
think you were
I think they just had the correct hero
saying that.
counters
Right.
on one side, and so it just yep.
Yeah, I agree. I think, yeah, as you pointed out, it was just really well played. So got to give props to Ego Crew for their performance in game number one. But we are actually just about ready to start game number two. So we're not even going to take a break. We're just going to very shortly get into it. So, what would you like to see happen in game number two? Do you think Farming You needs to kind of change up any style of play in their draft, or do you feel like they could kind of go for a similar strategy, just maybe change up some lanes or change up some hero picks, but kind of keep their same style of play? What do you
Um,
feel like needs to be adjusted for Farming You in
I
game number
think just
two?
kind of I want to say the picks. I want to see Bilbo on Deadwood
You want to see
instead of a
support
hero
Deadwood in
on.
this game?
Yeah, I want to see position for Deadwood in the hands of Bilbo. That was a staple hero for him in the last tourney. Did a lot of work with it, and I
Hmm.
think it would have done. Obviously the flow of the draft would have changed depending on just one pick being different. But think about how good a Deadwood would have potentially been versus a Malakin, say. Um,
I'm personally a big fan of support Deadwood. I'm a drafter myself, and I like to pick support Deadwood for my team from time to time. So I'm completely on board with you when we talk about support Deadwood. And yeah, I feel like there was the combo between the succubus having lots of lockdown, as well as the pub master to land those javelins. But I do feel like the and it's not that he performed bad or anything. It's more of the fact that Valkyrie, when we think of a Valkyrie, I think we think of like a semi carry. She's got kind of farm. She's very annoying with the ultimate, of course, but she also kind of has the right click presence going into the mid game. And with the support Valkyrie, I just don't think we get that same feel for how the hero maybe can be better suited in a lineup. I don't know.
I
Are your
agree completely.
thoughts kind of
I
similar?
agree.
Yeah.
I mean, the Javelin and the Valkyrie's Prism are pretty solid abilities that, obviously can perform with minimal farm. But I'm totally on board with you. I think she actually is a great right clicker, and as good as as good as Valkyrie's Prism and Javelin are, they actually can be kind of countered, by the other team. So
Yeah.
versus something like, I don't know, like I'll just use Deadwood again, right? Like, there's no really good counter to Deadwood's ulti if you're running a strength carry, say,
Right.
right? But Valkyrie's Prism, on the other hand, with proper usage of Dust and Rev Wards, can kind of take that ability, nullify that ability. Javelin of Light,
Sometimes you can even bait the prism if you know it's coming, and you can just kind of group up in an area expecting it coming, and
exactly.
then you've taken their advantage and turned it into your advantage.
So, In terms
Yeah.
of draft differences, I want to see just a much more dominant tri lane, because I expect them to run a tri lane again. I mean, it's very very much their style. I already talked
Yeah.
about it going into the first match. Embaboy and Dimaha are their solo players. They're gonna play solo lanes again. I would bet on it, and then we're gonna see a tri lane between Bilbo, Rosario, and Baby. So
Mm.
I want to see a much stronger tri lane between those three. Just last game, the puppet Valkyrie Andro just didn't cut it in comparison to what the Hellborn team had. As Hellborn has
Yeah,
got
and
two,
oh, I'm sorry.
excuse me, Legion has two dominant heroes right now between Kinesis and Magnus. How do you allow Kinesis and Mag to get both in the hands of the same team?
Yeah, these are, we've covered so many games so far this series, this tournament. And how many times, John, has Kinesis and Magnus both been blind banned? Both in
Exactly.
this at the same time. So you can't even pick these heroes. And Big Ego Crew got their hands on both of them. I'm just as surprised as you are. I think this is already a very strong start to a draft. They have very solid gank and teamfight control heroes with with the Kinesis and the Magnus, and they choose to first pick a Madman. Madman is a hero that we've seen a lot of this tourney as well, so he's nothing to shy over. But
Yeah.
is it worth giving up both the Magnus and the Kinesis? One could
Yeah, I'm
argue.
not sure. I mean, as we see a second pick Puppet Master coming from farming you, the next three heroes in my mind we've got to get some big stunners here, or else it's going to
Yeah.
be problemo for them, in my opinion.
Mhm.
Puppet and Madman are great, but they are both fragile heroes, and
Deadwood.
Legion certainly
There's the
has
Deadwood
the.
pick.
There you go. I told you.
We both love the Deadwood pick.
Yeah, and I'm almost certain it's going to go to Bilbo. But yeah, what you want to talk about heroes to try and, because Madman is just this slippery, annoying hero, and Kinesis, Magnus, and Moira are three fantastic heroes to help keep that hero in one place.
I gotta say, I love Moira with Magnus. There's just so much crowd control between these two heroes. If Magnus is able to land even a two-man Lava Surge, and Moira is able to follow that up, either by putting the Shards of Harkon on her illusion or a teammate, you're potentially looking at a really strong start to a team fight, because Moira can stun up to 4 players if she gets in range with those Shards of Harkon, and Magnus is good at setting that up for her. So I feel like these two heroes, it's similar to like the Chipper last game. They had the Chipper with the Magnus, heroes that really pair well together. And this game they pick up the Moira. I just feel like their drafting is really on point with the comboing of the heroes that they pick together.
Yeah, I mean, Hellborn's definitely picking some comfort heroes. Because like I said, I know where that Deadwood's going, and I'm pretty sure I know where that Puppet's going as well.
Yeah.
Rosario is a known Puppet player, so I'm pretty sure that's where it's going. But Legion, Big Ego Crew is picking up some just fantastic team-oriented heroes that also have good laning phase, and I gotta be honest with you, I'm worried about it for Hellborn at this point. Worried about it for farming you.
So we're already done with the second stage of bans. Let's talk about some of the heroes they removed. Vindicator, Succubus, who was in last game, and Empath are banned out by the Legion side. Pharaoh, Hammerstorm, and Engineer are banned out by the Hellborn side. What strikes to you other than the Succubus ban?
Yeah, the Succubus ban is pretty obvious, but I like the Vindicator ban as well. They've got these two, big channeling heroes, Moira with the Ephemeral Forge channel, as well as Magnus with, just his delayed initiation because from the eruption, if he managed to get PK alongside it. And I think that Vindicator is a strong ban, as if I can just jump right to it, the Gemini pick. Vindicator is a strong hero against Gemini. I know whenever, because I'm an avid Gemini.
You're a
picker.
Gemini player.
I am a Gemini main, and whenever I was playing, there was a while where I think it just happened to me one game where I had to go against the Vindicator on this hero, and I said, okay, no more. I'm banning Vindicator in my TMM games all the time if I plan
Yeah.
on picking Gemini, because Vindicator is so strong against Gemini, especially if he uses his ulti after split form, after you split. Because there's items and tools that you can get to deal with a Vindicator ulti on your hero, but all of that goes out the window whenever you split on Gemini, and you're kind of a sitting duck for three plus seconds.
Let's get it
And so
on.
I think the Vindicator makes a lot of sense here. If you want to round out the rest of the hero picks, because I'm
Yeah,
obsessed
so
with
we have a
Gemini.
4th pick of Midas coming out from Big
Captain's
Ego
pick.
Crew, followed up by a Gemini pick, which we've talked about a little bit here. And then Hellborn or Farming You picks up a Monarch, which I'm personally a big advocate for. I know a lot of teams don't run Monarch, but my team runs it all the time. I love the Monarch. I think it's a fantastic pick this game. And they also pick up the final pick of Kraken. So Kraken is most likely going to be their mid hero. But going back to the Monarch pick, we talked about how many stuns and how well coordinated the team fights are going to be for this Legion side. The Cleansing Wind is a very powerful tool. Do not underestimate the ability of Cleansing Wind to remove stuns in team fights. That spell has a very large AoE, and it's very easy for Monarch to sit in the back lines of a team fight and just counter initiate and get that Chrysalis up on whoever Legion team decides to initiate themselves onto, which will most likely be heroes like the Puppet Master this game. So I am a
Yeah,
big
and
fan of
not
the
just
Monarch pick personally. But yep, go
so
ahead.
not even just the CC removal from Cleansing Wind, which is obviously a very important aspect to it. But I want to just bring to everybody's attention that this spell has only a 70-second cooldown at level 16. You might understand it's scaling a little bit better at lower levels, but I don't think the cooldown exceeds even 100 seconds at level 6.
Yeah, it's
Um,
85.
85. So that is a very, very low cooldown for an ulti like that has such a fantastic impact. And
Yeah.
the other aspect of it that I want to talk about is just the movement speed. The movement speed that it gives is crazy. Okay, that's 6 seconds of 100, 150, 200, respectively for the scaling. So at level 6, 6 seconds of 100 bonus movement speed after removing all CC is awesome for just putting a damper on team fight coordination from the opposing team for in terms of like setup stuns and whatnot. But
Let's talk about the
okay,
laning phase a little bit, just because we are underway. We have a Kinesis and a Midas. Aggressive mana plane coming out from Big Ego Crew, going up against a tri-lane of Deadwood, Monarch, and Puppetmaster. We're going to see initiation here from the Monarch with the Crippling Pollen into the Rotten Grass. Puppet Show does follow, and that's going to be a dead Midas. There was so much lockdown there from the Hellborn side. Midas could not even use his Elemental Warp to get away, as we saw. In the mid lane, we have a Magnus versus a Kraken. And then bottom lane, we have Moira and Gemini going up against a solo Madman. So
yeah,
what do you think about the laning phase?
I think the laning phase, I kind of like it. I think it's actually kind of favorable to farming you right now, especially now that they showed their stuff and got the bloodlust. The Ward of Sight, excellently placed, as it's in jeopardy of getting countered here by Midas, but Deadwood's going to push him away from it. But I don't think
A really heads up counter ward by Legion side. That's not your typical lane ward actually, and I gotta
It's
say
not.
props to them for finding that one. I suppose the crippling
It's
pollen
just
coming out from fog perhaps maybe gave it
yeah,
away,
it's because of how he was
it's still a good
positioned.
heads up.
Right,
From
because he was on the
Big
right
Crew.
side of that tree line, so he knew that the only it had to be there in order for him to get gone on from fog like that. So
yeah, so
like
they
you said,
trade
heads
their
up.
ward for a bloodlust. One could argue it's still worth it to get the bloodlust kill. So the ward did its job. We do have an invisibility rune, I believe, spawning top that was picked up by the Deadwood. So some excellent rune control to start the game off for farming you, as Deadwood has the Striders picked up. They're going to look to try to set something up here on either the Kinesis or the Magnus. Initiation starts from Deadwood. Crippling Fallen does follow from Monarch, and there is too much damage there. Rotten Grass even going to connect onto Midas, as it wasn't used just yet, but he is too tanky, as some of the spells were already used on his partner there, so he gets away with the Elemental Warp. But they do get another kill there in the top lane, and both kills so far have actually gone to the Deadwood, so some nice gold gonna go the way of the roaming Deadwood. Middle lane now, Deadwood has made his way. Magnus could be in trouble if they look to go for him.
Let's talk
Yeah,
about
he's
this mid matchup for a second. Magnus versus Kraken. Who do you like here
Oh,
more?
bottom lane actually. Gemini lands a nice Twin Fang stun onto Madman. I believe that was followed up with a shards of Harkon stun put on the Gemini, so they catch Madman out. That's not the easiest hero to catch, as they
It's
had
not.
that Ward of Revelation there in the trees actually to help spot him out. But yeah, let's go ahead. We'll talk about the mid lane.
Well, I was just going to comment on what just happened. You know, part of the reason why I said that I like Hellborn's lane setup a little bit more is because I was thinking about how hard it's going to be for Madman to be killed by Gemini and Moira, because you have to position yourself. You either have to lead with Gemini stun pretty well, like fantastically, as he just did, or you have to position yourself pretty perfectly in order to get it as a follow-up.
Shards of Harkon here. It's going to connect. Can Gemini land the Twin Face on? Yes, he can. Mana Sunder comes out into the Twin Breath, and Gemini and Moira bring him down. Meanwhile, in the top lane, we had an engagement, and Kinesis is going to go down to the tri lane as well. Midas only the level 2 there, so, you know, he still doesn't have that transmute to kind of help Kinesis out. So, Kinesis, what spell does he look to try to take here with his Lost Deal, do you feel like?
In my opinion, Stalk. I think he should get Stalk, man.
Okay.
I think that is an awesome spell for him to get. It doesn't have now in an early laning setup. He might look to try and get something like Crippling Pollen or
Blade Puppet Show comes out. Rodengrath is going to follow it up. The strings are used by Puppet Master. Do they have the follow-up damage? No, they do not, as Monarch is not in the nearby vicinity. Shards of Harkon is going to be put onto Gemini here. Mana Sunder comes out, and Madman is going to go down yet again. So Legion's side is doing an excellent job of controlling this Madman here.
And guess what Kinesis just got?
Yeah, I was just going to say Kinesis was making his way for a rotation there, and he did exactly what you said he should do, which is he should grab that stock. So
at least the Kraken has got to go out on Magnus in the mid lane, but it's not going to result in a kill.
Yeah,
yeah, Kinesis is a stocky boy now. So it's going to help him if he decides to go back into the top lane. It's going to be slippery, but I wonder if he's even going to chance it. I think he should try to just make plays with stock in the bottom and mid lanes here and not risk losing that spell, because I think it's a really powerful take.
Oh, look what he's doing here. He actually took one of his lane creeps, threw it into the easy camp, and he's using it to jungle the easy camp. That's something I haven't seen. So he'll get himself a little bit of XP here as he kills the easy camp.
But okay, yeah. So how do you expect this Gemini to you know, I know how I build Gemini in team M matches, but I'm actually really curious to see how Puppet Max is going to play build Gemini in
I know a lot of the
Deadwood is getting got on in the mid lane, gets lava surged on. Just 2 or 3 more auto attacks will finish it. Oh, but he gets Chrysalis.
Chrysalis is going to come out onto Deadwood there, so it's going to save him in the end. Midas is out of mana here. Does have 6 charges on the power supply, but I don't know if they're going to look to turn this around. Magma's going to use a defensive stun there, but he's going to run right into Kraken, who uses Release the Kraken, and that's going to be too much damage for him to follow it up.
Yeah, good positioning by Kraken right there, just anticipating exactly the way that Magnus is going to attempt to escape right there, predicting perfectly where he's going to send himself via Lava Surge, and just drops the Kraken right on him.
Yep. So, back to Gemini, what items he goes, I know a lot of the European players love to go Dawnbringer on him, and I feel like Dawnbringer is an okay item because it gives him lots of stats, and Gemini is a carry that loves to build stats, but I do feel like a lot of the time Geobane does get you out of a lot of situations. As we see a jump here from Gemini, put some pressure on Madman, but not going to be enough for a kill. I don't know, what are your thoughts about Dawnbringer on Gemini as an item? Because I'm personally not a big advocate of the item. I feel like you could just go Geobane or even Frostburn and then split it later.
I think it can work. You know, the Lightbringer portion of Dawnbringer, especially whenever you have the Dawnbringer, is pretty decent cleave-esque damage between Twin Blades and Twin Fang. Excuse me, not Twin Blades. Twin Fangs and Twin Breath. It's pretty good stat clearing mechanics. But yeah, I actually do prefer going for a Geobane if I can, because I think that the way that I play Gemini personally is to stack lots of Agi, and you get a lot out of Geobane fusions. Just also the fact that it is an additional kind of defensive mechanic to utilize, and it can really show up. It can break yourself out of, in this game in particular, he can either disjoint or break himself out of crippling
Top
pollen.
lane, we have an engagement here. Puppet Master catches Midas with those puppet strings. Monarch uses the crippling pollen, and it's going to be followed up by the puppet show, but they don't have enough damage to bring down the Midas. He's just a little bit too tanky there.
Yeah, so I was just gonna say, I think Geobane has a lot of value this game on a Gemini. Breaks yourself out of a lot of spell, has a lot of disjoint potential.
Yep.
Lot of building damage as well on that item whenever it gets to that point. So yeah, I think I like it, but he picks up an Astrolabe as his first item.
Yeah, I think the Astrolabe is a great item. It still gives a lot of strength. It recently received a small nerf to the I believe the agility that you get. As we see, its top tower is pushed in by the Hellborn side. Kill credit goes to Puppet Master, so he nets some gold towards his shroud there. But sorry, what was I talking about? Gemini. He Nullfire Blade. I know
Kraken
you love
is
to go.
getting exploded in the mid lane.
Top lane, middle lane, excuse me.
Chrysalis.
Chrysalis is put onto Kraken. He has a haste rune, so they're going to look to turn this around. A nice release. The Kraken going to land onto 2. Magnus is in trouble now. Can he get out of this one? Oh, he turns it around with a 2-man lava surge. But hasted Kraken is going to bring him down with that splash. And now Midas is getting turned on with those puppet strings. Gemini jumps into the Moira Arcane Vortex. Shards of Harkon is applied. Moira is going to stun up to a couple of players here. Gemini uses the dog form. Do they have the damage to turn it around as the Voodoo Puppet is put onto Gemini? He is so darn tanky. He's turning it around with the heals from the power supply, but they can't bring down the Puppet Master. Shards of Harkon is going to bring him down when it's all said and done. The studs follow up onto Monarch and Madman, and now Kinesis is here. He's going for the dive. He gets the Monarch, but it's going to cost him his own life. Double tap comes out for Madman. Who came out on top here, John? This was a crazy team fight.
It's really difficult to say. Oh man, I want to say that I think Legion still came out on top.
Both carries end up falling, so both the Gemini and the Puppet Master fall.
But yeah, it's actually, I think it was pretty even. Honestly, it's hard to say which team came out on top. I don't even want to try and go through the text to try and count.
I think it was a 3 for 2. I think Hellborn team only lost Kraken and oh no, sorry, it was a 3 for 3. So yeah, it was pretty. It was mid for mid, and then
carry for carry,
and then Kinesis for Monarch. So technically Hellborn. We see a catch here onto Midas, but Kinesis uses the Stasis Smash onto Puppet Master, and Puppet Master is going to go down. Too much damage for him to handle. Gemini is here, but he misses the Twin Fang Stung onto Madman, who's just a little too slippery there. But you know, they got the kill they wanted. They got the Puppet Master in exchange for their Midas.
Yeah, that's a good pickup, especially because it's delaying this Puppet Shroud. He's got both of the components. He just needs the recipe now.
Mid lane, they're trying to set something up onto Magnus here, but a nice dodge on the Rotten Grasp attempt. They're going to look to turn it around onto Madman here as the transmute comes out, but the Crystals is going to prevent a lot of that damage. Cleansing Wind is going to be used for the speed boost, and Arcane Vortex is going to lock down Kraken. Mana Sunder does come out just a little bit too late as he gets the Tsunami charge away towards his tower. They're not done just yet. Lava Surge comes in onto the Deadwood. Here comes the transmute from Midas. Do they have the damage to bring down the Deadwood? Gemini is now here in the background as well. Chrysalis comes out onto Deadwood. Steam Bath Magnus in the middle of the team fight. Madman is going to get hit by the stuns from Gemini, and he will go down to the team support from Midas as well. Tower dive comes out from Kinesis onto Deadwood. He goes down. The team fight is falling apart for Farming You as they bring down the Monarch as well. It's 3 for nothing, and Legion is going strong behind the towers, but they cannot find the remaining cast of Puppet Master and Kraken behind the lines of the tower. So when it's all said and done, it's a 3 for nothing team fight coming out for Big Ego Crew.
Yeah, that was a hard one to keep track of. There was like 2 or 3 little mini skirmishes going on throughout that, very spread out, but it did ultimately come out in favor of Big Ego Crew. But I was just impressed by how much work that Monarch was doing. It's exactly as you say, that Chrysalis is such a great ability to help extend the life of her teammates, as she used it on both Madman and Deadwood in the space of that team fight. This Madman gets Magnus comboed. Oh yeah, he's gonna follow this.
So a nice
eats a lava
combination
surge
between
into a
Magnus and
Midas.
Midas, getting off that eruption. They bring down Madman.
Okay, so what are the objectives here for
Oh,
farming you to bring this game back in line? Because we're starting to see a pretty sizable deficit on their side.
well,
with,
before I talk about that, look at this Ward of Revelation placed by Deadwood here. It just barely misses this Ward of Sight from Moira. It's so close. It's like almost on the edge.
Oh yeah, okay, I see.
But yeah, what I think they need to do is I think they need to get their Deadwood level 6. He's very close. They haven't had that tool for the team fights that they've been taking. We're nearing 14 minutes now. So Deadwood needs to find his level 6, and they need to get that Willowmaker onto the Gemini with a Rotten Grasp combination, because then Gemini can't escape from the Rotten Grasp as it's going to immobilize him. So I feel like that's a start, and then they need to try to take these smaller engagements where a Legion isn't grouped up. We see a portal key picked up on Magnus. He's going to go ahead and use the Lava Surge. Kinesis is going to follow it up with a Stasis Smash onto Kraken. Do they have the team support? Kraken is going to go down. TPs are coming in. Monarch uses the cleansing win. Chrysalis is going to come out very defensively. Arcane Vortex in the background. Kraken is going to use a buyback here. He's coming back into the fight as he's got everything up and ready to go. Voodoo Puppet is put down onto Kinesis. He goes down. Gemini is going to get hit with the Tsunami Charge. Release the Kraken is used. And Gemini is going to Twin Fangs away. Can he get out in time? He uses the split form, but that's going to bring him down to 40 life. Can he get away from Madman? No, he cannot. Barrel Roll is going to take him down, but Magnus is going to use a Lava Surge to secure the kill onto Madman. And Legion team is in retreat mode now. Moira is going to go down. Puppet Master strings are applied, but Steam Bath is going to be used by Magnus here. Do they have the reveal? No, they do not. TB is coming in from the Deadwood, I believe, as the Chrysalis is used defensively here on the Kraken. Midas is now out of mana. He has a Chalice coming up in 4 more seconds. Puppet Master's trying to get in range. He's got a Chalice ready to go, but he does not need the spells, actually. Whip is going to take him down from the Shroud, and Monarch gets killed in the background from the Magnus. It's going to cost Magnus his own life as Kraken brings him down. This team fight is just, I don't know, John. There's just fights happening everywhere you look.
I know, it's pretty
15
wild.
to 15. We got a 400 gold and 500 experience gap. I mean, this game couldn't be any more even if you asked for one.
That I mean, it comes back to that last engagement. You know, Big Eager Crew had, like I was just about to say, they had a sizable advantage, but Farming You absolutely won that last team fight.
Yeah, we also got to factor in that the Kraken did use a buyback, so that's going to stop his portal key for just a little bit. But he does a nice job here, gets the deny on the mid tower, but he's got it in about 200 gold. So safe to say that buyback was very very important for them to take that fight.
It paid for itself. It absolutely paid for itself.
I got to agree.
And so yeah, he's not going to have it in late game, but who cares about late game if you can't win the mid game? And he certainly helped his team bring it back in the mid game. So that was a great buyback, and he's 3 gold away from it. So he's going to have a portal key now, a very, very important portal key to match the Magnus as well, as they start to set up here on Deadwood bot lane. Deadwood is they are aware of Magnus and Moira because of the Ward of Sight there, so he's going to play it very safe.
Madman has a haste rune bottled up. He's going to port home and get some regen going. But yeah, as you pointed out, we have a lot of players here for the Legion side in the bottom lane. Initiation comes from Magnus, but a counter initiation from Kraken. Arcane Vortex is going to kind of stall that release the Kraken. And when it's all said and done, everyone escapes from the Legion side. Before the follow-up comes from the supporting cast. Madman is now here leading the way with that haste rune. He used the barrel roll onto Midas, but do they have the follow-up here? Kraken is going to come in with a Tsunami Charge. He lands it onto 2. Kinesis is actually invis with that stock from Madman. Do they have the chase to try to lock him down? Madman has the haste rune up for another 9 seconds, I believe. So he is leading the front lines. They are diving the tower. Stasis Smash comes out onto Kraken into the tower, but Kinesis is going to go down to the Torn from Kraken. It's a double tap coming up for Kraken. Magnus is going to catch Madman here behind the tower, and Gemini is going to bring down the Madman with the assistance of Magnus. And help Hellborn team isn't done just yet. They still got 4 players here. Are they going to look to try to turn it around? Magnus Steam Bass, the crippling pollen there. A nice shot from him. Moira with the arcane, with the shards of Archon stuns onto 1. Magnus gets a nice 2-man stun in the background, and Puppet Master is going to get caught out of position. He goes down. Moira gets hit with a nice astrolabe from Gemini. Can she survive this? She gets a 2-man shards of Archon stun up, and she will survive. The supporting cast is going to now turn it around as they get both the Kraken and the Monarch. Fantastic plays coming out from Big Ego Crew. And when it's all said and done, Deadwood is the sole survivor for farming you as
Oh yeah.
Legion takes a fantastic team fight. They only lose, I believe it was the Midas in the beginning with the Kinesis.
Volca on Magmus here making huge plays. I mean, he set up that chase into the Legion jungle there. Couldn't have done it better. Disjoints the crippling pollen on the Monarch, evades the auto attack from Puppet, gets the two-man line stun on Puppet and Deadwood, resulting in pretty much both of their deaths. Later catches another line stun.
Oh, Transmute connects onto Deadwood here, who's going to deny the tower, and he will actually pay for it with his life as Kinesis was there to secure the kill, and they actually get the tower as well. So a bit of momentum there as well.
So yeah, just praising Magnus for just a excellent performance. I really think that he did so much of the work for his team in that last team fight.
Yep. It was definitely a nice setup. But Puppet Master is shrouded here. He's going to go in with the shroud into the Voodoo Puppet, but the team support is here. Do they get it in time? A nice Arcane Vortex. It's going to prevent any follow-up. And Gemini, will he be able to get out of here? No! They turn it around! Puppet Master goes down! Gemini survives. It's a serial killer streak for Gemini. Will the Legion team look to pursue any more kills? It looks like that will be the end. But what looked like a scary start for Gemini with Puppet Master initiating turned into a great bait and counter yet again.
Yeah, everybody on the Big Ego Crew just performing wonderfully. You know, Magnus was just there. They had the I'm not exactly sure what tipped them off about Puppet Master, you know, and Madman being right there to try and gank Gemini. Maybe just because Gemini was kind of farming in an aggressive position. I'm not exactly sure what intel they had leading up to that. But just the fact that Magnus was right there to instantly stop that that Voodoo Puppet combo coming out from Voodoo and Madman, and then Moira with the Ephemeral Forge follow-up, just they are playing excellently as a team right now.
Yep.
And it's making it very difficult for Farming U to get anything accomplished that they want to accomplish. This Gemini just finished his Dawnbringer. He picked up the Light Brand, so he is going that route.
Yep.
Which I don't hate. I mean, it's good, because one thing that I like about the Light Brand build is the 16 intel. Never underestimate the value that additional intelligence offers to this hero. Especially,
Yep, go ahead.
No, especially against Voodoo, because I did see him use it as Deadwood is about to fall.
Deadwood is gonna most likely go down here. Yep, Gemini comes and secures the kill.
Yeah, just being able to get your spells off faster, but not only just, you know, the combo, but being able to hop in and out of split form faster is so huge. Because one thing that is some people may not have noticed, it happened once in this game. He got Voodoo Puppeted by Puppet Master, of course, and then he went into split form. And if he gets Voodoo Puppet used on him in main form and then switches over to split form, he actually takes no damage from the Voodoo Puppet because it's tied to his main form, which is invulnerable while he is in split form. In the particular case, he split back very quickly and ended up taking, or he recombined very quickly and ended up taking the damage anyway. But it's actually something to keep in mind because it can also be used to break himself out of something like Puppeteer's Hold, which is an immobilize but not a silence.
Right.
So it's cast speed is actually extremely valuable on Gemini, which comes from the intelligence stat. So
yep.
Just vouching for Dawnbringer there.
Yep. Yeah. So for those who don't know, the Elemental Force, you get armor penetration from strength, you get movement speed from agility, and you get cast speed from intelligence. So the Lightbrand portion obviously giving him more cast speed, thus allowing him to do his spells quicker. And sometimes even the cast speed can be very impactful. Top lane, we have a Veiled Rod Deadwood here. He's going to run right into Midas and Magnus. He's going to use the Willowmaker onto the Midas. Is he going to get the follow-up? He solo kills him actually with the Rotten Grass. And will they look to pursue any more kills? Madman is leading the way here, but he gets hit with a Lava Surge, so Magnus should be fine in the top lane. But they find a kill. A much-needed kill.
Looks like Gemini is going to be going BKB here. I think both carries are going for BKB at this point. What other items need to be picked up by the supporting cast to try and bring down these BKB carries once they find themselves into the game?
Well, I have a question. Is it ever Staff of the Master?
I didn't.
So
think
you're a
about
Gemini
that.
player. You play this hero quite a lot. What are your thoughts on Staff of the Master on Gemini?
Well,
overall,
when it was introduced into the game, it was extremely powerful. I think that it's actually still pretty nice. The only thing is, it's actually very difficult to control if you haven't been playing with it. The third dog is actually it's pretty rough to try and start controlling it if you're only used to playing with two. You gotta,
right?
you know,
Because
it's
if you
another
die
thing
on
that you
any
gotta,
dog, your hero is
Exactly.
terminated.
And so if you're not used to playing with it, it actually does more harm than good in my opinion. But it makes your combo just a little bit more strong. I love, the fast lightning form is able to teleport you to other parts of the map. It gives you a lot of map presence, and it gives you a lot of farming potential as well. With the way that I build it, at least in terms of going full agi, I think it has a lot of value. It's actually not. I don't think it adds that much farming potential to this particular Gemini because he has Light Brand to help him farm, which is actually a really good farming utility on this farming tool on this hero.
So we'll probably see the Shrunken Head that you pointed out, but just wanted to have a discussion there about the staff, as that did just recently get introduced into the game. An option, perhaps, but we'll see what it ends up being. So supporting cast, we see a Storm Spirit picked up by Magnus. I think that's a great item this game, going up against heroes like Deadwood and the Puppet Master, but also the Kraken as well. Lots of single target lockdown from a lot of these heroes. Storm Spirit a great tool to counter initiate those abilities.
I'd also like to see, I mean, they actually have a decent amount of Immobilize on the Hellborn side between Deadwood, Puppet, and Monarch, but I still would like to see at least one tablet from the Legion side because of Kraken ult. Kinesis is positioned, look at where Kinesis is right now, positioned very aggressively right now. Does Deadwood know that
Deadwood
he's
is
here?
like, it's almost like he has an idea he's here, but he hasn't found him. And what spell does he have on the Thought Steal?
What a scary moment.
He actually doesn't have a spell either, so it's not like he's got the stock right now. He's kind of playing with fire, it feels like. I think Deadwood spotted him there. It is daytime, so he should have seen him.
I'm not sure what Dutch Onage on Kinesis was doing here.
So,
was doing in that position.
What are your thoughts about how the pace of the game has kind of shifted? Like we had a very action-packed early game, and I feel like the last like 3 or 4 minutes have been really slow, which kind of surprises me because of how early game was going.
Yeah, I think it happens. It's because of
initiation here from Magnus, and they get a quick catch onto Monarch. So I kind of eat my words there as Legion team finds themselves a pickoff here in the middle lane. That was simply a Lava Surge into a Transmute, followed up by Gemini as well.
Yeah, I want to say that just because of the way that the carries were feeling. I think both carries kind of... And,
bottom lane, they actually catch the Deadwood as well. Moira and the assistance of Kinesis with that Stasis Smash. They catch Deadwood out. Kraken in the middle lane, he's going to go down. He gets the release of Kraken down, but Shrunken Head was now picked up by Gemini. He is leading the front lines. Another Lava Surge comes out onto Puppet Master. Gemini doing so much damage. He's going to go in with the Twin Fangs. Can he bring down Puppet Master? Yes, he can. He gets strung up, but he doesn't care. He can still auto-attack, and he shows Puppet Master who's the real carry as he breaks him down. Double tap comes out for Gemini. They take down the tier 2 tower in the middle lane, and they only have Monarch up, so they're gonna continue this pressure now here in the middle lane.
Talking about the pace of the game when it just picked up again, and you can see why. I mean, I think it's because Gemini picked up his Shrunken Head. That's what I was going to say. Is I think because Gemini was starting, with a couple of successful team fights after having that Dawnbringer or Frostburn, just was able to get the Dawnbringer and had a pretty decent gold amount saved up, and was just kind of probably communicated to his team, "Hey, I'm really close to this extremely strong team fight item. Let's just play it safe."
Yeah,
That's my theory for
and he
why.
made immediate use of that item right away.
Exactly.
So
You can see the pace picked right back up as soon as he picked it up. So
Madman picks up a Sword of the High, so safe to say that's gonna be a Mop of Brilliance.
I'm
Does
not
that
so. I'm not
do you like
sure
that
about that
pickup
this
this
game.
game?
I mean, I just feel
As
like
we
it's
have an
really-
engagement here, Madman gets caught by Magnus into Midas
Badass.
combo, and the Ward of Sight or Ward of Revelation, excuse me, there to make sure to spot Madman with that stock. Savage 6 streak coming out for Gemini. He is 625 gold per minute. We haven't really talked about the GPMs much, but we've kind of felt the
Yeah, we
presence of
haven't.
Gemini and how powerful he's been performing. But Puppet Master only at 347 gold per minute. He is very far behind the Gemini.
Yeah, as he just picked up. I think he picked up the Mighty Blade portion of his Shrunken Head. So yeah, he's really having just. He's struggling this game. Almost has half the amount of gold that Gemini does. And
Kraken charge here, gonna come out onto Gemini. Do they have the lockdown? Storm Spirit comes out from Magnus to prevent any follow-up. Arcane Vortex gonna be used as well. Magnus channeling the Eruption. He's gonna go and he's gonna hit onto 2. He gets the 2-man Lava Surge. Eruption doing tons of damage. Monarch is gonna fall. Puppet Master is gonna be forced to fall back. Shrunken Head is applied by Gemini. And GG's are called. Big Ego Crew is gonna take game number 2. And I gotta say, John, Big Ego Crew looked fantastic today. Those were two very solid games that they showed us why they deserve to be in the finals tomorrow. Final
yeah,
thoughts on the game number 2 and the series.
I'm impressed. I mean, I just think that in my eyes, MVP goes to Magnus. That guy was just Volca was just doing work on Mag. Like I said, he's lined up so many stuns in the team fights, was catching two plus heroes with almost every stun. Just awesome performance on Magnus, and I really think that it carried his team through mid game. But of course, his entire team was on board and just working cohesively. The thing that I want to that impressed me most about this Big Ego Crew team is the fact that they really kind of swapped up their roles between these two games. I don't know if you noticed that, right?
Uh,
Whereas
yeah,
Dutch Ownage, played the Malakin in the first game, played the carry. You had Puppet Mech X playing Engineer in the first game. Their mid player totally swapped it up with Puppet Mech X being the carry player in the second game. You had Dutch Ownage as the main support
carry.
in the
No,
on Kinesis in the second game, right? Whereas he was the carry in the first game.
no, he was the
So,
off
oh no,
lane.
he
He
was
wasn't main
position
support.
4. Excuse me.
Yeah,
There
he
was a
was like
Moira.
the roaming
Yeah,
position 3,
pardon
position
me.
4.
Yeah,
Yeah,
pardon
that's
me.
okay.
But it's I mean it's pretty stark contrast to being position 1, right? That's
Right.
basically the main point I wanted to drive home. So really, just showing that they are quite flexible players and not locked into one role. Whereas that's kind of what I think was the downfall of the farming you again, right? They ran it, you know, predictability is not a strength in my eyes, right? And I kind of just knew, right, that they were going to run the tri lane again, which they did, right, with solo heroes and solo heroes picked up for Dimaha and Emba Boy. And
Right.
yeah, it's and then obviously the lane situation was very different as well for Big Ego Crew. They went with a 2-1-2 route this game, um, and chose not to contest their tri lane, and it ended up giving this Gemini more or less free farm, and they performed really well in that dual lane against Madman. Like I was saying, whenever I finally started seeing Madman getting killed by Moira and Gemini, I was thinking that Madman was going to have a pretty decent time to survive against that lane. But
Yeah,
they shut
with you
him
there. I
down
feel like
completely.
Madman got caught quite a few times, and Moira and Gemini are very skill shot heavy type heroes that can't easily catch a very slippery Madman. So they actually
Exactly.
played that lane very, very well. I noticed
So,
time and time again they had rev wards, like multiple rev wards in the lane to spot out Madman's positioning. Um, so yeah, they catch him a couple of times.
yep. So I mean, I think it just I think in the end they just showed who the stronger team was, and I think you have your work cut out for you in the finals.
Oh, don't remind me. I have to play the winner of this match. Yeah,
But I'm
but
very excited to watch and maybe even potentially cast a game or two of the finals. It's gonna be a very very good finals, a worthy finals for this tournament. So
I was
uh,
very excited to see Gemini. I feel like Gemini is a hero we don't get to see all that often in competitive games, and he shined very bright today. He had a very high impact game. He went 11 to 13, of course, but he played the Gemini phenomenally. So it was great.
absolutely,
It was great to see. I would call Gemini a very high skill cap hero because he has multi-unit control and there's a lot of maneuvering with the skill shots and whatnot. So it was very well played on the Gemini
yeah, a
this
lot of
game.
cooldown cycling as well. But yeah, tomorrow the finals are going to be they're moved actually. What was it? If you want to talk about the timing of the finals, Chris.
Yeah, so tomorrow we will actually be starting the finals at 5 p.m. GMT plus zero. So we will be actually 1 hour later than the usual start time the past few days. The tournament has been casted, so make sure you guys mark that down in your calendar. We will be starting 1 hour later tomorrow. The finals will be Zero Team CC15 versus Big Ego Crew. It should be an exciting series. I hope. I actually, I don't want to say anything because I'm playing, but it's actually a best of five, so it could potentially be a very long day, for one series. So it should be an exciting series.
Yeah, I'm
Um,
actually really excited. You know, as much as I like seeing best of threes over obviously the best of ones, best of five is really something to behold. You know, it's the teams, you know, a guaranteed three matches is a long time for both teams to really try to really kind of do their homework in real time and adjust their play style to the other. So yeah, it's gonna wear you out as well. I guess it's gonna be a mind boggler.
yeah,
It's gonna
winning
make
three
it's
games
gonna
is
be a head
actually really
scratcher.
tough. You can't really run the same tactics too frequently because then the other team will pick up on what you're doing. But But yeah, you gotta have the mental power as well because five games can be very very long if it does go to that. So fatigue
Yep.
could play an issue for both teams even.
Yeah. And I'm looking forward to it. Thankfully, I don't have to play it. And just get to watch.
Thanks, John. I appreciate that comment. Um, but yeah, I think we covered the semifinal match down to the T. It was a pretty nice series. Um, from the two teams. We got to see some high caliber play. Um, before I take my leave, I just want to say again, shout out to the Hot OMG guys hosting you guys an awesome tournament. These guys have been working all day with the production and the stream. So shout out to those guys. Shout out to the casters as well who casted the earlier series. I believe it was Shortcan and
Dave.
Dave.
Dave. Yep. So Dutch didn't do any casting today, but he had to play. So we did get to see Dutch in action with his team. So thank you to all of those people, as well as you, John. You casted with me this series, so thank you for joining me as well. Final words that you have for the viewers.
Just make sure you guys tune into the finals tomorrow. Obviously, you know, as we've already covered, it's a best of five. And it's obviously going to be between the two teams that have performed the most consistent throughout this entire tournament. And they are finally going to meet each other in the grand finals. So it's going to shape up into a very climatic ending, and I'm looking forward to it very much, as should the rest of you. So make sure you're there.
Yep. So have a good evening, everyone. I'm What You Got, and this is my co-caster Easy Folkland. Going to turn it over to Paradise for the closing. Make sure you guys come back tomorrow at 5 p.m. GMT for the finals of the HoN OMG Tour Season 2 Tournament Finals. See you all tomorrow.
Indeed, you will. Thank you, everybody, for watching. And again, shout out to everybody. Just as Chris just said, I hope you enjoyed today matches. Sorry, and yeah. So tune in for tomorrow for the finals, which is gonna be Zero Team CC15 against Team Big Ego Crew. It's gonna be one hell of a match, and it's a best of 5 game. And as Chris just said, it's gonna be moved 1 hour ahead, so it's gonna be at 5 p.m. GMT plus 0 now rather than 4. I hope everybody enjoyed today's stream. And just a tip, tune in for tomorrow's stream because we do have something special for tomorrow. Either ways, that's all I can say. Thank you everybody for watching. Thanks everyone for supporting the tournament, which are the names in the screen right now. Thanks to everyone for donating, subscribing, or even watching. Thank you all again. We really appreciate it. See you tomorrow. Good night, everyone.